Disobey. A Guide to Ethical Resistance. Frederic Gros. Translated by David Fernbach. We have accepted the unacceptable. Monsters exist, but they are far too few in number to be truly dangerous. The most dangerous monsters are ordinary men, functionaries ready to believe and obey without discussion. Primo Levi. To start with a paradox, I will quote Howard Zinn's provocative statement: "The problem is not disobedience, it is obedience." 1 The same idea is also found in Wilhelm Reich: "The real question is not to know why people rebel, but why they don't rebel." 2 The reasons for no longer accepting the present state of the world, and its catastrophic course, are almost too numerous. Listing them all would amount to a litany of disasters. I shall give here only 3 or 4 solid reasons that should have long been arousing our disobedience and should continue to provoke it today, since they are only worsening before our eyes. And yet nothing is happening, scarcely anyone rises up. The first reason, naturally, is the widening of social injustices and inequalities of wealth. Marx's prediction of radical pauperization is being ever more verified, as if globalization had finally made possible, after the impediments of economic nationalism, the full extension of an unleashed and total capitalism, whose result today is the formation of an ultra-rich elite, a minority gorged to death, suffocating under the weight of their fortune, in the face of the dispossessed 99% forced to accept their burden of debt and poverty. 3 The strictly complementary spirals of the impoverishment of the middle classes and the exponential enrichment of a minority are well established, multiplied by the new technologies that abolish the effects of delay, of a rubbing that had previously maintained a reasonable equilibrium. 4 The process is accelerating and out of control. Actuarial rationality, the rationality of insurance, a cold calculation of risks, forces everyone without money to pay dear for the money they need. It has an icy arithmetical self-evidence that, at little cost, cleanses the souls of economic decision-makers, all those who, with the next clutch of redundancies in their hands, can say with an air of humiliating condescension, "What do you want, then?" Of course it's unfortunate, but in the end figures are figures, you can't go against this reality. Except that the reality of figures is nowhere to be found, outside its seat in their good conscience. 5 Or, rather, the reality of figures is that of the hard and terrible reality effects they produce. When equations are taken as a source of authority, Excel spreadsheets as the voices of oracles before which one respectfully bows one's head, as the basis for decisions, then social despair, the misery of struggling to get by, downward mobility and ruin are justified in advance. And all this takes place in conformity with the iron law of economics, the inescapable reality of equations. Figures are figures. What reality? Not the stifled reality of solidarity between individuals, of an elementary sense of justice, an ideal of sharing. Not the dense tissue of human realities, which the rulers, those in charge, as people say, perhaps ironically, forget and dissimulate in a mixture of indifference and calculation, shielding it from themselves behind their statistics printed on glossy paper. And what higher law? All I see here is a shameless greed. Where's the providence they appeal to, the inevitable necessity? I understand how the forces of power and money, given the opportunity, can show what they really believe in. The piety proclaimed by business leaders long struck me as hypocrisy. Yet it is not. Their cynicism has reached a higher, almost ethereal, degree, where it is not detachable from sincerity. The laws of economics are like the decrees of God, floating in a transcendent realm where the two merge together, propagating an inescapability imposed on all without exception, like the weather outside or the coming of death. Things have reached a point at which finding oneself immensely privileged, a beneficiary of the world order, in the face of the mass whose fate is no longer anything but to survive, is almost a humbling experience. When it seems that so much unreason, this demented monstrosity of inequalities, is only a surface appearance and must have a higher explanation, theological and mathematical. That is indeed the atrocious function of bringing mathematical formalism into economics, to acquit those who rake in the profits. No, humanity is not being killed off by profiteering scoundrels, but by the humble servants of laws whose sovereignty and complexity escape the common mortal. I hear the voices of these overpaid business leaders, these millionaire sports stars. They ease their consciences by objecting, but really, I didn't demand these exorbitant payments, they were offered me. And so obviously I must deserve them. Go and tell the overexploited workers that they deserve the wages they get, and are underpaid because they are under people. The double process of enrichment of the rich and impoverishment of the poor leads to the steady collapse of the middle class. 6 Arrogance or despair, There is ever less intermediate space between those in their padded armchairs who demand the maximum increase in their share prices, and those on whom a reduction in wages is imposed, wages scarcely sufficient to live on, let alone repay their debts. Life is the very little that remains when the banks have been paid. The most elementary rules of solidarity crumble. Human reality dissolves. God and equations are all that remain in the gilded halls of unthinking and self-satisfied rulers, while in that other world mere crumbs are divided. With the disappearance of the middle class, the existence of a common world is lost. The ideals of general utility and public good that had always served to maintain the consistency of a middle class, imposing limits on extreme poverty and extreme wealth, and providing, as Euripides wrote more than 2,000 years ago in the Suppliants, the very possibility of democracy. 7. Yet this rift has still not done very much to stir up people's political hatred of the privileged. It is diffracted into an endless series of internal divisions. Because the condition of the most well-off everywhere arouses a bitter passion to resemble them, because a pride in being poor, fueled by the hope of future revenge, has given way to an aggressive shame, because the message conveyed on all sides is that the only meaning of life lies in maximum consumption, in being drawn by the present into a facile enjoyment. For these reasons and others again, the just anger of an exploited majority against the minority is short-circuited, redistributed into a hatred of petty profiteers and a fear of petty criminals. The enrichment of the possessors is increasing ever more rapidly, the spiral of downward mobility accelerating. The wealth of the powerful defies imagination, and the distressing struggle to reach the end of the month, but, today, it is the next 10 or 20 years that are compromised, is imperceptible to the upper classes who only jump at variations in their immense profits. Talk of injustice has become obsolete. We are in an age of indecency. The remuneration of the heads of large firms, the payments of the sports celebrities seen everywhere in the media, the emoluments of artists, have become obscene. Inequalities have reached the point at which they could only be justified by an assumption of two different humanities. The second intolerable thing about our world today is the steady degradation of our environment. The air, the soil and its products, vegetation, everything is polluted, sullied to the point of suffocation. Nature, however, has always been defined by its capacity for a renewal, for repetition of the same. It used to be said that cultural productions wear out, age and die, whereas nature is an essential springtime, everything recommences anew. Eternal repetition of the same, ceaseless renewal, magical reappearance of the same forms, untarnished freshness. The chorus in Antigone sung of the indefatigable earth, verse 339. But the earth is tired, the 21st century will be one of exhaustion and desert. Humanity poses to nature the question of its limits. Exhausted fertility of agricultural land, drying up of resources and exhaustion of stocks. Hans Jonas, in The Imperative of Responsibility, raised the question of reversibility. 8 For centuries, we fragile mortals protected ourselves from nature by technique. But our capacities have developed to the point that they now no longer affect just the external characteristics of living things, but the very basis of life itself, as with the exemplary case of genetic modification. With our technological interventions we are introducing irreversible alterations, playing sorcerer's apprentice. Nature for the first time appears vulnerable. For centuries, we sought to protect ourselves from nature with technology. Now it is nature that has to be protected from technology. And today, nearly half a century after Jonas wrote, what is at stake is no longer the corruption of nature but its suffocation. The conditions for the renewal of living species and mineral resources are no longer present, the cycle of renaissance is broken. What threatens is the end of springtime. The final unacceptability, which perhaps includes the two previous ones and gives them their spiraling character, revolves around the contemporary process of wealth creation. What we call capitalism is diffuse, complex, protean. Yet given the systematization of share capital, the major role of financial speculation, the generalized principle of debt and the acceleration premised on new technologies, the capitalism that has imposed itself in recent decades is a new one, a mode of creation of wealth by debt and speculation that de-skills work, wages are okay for the poor, and exhausts both people's strength and their time. It is not exactly that we are heading towards the abyss, still less a wall, rather that this precipitation is itself the abyss. Enrichment takes place to the detriment of future humanity. We create wealth by mortgaging the future. This world, with its gaping inequalities, the collapse of its natural foundations, its suicidal race forward, this world that we leave as a sickly legacy to coming generations, is our world. And when I say our, I mean the world we have constructed, accepting the way it is built, a world that for several decades already has been the one we shall leave to those who come after us. They will convict us of a demented egoism, a deadly irresponsibility. And why have we said nothing in the face of imminent catastrophe? Why do we still remain today with dangling arms and our eyes trying, I won't even say resigned, to look elsewhere? Why have we let this happen? Why have we behaved like spectators of the disaster? This book poses the question of disobedience on the basis of the question of obedience, because disobedience should be self-evident in the face of the absurdity and irrationality of the world as it is. Disobedience demands little explanation. Why disobey? You need only open your eyes. Disobedience is in fact so justified, so normal, that what is shocking is the lack of reaction, the passivity. Why do we obey, and above all, how do we obey? What we need is a stylistics of obedience, which alone can inspire a stylistics of disobedience. To redefine the difference between submission, consent, conformity, etc., to make distinctions between the right of resistance, conscientious objection, rebellion, etc. Critiques of democracy have been the object of much study. 9 The present book proposes the idea of a critical democracy. Democracy is certainly something other than an institutional form characterized by the right practices or procedures, inspired by the defense of liberties, the acceptance of pluralism, respect for majority decisions. Even if democracy must be that, it also denotes an ethical tension at the heart of each person, the demand to constantly question politics and political action, to question the way of the world on the basis of a political self that contains a principle of universal justice and is above all not simply the public image of oneself as opposed to the internal self. We must stop confusing the public and the external. The public self is our political intimacy. It is, within us, the power of judgment, the capacity to think, the critical faculty. And it is from this point in us that the rejection of consensual self-evidence, social conformity and takeaway thought wells up. 10. This resource of the political self, however, remains vain and unproductive if it is not supported by a collective, linked to a group action decided on by many, and the bearer of a project for the future. Without it, movements of disobedience risk at every turn being instrumentalized, recruited and stifled under slogans and changes of leadership. This movement by which the political subject reveals itself in a state of disobedience is what we shall call civic dissidence. Insurrection is not something decided upon. It takes hold of a group when the capacity to disobey collectively becomes tangible and contagious, when experience of the intolerable grows to become socially self-evident. It assumes a prior shared experience, an experience that no one can escape from living, in, by and for themselves, a civic dissidence and its call. From the time of Socrates, care for yourself, and Kant, dare to know, it is also the philosophical regime of thought, its untimely interiority. At a time when experts pride themselves on their decisions being the result of anonymous and icy statistics, disobeying is a declaration of humanity. This book does not deal with current social movements and their diversity of forms, social struggles, movements of civil disobedience, the establishment of ZADs, 11 whistleblowers, public challenges to the law, calls to insurrection, and their motivations, defense of the environment, social justice, symbolic recognition, protection of minorities, respect for individual dignity. 12 Though not ignoring these, it simply seeks, ahead of the actual breaking out of revolts, to understand how far disobeying can be a victory over oneself, a victory against the generalized conformity and inertia of the world. It seeks to understand, by investigating the ethical conditions of the political subject, why it is so easy to come to agreement on the desperate state of the world today, and yet so hard to disobey it. Preface. The Reversal of Monstrosities. I shall open this reflection on disobedience by the light of a remarkable poem, inspired by an alcoholic haze. I am referring to Dostoevsky's The Brothers Karamazov, and the story that Ivan tells in a tavern to his brother Alyosha. 1 This legend has had a shattering effect, and Dostoevsky himself said that it was the peak of intensity in his book. Hannah Arendt and Albert Camus, as well as Carl Schmitt, naturally in a different perspective, understood it as a major provocation addressed to political thought, or even a catastrophe. 2. I shall outline it here in a rather free version. Ivan's poem tells of the return of Christ among us. This return is promised in the Gospel as a sign of the end of days. The revelation of St. John proclaims that Jesus will come to close the history of the world. He will sit on a majestic throne, brilliantly white and transparent. Before the entirety of resurrected humanity, he will proceed to a division between those condemned to eternal suffering and the elect promised to bathe in the blessed in total presence. In Ivan's story, Christ returns, but, we might almost say, furtively. There is no apocalyptic trumpet, he slips in quietly one summer morning among the people of Seville. We are in the 18th century, the time of the Spanish Inquisition. The morning breeze is still stirring the ashes of the fires on which heretics have been burned the day before. Christ returns, gliding among the people on the street, the inhabitants. Quite silent, yet his mere presence, his smile, his look, are enough to proclaim his identity. Everyone immediately recognizes him. And the people soon gather around the Son of Man, returned among his own, forming a joyful, singing, expectant throng. They reach the square in front of the Seville Cathedral. Christ walks lightly, dispensing around him the miracle of his presence, while the people weep with joy and give thanks. Ivan then shows us, on the same square, a thin silhouette. A 90-year-old man is watching the scene, his gray face hollowed by wrinkles, his eyes fiery, his dress a coarse monk's cassock. And close around him are the guards of the Holy Office. This is the Inquisitor, and he understands. He reacts immediately, gives orders. A squad of guards make their way through the crowd, and the people, who a moment before had been acclaiming and praising, suddenly fall into a fearful silence and allow the soldiers to pass through and arrest Christ once again, on the order of the old Dominican, the Grand Inquisitor. The Son of Man is taken to the prisons of the Holy Office. Night has fallen, a hot night still heavy with the smell of lemon and laurel. The Inquisitor, a torch in his hand, descends alone to the twisted cellars of the building, opens a door and enters. The door closes, the Dominican examines the face of his prisoner and voices his question, "It is really you?" But receiving no answer, he adds quickly, "Do not answer." Followed by the question, "Why have you come to disturb us?" The question is simple and almost trite, but, put to Christ, it has a unique resonance. Who is he to address Christ as just another meddler, just a disturbing visitor, an embarrassing acquaintance? The discourse that follows explains the question, the discourse of the Grand Inquisitor, an interminable monologue, since Christ remains silent right to the end. 3 If Christ threatens to disturb once again, and it is the authority of the Church that issues this warning, it is because a certain tranquility and comfort had been finally established in and by the Catholic Church, even against the message of Christ himself. The aim being to fill the gulf of anxiety he had provoked, to redress an unfortunate error he had committed. But what was this error? According to the Inquisitor, it was 3 avoidances, 3 refusals, addressed to the devil himself, to Satan. The familiar episode is found in the Gospels of both Luke and Matthew. And the Inquisitor repeats to Christ, "Remember, think of what you refused the tempter." The devil had appeared to a Christ weakened by a long fast in the desert, and offered him the power to transform stones into bread, to which the Son of God had replied, "No, for man is not fed by bread alone." Then the devil had led Jesus to the top of the temple and asked him to fall from this height, as it was written that angels would bear him up and prevent his fall. Jesus would verify by this that he was indeed who he claimed to be. To which Jesus had replied, "No, for it is written that thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God." Finally, from a mountain above the plains and hills, the devil showed him all the kingdoms of the world, and offered him universal power if he would prostrate himself before him. To which Christ had replied, "No, for it is God alone that I serve and worship." 3 refusals, then, a no to each of 3 temptations, which the Inquisitor immediately reinterprets as displays of obedience that Christ disdains, despises and rejects as the opposite of what he himself demands on the part of each person, an authentically free belief. 4. Basically, the temptation of bread is the production of obedience through the stomach. Humanity is hungry, humanity only knows the gratitude of a full belly. It is as if Satan had whispered to Christ, "I know that you can do it, you have the power, take these stones and turn them into bread, and immediately you will see a grateful, salivating crowd pressing around you. They will grant you absolute faith because you have filled their stomachs, and in this way ensure the sleep of the replete that for the humble is the wellspring of happiness. But you," so the Inquisitor continues in Ivan's tale, "you wanted a pure faith, a belief that was not attached to need. You demanded that they love you freely, that they prefer the bread of heaven. In this way, you plunged them into fear. Our task, we who know that men want above everything to be filled, has been to put humanity to work. It is men who transformed stones into bread. They worked hard, and by their effort made grain grow on arid soil. We seized the fruits of their labor and redistributed a tiny part. And they thanked us for this. First of all, because by establishing ourselves as masters of redistribution, we put an end to their vexations, their quarrels, their jealousies. They thanked us. You could even see how happy they were to worship a hand that did no more than return a tiny part of what had been stolen from them. But all they could see was the hand stretched out towards them. They forgot that it was they who had made the bread. Since then they have been able to worship a benefactor and outdo one another in obedience. The second temptation was that of objective, definitive verification, valid for all. The text of the Gospels needs to be closely studied. It says, It is written that angels shall bear thee up. And so, if you fall, you verify, you bring objective material proof, visible for all, that you are indeed his son, you are indeed the chosen, the announced. There can be no doubt. And here again, Christ refused, as if it was again too much, as if to say that authentic faith demands an endless work of excavating and superseding uncertainties, that it must be verified internally, rather than resting on certainties formally stamped by others as true guarantees. The Inquisitor is angry. Is it truly responsible to make each person bear the burden of truth, to demand of an ignorant and fearful people that they verify their faith, when they are already weighed down with everyday cares? That is why the Church has established and appointed experts, verifiers. Those who can address the masses and tell them, this is what you must believe and not believe, what you must think and not think. We have carried out the verification, you certainly do not have to do it yourselves. And again the people are thankful, released from the weight of having to judge by themselves. The final temptation is the most evident, the simplest, the most profound. The devil promises Christ temporal power, universal empire. And here again, Christ refuses. He could not reign over a people of slaves, he demands free believers. But really, the Inquisitor retorts, must one be so hard, so inhuman, so lacking in conscience, as to refuse the people the immense and irreplaceable joy of being all subject to the same master? Is there a way of being truly together other than in submission, in common worship? Such is the too human lesson, that it is only in obedience that people come together, that they become alike, that they no longer feel themselves alone. Obedience makes for community. Disobedience divides. There is no other way of knowing and feeling oneself united than to plow beneath the same yoke, the same ruler, the unsurpassable sweetness, the comforting warmth of the flock that presses around a single shepherd. Christ seems to be ignorant of how much being free makes people desperately alone. But look, this aloof, idealistic, elitist Christ has clearly refused the temptations of the devil. He has preferred to offer humanity freedom. A poison present, a deadly burden, a painful gift. I come now to what is perhaps the heart of the lesson of this text, which still echoes like a provocation. I mean the connection between the three episodes of temptations. Christ refuses to set himself up as master of justice who distributes material goods, master of a truth guaranteed for all and objectively verified, or master of power that is subjugating and unifying. In sum, Christ does not want to produce obedience, he demands of each person that freedom in which he believes human dignity to consist. Yet this freedom, the honor of the human condition, it is said, an inalienable essence, this freedom is something no one wants, for what is it but an intolerable dizziness, an unbearable burden? It is crushing to have on one's conscience the burden of one's decisions, to feel the weight of one's judgments on one's own shoulders, to say that it is up to us, each one in the solitude of their conscience, to choose, and that they only ever have themselves to blame in case of failure or collapse. Can it be reasonable to require the ignorant and cowardly public, the brutalized and innocent people, to bear such a weight? The demand is inconsiderate, the elitism is irresponsible, vain. Christ demands too much. To the point that one wonders whether he knows what he is dealing with, i.e. humanity. It is an extreme position. The Inquisitor goes on, because we, the serious and responsible elite, truly do love men, we have taken on our shoulders the burden of their freedom. And they deposited it at our feet with eagerness, relief, gratitude. They left it to us to tell the truth, to pronounce the rules of justice, to indicate a common object of worship. They knew that by simply agreeing to obey, by submitting, they would know the sweetness and comfort of no longer being responsible. This link between obedience and irresponsibility is something I shall return to. And we, men of the Church, betrayed your message out of love for them, out of pity for the humble, because we knew them to be incapable, powerless, fragile, and knew that what they asked for above all was the security of knowing that decisions were taken for them. True love means protecting rather than demanding the impossible. It means depriving of freedom those who are decidedly incapable of it. The old Inquisitor has finished his discourse. Christ remains silent. He casts a long look at this servant of his, slowly moves towards him and places a kiss on the bloodless lips of the old man. The Inquisitor is disturbed, but immediately pulls himself together. He points to the open door and says in a hoarse voice, "Leave, and never come back." The enigma of this last kiss. A kiss of pardon? You too proudly loved humanity, you deceived yourself by believing that in order to love men it was necessary to remove from them any source of anxiety. A kiss of gratitude? Of thanks for having offered humanity the salvation of irresponsibility? Or rather a kiss of rejection, ironic and biting? That is to be seen, but as an initial marker I shall keep in mind this provocation. Is such freedom really desirable? Or rather, perhaps, is it really, truly, authentically desired? The second marker is a simple historical one, the mark of a break. In her diary, under the date May 1967, Hannah Arendt copied a remark by Peter Ustinov that she had read in the 7th of February issue of The New Yorker: "For centuries, men were punished for having disobeyed. At Nuremberg, for the first time, men were punished for having obeyed. The repercussions of this precedent are only now beginning to make themselves felt." This trenchant assertion indicates from afar a historical change, one that Arendt herself attested to in coining her concept of the banality of evil, and that I shall refer to here as the reversal of monstrosities. We can start with the view that places disobedience alongside forms of wild rusticity, uncontrollable animality. To disobey is to manifest a part of stupid and brute animality within the self. Michel Foucault, in his lectures at the Collège de France in 1975, indicated that the abnormal a category that psychiatry constructed in the course of the 19th century with the aim of presenting itself as a vast project of political and moral hygiene, consisted partly of the incorrigible '5. The incorrigible were those individuals incapable of bending themselves to the norms of the collective, of accepting social rules and respecting public laws. They included, for example, unruly and lazy schoolboys incapable of following instructions, bad workers who slacked and botched, recalcitrant hoodlums, offenders who were constantly in and out of prison. Incorrigible individuals were those that the disciplinary apparatuses of school, church, factory, etc. were powerless to bring into line. They might well be controlled and punished, sanctioned in various ways, subjected to exercises, but they remained incapable of progress, unable to reform their nature and overcome their instincts. This incorrigibility arose from a source of rebel animality. To accept the mediation of laws, to resist the call of basic instinct, to do what another requires us to do, means reaching the plateau of normal humanity. Disobedience means letting oneself slide down the slope of savagery, giving into the facilities of anarchic instinct. If it is the animal in us that makes us disobey, then obeying means asserting our humanity. We can take up here the distinction that Kant makes between instruction and discipline in his reflections on education. 6 In the pedagogical context, instruction is apprenticeship in autonomy, the acquisition of a critical judgment, the reasoned control of basic understanding, rather than just passively swallowing information that can be subsequently recited by rote. But to reach that state, an initial moment of blind docility is needed, which Kant calls discipline. This is the moment that transforms animality into humanity, and it is on the basis of this blind obedience that one truly becomes a man. This moment, Kant insists, is temporary and negative-constrained, forcing, training, horses and dogs are broken in, and man, too, may be broken in, but it is nonetheless capital. 7 It provides a foundation on which autonomy can then be constructed. Above all, it must happen as early as possible. By discipline men are placed in subjection to the laws of mankind, and brought to feel their constraint. This, however, must be accomplished early. Children, for example, are first sent to school, not so much with the object of their learning something, but rather that they may become used to sitting still and doing exactly as they are told. 8. The statement looks incongruous. What is the main purpose of school? That there one learns to obey. There is no question here of accusing Kant, as if he had exalted blind and stupid obedience. He himself warns against this. Discipline should not be slavish, and his text on enlightenment carries a different lesson. 9 But I want here simply to bring out 2 or 3 points that are rather disturbing. First of all, the idea that unconditional obedience opens the way to the process of humanization, that it alone enables us to free ourselves from rebellious natural propensities, to tame instincts that are necessarily anarchistic, to stifle a source of savagery that is repugnant to all regularity. Unruliness consists in independence of law. 10 The first step must be learning to obey without reflection, since man is an animal who has need of a master. 11 Later on, it is natural to distinguish between voluntary obedience, which presupposes recognition of the superiority of the master, and absolute obedience, unconditional, automatic. 12 Voluntary obedience introduces an element of activity, freedom, adhesion. But, while Kant stresses the importance of this rational obedience, he still insists on the necessity of a blind obedience, putting forward an argument that is politically disturbing. This voluntary obedience is very important, but the former is very necessary, for it prepares the child for the fulfillment of laws that he will have to obey later, as a citizen, even though he may not like them. 13 Blind obedience prepares the future political subject to accept laws that he may not agree with. It educates for political resignation. Between Kant's remarks on education and Foucault's study of the incorrigibles, the idea persists that obedience raises the individual from the shadows of ignorance to the clarities of knowledge, from primitive impulses to rational mediations, from dense brute to civilized man. A transition from spontaneous, immediate, wild indocility to the internalization of common rules of life, to the civilized state. Disobedience would then constitute our original state, perhaps our nature, if by nature we are to understand that which links us with the beasts and the wolves. By immediate impulse we are refractory to rules. Early modernity read this primitive disobedience as the unrestrained rule of egoistic passions, the domination of brute instincts, the imperious immediacy of narcissistic desire. And the role of discipline is to oppose these with the patient mediations of reason and the social rules of common interest. The aim is to master the beast in us. Disciplinary obedience is the way that the principle of humanity is asserted in us. Once it is a matter of contrasting civilized man and, supposed, savagery, obedience is thought of as what humanizes us, and so disobedience is monstrous. The experience of the 20th century, of totalitarian regimes and genocides, has disturbed and upset, or rather fragmented and broken, this massive cultural self-evidence that closely connects the capacity to obey with the assertion of humanity. We need only take the example of Eichmann, the cold and impeccable coordinator of the death machine that brought the destruction of 6 million European Jews, and who, in the witness box at Jerusalem, could not understand why he should be condemned. I cannot be held responsible, as I do not see why I should be punished for having signed in accordance with Orders. 14 Or again the sinister Dutch, who managed with zeal, application, even abnegation, the S21 center where thousands of Cambodians were tortured to produce mad confessions before being eliminated. His very name in Cambodian means docile pupil. 15. Evasion, avoidance, disobedience, refusal are what might have made these impeccable managers of crime and horror human. In their defense, they proclaim to us the virtues lauded in courtrooms and in families: docility, application, precision, efficiency, loyalty, trustworthiness, meticulousness. They could be counted on for the work to be done, and indeed done well. But what work? The totalitarian experience of the 20th century has made us sensitive to an unprecedented monstrosity, that of the zealous functionary, the impeccable executant. Monsters of obedience. I call this a second modernity, as the reason that governs their behavior is no longer that of rights and values, universalism and sense. It is technical reason, efficient, productive and useful. The reason of industry and the masses, of administration and offices. Managerial reason, the cold, anonymous, icy, impersonal rationality of calculation and order. It is no longer a matter of the old utopian call to listen and follow the voice of universal reason rather than remain under the servitude of primitive instincts. No, what is involved here is making oneself an automaton. In the perspective of this second modernity, the opposition is no longer between man and animal, but between man and machine. And suddenly it is disobedience that humanizes. Two beginnings, therefore, a provocation, the speech of Dostoevsky's Inquisitor, liberty is dizzying, a burden that people seek above all to free themselves from, and a historical marker, the reversal of monstrosities. But I will also propose something else, this time a methodological thread, as a perspective on which to build, what I call here the ethics of politics. As has been said, I am not proposing a historical study of disobedience, focusing on particular historical sequences, in order to bring to light, by way of this or that act of rebellion, the dynamic of revolts, and seeking to infer from these general laws. Nor am I proposing a reflection in terms of political sociology on the structuration of forms of disobedience and their historical and social diversity. And still less a transcendental study on the philosophical foundation of the act of disobedience, its final legitimacy and intrinsic rationality. I want to present the problem of disobedience from the perspective of an ethics of politics. And I deliberately use the term ethics rather than morality here. It was Machiavelli who defined and structured the relationship between morality and politics. In the end, the scandal of the closing chapters of The Prince was to make it clear that anyone who seeks to maintain themselves in power is forced to use methods that will make any remotely scrupulous conscience hesitate and tremble. Machiavelli's book exploded the tradition of the medieval literature, expressed in various mirrors of princes, that depicted the ideal monarch and catalogued the virtues of the good ruler. The imperatives of political action, production of results, speed, efficiency, taking account of public opinion, mediatization, electoralism, go against the values of justice, sincerity, loyalty, transparency, etc. When a politician speaks of morality, he is still doing politics. Virtues are good as window dressing, posture, outward show. and politics is nothing but the art of remaining in power. By speaking of ethics in politics, I aim to take a different approach, that of the political subject. What I here call ethics is the way in which each person relates to themselves, constructs a certain relationship on the basis of which they authorize themselves to accomplish some act, to do this rather than that. 16 The ethics of the subject is the way in which each person constructs themselves and operates. To make matters clearer, I will take Foucault's example of conjugal fidelity. 17 In the use of pleasure and the care of the self, Foucault studies the sexuality of the ancient world from the angle of what he calls an ethic of the subject of pleasures. In a very general way, for him this involves first of all challenging certain clichés, for example the idea that the pagans had a much freer sexuality than ourselves, more developed, less censored, more polymorphic and sunny. It is easy to imagine that antiquity, and ancient Greece in particular, experienced a golden age of sexuality, which was ended first of all by the Christian doctrine of the flesh, and followed later by a prudish and repressed bourgeois morality, which some writers have linked to the development of industrial capitalism and its obsession with utility and productivity. For Foucault, however, there was no need to wait for Christian sermons or bourgeois morality to understand that sexual debauchery presents risks, that conjugal fidelity is much to be recommended, that the love of boys is a dangerous game. Plato, the Pythagoreans and the Stoics had already conveyed these lessons, to the point that the Christian fathers could draw their severest precepts from these texts. But does this mean that sexuality has always been structured by prohibition? No, rather that homosexual love, unleashed sexuality, extramarital relations and so on have always been a problem, without necessarily being an object of prohibition. To take one example, why remain faithful? An initial response could be the need for a masculine relationship to oneself. When a man is a responsible householder, and a citizen participating in the life of the city and the government of others, he has to show these others that he is capable of this domination. Conjugal fidelity testifies to an active political relationship to oneself. Or again, adultery is rejected because the marital relationship demands reciprocal attention, trust and solicitude. This was the Stoic interpretation in the Roman era, the moment that Paul Vane calls the invention of the couple, a new idea. 18 In the name of what I owe to my partner, in the name of the stability of the couple, I do not want to be unfaithful. But it is also possible to say that sexuality is an inescapable defilement, the stigma of original sin, yet necessary to multiply God's people, its only acceptable form being that of a sexuality restricted to its reproductive function in the framework of marriage. In this case, infidelity is quite simply prohibited. Finally, one might also see fidelity as a social norm, which has to be respected in order to appear as normal. We see therefore that it is possible to adopt the same behavior, conjugal fidelity, on the basis of different ethical styles. And it is in the same manner that we can put the question, what relationship to self is the basis for respecting or transgressing public law? What are the general ethical forms of obedience and disobedience? How can we distinguish between submission, subordination, conformity, consent and obligation, or again, between rebellion, resistance, transgression, civil disobedience and civic dissidence? Does describing those who submit, consent or conform involve anything more than making psychological portraits? The science of psychology, for its part, establishes determinisms of the subject, physiological, environmental, familial, etc. Ethics, however, is an anti-psychology, and the different forms I shall present are variations in ethical style. Obeying and disobeying means giving form to one's freedom. Chapter 1. From submission to rebellion. We can start, at one extreme of ethical stylization, with what I shall call here submission. Submission is the initial self-evidence, the starting paradigm. Why do you obey? Because you are forced to submit, because it is impossible to do otherwise. There is an untarnished clarity in this iron relationship. The person who obeys par excellence is the slave. By submission, I understand an obedience of pure constraint. You obey someone who possesses a gun or a whip, the power of decision over your career, even over life and death. The master, the foreman, the capo, the hierarchical superior, the boss. To submit is to be imprisoned by a power relationship that subjugates, enforces compliance, alienates in the strict sense of the term. Submitted in this way, I am in complete dependence on the other, another who commands, decides, shouts orders, breaks backs and wills. I then simply passively execute what is demanded of me by this other, outside and above me. Neither my own will, nor an internal motion, nor a living spontaneity nor any movement of my own, can intervene as the basis of my action, the starting point of my gestures. Submitted. This is perhaps the purest and strongest meaning of obedience, a relationship, directed, dominated, commanded, governed, etc., that forces me to act according to the will of another, such that I remain passive even when I act. The paradoxical formula of subjection, to make passivity and activity simultaneously possible in one individual. Look at those who struggle in these bonds, the worker at her machine, straining to keep up an impossible pace, the petty official in his office madly zealous in applying confused directives, the employee exhausting herself and being reactive. All are busy exerting themselves. But this agitation is simply the obverse of a complete passivity. Why do the submitted obey? They cannot do otherwise, being less strong and less powerful. Why do you obey? Because you cannot disobey. The reason for the obedience of the submitted lies in the unreason of blind violence and relations of force. We find here a figure that political thought has investigated at least since Aristotle, the slave. The slave, says Aristotle at the start of his Politics, is the property of another, a living commodity, ktma emsukan, an executant '1. This already means that he does not belong to himself. His body, his movements, his very life are the property of the master. He is a tool, an instrument in other hands, a commodity that is exchanged and resold, whose owner disposes of him as he sees fit, having the enjoyment of him and able to use and abuse him at will. Someone who does not belong to themselves, an executant without initiative, is a slave. The slave does not initiate anything, he is not at the origin of anything. The movements of his arms, the gestures of his body, are simply the echo, the replica, the reaction, the consequence of an imperative and primary word that looms over him. The slave does not originate anything, he follows and executes the orders of another. Aristotle's text is only an opportunity, and I am not speaking of slavery as a historically determinate condition, one that history shows can be variable and diverse. 3 I am simply constructing here the paradigm of a reduction to powerlessness, and envisaging slavery as dependence. The slavery of a thing is the fact that it is subject to an external cause. In contrast, liberty consists not in being subject to this, but in being free. 4 In this broad sense, I include the slaves of antiquity who could be exchanged for amphorae, the serfs of the Middle Ages who wrested a tiny pittance from endless labor on the lands of others, the workers in the great factories of the 19th century who toiled for a miserly wage, and today's indebted who purchased the right to live, to have a roof over their head, to feed and bring up their children, to be integrated, as we say, at the price of permanent tiredness and indefinite anxiety, while an indecent elite can earn in a few days what they could never save up in a lifetime. 5. Why do the submitted obey? Because they cannot do otherwise. Because it is impossible for them to disobey, the sanction would be immediate and impossible to bear. Humiliated, dismissed, beaten, excluded, disqualified, it would cost them too much. Too much of the risk. They obey because the cost of disobedience is not bearable. Basically, the only reason for obeying is the impossibility of disobeying. Submission rests on an arbitrary and unbalanced relationship of forces, on the injustice of a hierarchical relationship. The slave silently executes the orders of his master. The serf tills the lands of his lord until he drops, the worker accepts an unbearable pace of work, the employee grits his teeth at the haughty criticism of his superior. How can they do otherwise? At the same time, submission can contain as its future obverse a promise of revolt or rebellion. The submitted await their moment. They observe the master's weaknesses, note the fragilities and lines of fracture, ready to leap and reverse the situation. I am narrowing the concept of submission here. If I say that this balance of forces is historical, contingent, transitory, reversible, simply a de facto situation, then submission, reluctant obedience, contains its opposite within it, revenge. From the moment that the submitted manage to unite and plot against their masters, as soon as they feel and construct their collective strength, then the war can begin again. Rebellion, rebellum, war resumes, the formerly defeated rise up. Or again. Considering so many revolutions that have miscarried, insurrections ruined, battles again recuperated, useless struggles, the submitted tell themselves that their powerlessness has no limits, then it costs them too much blood and unhappiness to believe a reversal of their condition is possible, so that no other choice remains than to prefer the sweetness of resignation to painful disappointments and the anguish of broken dreams, in other words, the acceptance of submission as a permanent state. Or else, the submitted tell themselves, because they have been taught to say it, to repeat it, to hear and articulate it, at school and in the family, that, after all, these social inequalities are natural, that the superiority of the boss is based on his natural talents, intelligence, probity, or again, in the particular case of political obedience, that it is just as well to submit to public laws, even if they do not suit us, because disobedience amounts to anarchy, the egoistic demand of one's own self-interest. 6 Or else a well-practiced discourse seeks to discourage insubmission, without taking on the guise of resigned defeat. But just wake up, you premature rebels, shake off the illusion of a transformation and dust down your dreams. The hierarchies that you challenge were only constructed for this social order, which you challenge yet have benefited from since birth, and today you say no because you dislike such and such a law. But you yourselves agreed, freely and from the start, to obey laws in general. This society gives you political rights, so then stand up as much as you like to voice your disagreement, vote for other representatives, but above all, respect the rules of the political game as established for the general concord, public peace, the good of all. In this discourse we hear yet another figure of obedience, agreement to the Republican Pact. 7 Faced with this, and even with respectful obedience, recognition of authority, the concept of submission, in its harshness and crispness, has always acted as a political demystifier. What the great political demystifiers, from Plato's Thrasymachus, via Machiavelli to Marx, denounce as the attempt systematically to hide this relationship of submission. 8. Some would have us believe that political obedience involves free and voluntary affiliation, or rests on a basis of silent and admiring recognition. The little discourse of political demystification gives this the lie. Please just stop, you thinkers of political affiliation, stop maintaining in your boudoir of quiet comfortable libraries that our political obedience is rational and legitimate, that our rulers govern us for our own good, and that, when we rebel against laws that only organize the profit of an elite, we are philosophically wrong to disobey. These demonstrations are smokescreens, whereas the only reality is that of an injustice imposed by violence, and we obey only because the price of disobedience is clearly unbearable, the spilling of blood, automatic humiliation, preordained defeat. Yes, submission in this sense is a vector of political demystification, as it is a matter of showing, behind the smoky constructions, the grain of reality of injustice and violence. Disobeying means resuming the war, this silent war that has never ended, but continues beneath the veneer of civil peace. 9. The formidable ambiguity is that this concept of submission, at the same time as acting as a vector of political demystification, invalidating the theme of a citizen's obedience or an acknowledging docility, also constitutes a vector of ethical mystification. 10. We can go back to Aristotle's formulas: the slave is an acquired good, an instrument, organon, an executant, 1253b 1254a. This should be understood as meaning that his body accomplishes the will of another, but his soul in no way participates in the sense of what he performs. The only reason why the slave obeys is that he is given an order, which presupposes a break, a scission. I do what another tells me to do. And here the possibility opens up of an ethical exploitation of the division between soul and body. The submission that exploits this separation of soul and body can take at least two forms. The first of these can be called deferential submission. This is a matter of saying, when the subservient multiply outward signs of servility, when they exaggerate their bows and intensify the pose of humility, they still retain, inwardly, a pitiless critical judgment. The submitted listen seriously and with deep respect to the list of commandments, while secretly calculating the possibility of evasion, compensating in advance with a slimy and sticky obsequiousness for their future laziness and profound contempt. This is deferential submission, the first ethical exploitation of the soul/body separation, the dramatizing of signs of servitude to mask a concrete disobedience that is hidden, sporadic, and above all to mask a definitive contempt. Here, the submitted have not internalized their servitude, they tolerate it, and let the boss believe that they recognize his superiority, which is all that he expects. In this entire game, this social duplication, what James C. Scott calls the hidden discourse, it is hard to measure exactly the function of the noisy externalizing of the forms of servitude that serves only to screen concrete non-servitude. 11 Is it a preparation for future struggles, by storing up social contempt and, far indeed from internalizing inferiority, cultivating within the spirit of revenge, or is it simply a safety valve, a symbolic release of tension that permits the perpetuation of inequalities, inasmuch as no imaginary revenge has ever challenged the consistency of hierarchies? Nonetheless, from Molière through to Balzac, literature is full of these obsequious lackeys who ridicule their master once his back is turned, all of them servile beings who feed the vanity of the masters so as to obey as little as possible. The more dangerous tendency in political terms, however, is another ethical exploitation of the body/soul division, or a new form of the schema of obedience, in which the submitted obey blindly. They know nothing of the purpose, the destination, the goal, nothing of the meaning of what they are asked to do, and perhaps they even don't want to know. They carry out orders, act without any intention of their own, for the benefit of another, on behalf of the will, the decision, the responsibility of this other. Here, the agent is not the author of his actions. A separation: I act thus, I do this, but it is really not me. I am simply the agent, the mechanical arm, the calculating brain, the automatic movement, but in no case the decision or the judgment. Why have you done this? I had orders. Which means, I did not take the initiative, I scarcely had a choice of means. I am not the author of what I do. A mere agent. And therefore, I am not responsible. Here we can see the trick of ethical mystification, that moment at which, in fact, I no longer submit to submission, but exploit it in order to make it a lever of justification in my own eyes and for others, for my conscience and for the world, for history and for future generations. Do people always submit to this degree? We should not exaggerate the cost of disobedience with a view to shedding responsibility and proclaiming to oneself and others, "Of course I am part of this iniquitous system," helping it to operate at my petty level, low-grade employee, junior executive, secretary, petty administrator, minor shareholder, always and almost proudly, for once, petty. But what margin of maneuver do you think I have, what scope for action? It's this or the door, obedience or exclusion, docility or dismissal. How can you imagine that I agree with what I do, that it amuses me to participate in the drying up of humanity, in fueling social despair, degrading a bit further an asphyxiated nature, ruining people's lives? But there you have it. I am simply a slave of the system that I decry without having the means to combat it. My arm acts, my intelligence is at work, my body moves, my brain calculates. But that is not me, it's not me speaking and moving, not even me thinking, only my organs animated by someone else. And it is quite comfortable, after all, to be able to shed responsibility in this way. What a relief to tell myself that there was nothing I could do, or rather, that what I did was really not me. I am not responsible, I obeyed orders. Chapter 2. Surplus Obedience. We are in the midst of the Renaissance, in southwest France. A text circulates from hand to hand, a manuscript. It is passed between literati, scholars, humanists. A feverish, nervous, provocative writing. Montaigne receives it and is deeply struck. He even envisages for a moment placing it at the heart of his own essays, making it the central pillar of his work, arranging his chapters around it, like a sun of meaning. Subsequently, he has second thoughts. The text has meanwhile been published, under the title Contran, in a Calvinist journal, and Montaigne fears that giving it a place of honor in his book would be seen as support for Reformation ideas. The history of this text is bound up with its political uses. It was reprinted in 1835 after a long silence, in an age of social revolutions, with a preface by Félicité de Lamennais, in the wake of a wave of insurrections in Paris and Lyon, then presented by Pierre Leroux in his Revue Sociale, 1847, as a sign of political protest, and republished again, with major contributions from iconoclastic political thinkers, Miguel Abençour, Claude Lefort, Pierre Clastres, etc., in the 1970s. What lay at the origin of this outburst? The author was a very young man, somewhere between 16 and 18 years of age. The nature of the text is still debated today, a brilliant dissertation, overflowing with rhetorical paradoxes, by a very gifted student? For what the text presents in the form of discourse is indeed a paradox, the defense of a monstrous hypothesis. Or is it a bold political satire, a committed writing? It was contemporary with the great rebellions in Guiana. Montaigne writes of this treatise and its author in his chapter on friendship. He wrote it in the form of an essay, in earliest youth, to honor liberty against tyrants. 3. For my part, I see Contran as an address. It is written in the manner of a lengthy and raging appeal, with a repeating you. Not a rigorous and analytic demonstration, not exactly a treatise. Rather, a provocation. The text is a cry of stupor, amazement, surprise, anger and rage. La Boétie is indeed the Rimbaud of political thought, complete with a proliferation of exclamation marks. 4. What is the object of this indignation, this scandal? Montaigne speaks of a text against tyrants. Which leads one to say, this is a pamphlet that denounces the abuses of despotic governments, condemning the terror and arbitrariness of autocratic regimes. Yet everything is strikingly out of kilter, to the point of becoming enigmatic. The target of the author's anger is displaced. We are familiar with classical discourse, The infamous and bloody Greek tyrants cursed by Plato and the Gorgias, Roman emperors from Nero to Heliogabalus described by Tacitus or Suetonius as sinister swine, abysses of perversity and cruelty. Political thought regularly echoes with the groaning of oppressed populations, stifled under despots who reduce them to misery and unhappiness. The same political desolation runs right through history. A people are crushed by a ruler who despoils and gags, martyrs and censures them. Sufficient material indeed for indignant and moralizing stupefaction. The scandal is how these tyrants can be so terribly vicious, cruel, absolute. This is what La Boétie says. I should like merely to understand how it happens that so many men, so many villages, so many cities, so many nations, sometimes suffer under a single tyrant. 5. The entire reversal is contained in this opening sentence. 6. But oh, good Lord! What strange phenomenon is this? What name shall we give it? What is the nature of this misfortune? What vice is it, or, rather, what degradation? To see an endless multitude of people suffer plundering, wantonness, cruelty, not from an army, not from a barbarian horde, on account of whom they must shed their blood and sacrifice their lives, but from a single man, not from a Hercules nor from a Samson, but from a single little man. Too frequently this same little man is the most cowardly and effeminate in the nation. 7. Simone Weil, in her commentary on this text, speaks of aberrations of the political body. 8. That the heavier should prevail over the lighter, the stronger subject over the weaker, and the many crush the few, seem self-evident truths that everyone can experience and no one would seek to question. Except in relations of political power. Human political history is a sure demonstration of the opposite. A tiny elite hold entire populations in their fist. The enigma of power. If one man fights against 20 in the street, he will most likely be left for dead on the pavement. But on a single sign from a white man, 20 Indo-Chinese coolies can be successively whipped by 1 or 2 foremen. 9. This is the question from which we should start. Be neither amazed nor frightened that the soul of the despot can harbor devilish tendencies, and do not pronounce long moralizing litanies on the depths of evil, but instead be surprised by something else. How is it that people obey, whereas, if they all banded together, collectively, they would clearly cast off the yoke? Here Simone Weil offers an initial response when she writes, "The people submit not despite having the numbers, but because they do have the numbers." 10. If the majority are silent, this is above all because it is hard for them to find a single voice. They are silent because too immediately cacophonic. The organization of masses, immediate agreement on the same project, a common breath, remain the exception. The first necessity, in order to be heard, is to silence all the challenges. Rumor runs swiftly, and it is a matter of dignity not to let oneself be deceived by one's neighbor. On the contrary, a small number organize, plot and weld together. The elite have an immediate solidarity. 11. A people only feel their strength when they no longer have anything to lose. But perhaps this is too psychological? Is it not enough to say that the submitted obey precisely because they are submitted, in other words, constrained by force, prisoners of fear? And yet even if there is a balance of forces, it is unequal for the tyrant, as we have seen, one against the multitude, one single man, who is not a demigod endowed with Herculean strength, not any prodigy in this respect. But this single man has at his disposal armed forces, a police, a class justice, professional censors, informers. And it is here in La Boétie's text that the use of you reaches a peak. Where has he acquired enough eyes to spy upon you if you do not provide them yourselves? How can he have so many arms to beat you with if he does not borrow them from you? The feet that trample down your cities, where does he get them if they are not your own? 12. And yet, pointing out that spies, guards and officials are recruited among the people only means shifting the problem back. For we can again say, realize at last that tyranny is the construction of a pyramid of submission. Each person fearfully obeys his hierarchical superior, right up to the tyrant who alone decides. But this vertical representation masks the horizontal chain of complicities, and the portion of pleasurable condolence that each is offered in a tyrannical regime. The main reason why people tolerate being tyrannized is that they are offered the pleasure of themselves tyrannizing others. The despot subdues his subjects, some of them by means of others. 13. What gives tyranny a hold is its democratic structure. Each tyrannized person takes revenge for their condition by themselves being tyrannical towards others, with the result that the relationship of obedience, far from forming two separate groups, rulers and ruled, pervades the entire social body, and all are complicit in it, each taking their share of pleasure from being authorized to act the tyrant towards another. 14. We could also cite more classic reasons, and La Boétie gives these as well: the bestializing of the people, who are distracted and diverted by the proliferation of taverns and brothels, games and simple pleasures. But there is also habit. Servitude becomes with time a second nature, people lose even the desire, taste and memory of freedom. Thus custom becomes the first reason for voluntary servitude. 15 But the evocation of instances of pleasure overturns these traditional schemas of explanation in terms of fear and habit. Laboati also evokes the possibility of a more substantial adhesion, almost a fervor. At this point his text becomes ironic, violent, even unjust and insulting. The women whom the tyrant rapes, you give to him voluntarily, the productions that he taxes are those that you offer him, and you yourselves nourish the children whom he sends to war. 16 All participate actively and enthusiastically in their own despoiling. The exaggeration here is not merely rhetorical. It helps to bring out a point of inflection in obedience, the moment of irrational acceptance over and above objective constraint, the point at which individuals commit to their own submission with energy and desire. I see you, Laboati writes, not merely obeying, but driven to servility, the people obeying so easily and so willingly that one is led to say, on beholding such a situation, that this people has not so much lost its liberty as won its enslavement. 17 Later in the century, Spinoza would write, I see everywhere people fighting for their enslavement as if it was a matter of salvation for them. 18 We should not look in Contron for a call to a general uprising. Within the horizon of submission, it is natural to appeal for a reversal in the balance of forces, for revolt. But if obedience is not, or not only, the product of external constraint, the real revolution must begin with an internal divestment. We do not find in Laboati's text any rallying cry, any kind of all united against the monster. And yet Montaigne wrote that this treatise was indeed written against tyrants. What must be resisted is not power in its established forms, but above all our own desire to obey, our adoration of the leader, because it is precisely this desire, this adoration, that give him his hold. A similar assertion recurs, I do not ask you to take up arms, but simply to stop creating and maintaining this power by the pledges you give it, the credit that you constantly grant it. It is not necessary to deprive him of anything, but simply to give him nothing. 19 In other words, the point is not to wrest something from power, but first of all to stop, above all stop providing, stop giving power even more than it demands. The basic proposal could be summed up more or less as follows, I do not even ask you to disobey, simply that you begin to stop obeying, at least to cease surplus obedience. This would be an explosive definition of liberty, far removed from legal or social determinations. Liberty is a right, liberty is material condition. First and foremost, liberty is an ethical disposition. Which is why Laboati strikingly says that it is enough to desire liberty in order immediately to have it. 20 To be free essentially means wanting to be free. What is frightening is that liberty in this respect lies at the base of our responsibility. It is nothing other than this foundation. We are not responsible because we are free, but free because we are responsible. Which is why what we spontaneously desire are the forms of our servitude, and we accommodate ourselves to these. Liberty is the only joy upon which men do not seem to insist, for surely if they really wanted it they would receive it. 21 Another provocation. Tell this to journalists imprisoned by authoritarian regimes for crimes of opinion. Tell it to the new slaves of productivity, tell the disinherited of globalization that to be free they need only want to be so. To be free, Laboati insists, means first of all emancipating ourselves from the desire to obey, drying up in ourselves the passion for docility, ceasing to work on our own alienation, silencing in ourselves the little interior discourse that legitimizes in advance the power that crushes us. It is not that power mystifies us, rather we mystify it. How does he have any power over you except through you? He has indeed nothing more than the power that you confer upon him to destroy you. 22 From this radical definition follows a proposal for disobedience, one that we could call ascetic submission. Laboati lets us envisage how one form of disobedience would be obedience a minima, an obedience calculated to the millimeter, an obedience that makes a perpetual effort to reduce itself, to make itself as slim as possible, to systematically reduce the share of imbecilic zeal that his treatise denounces. It has often been repeated that submission is a balance of forces that makes disobedience impossible, unreasonable, too costly. What I call here ascetic submission taking ascetic in the Greek sense of exercise, and so understanding by it a submission performed on oneself by oneself, thus not in the sacrificial sense of renunciation, is the state in which the individual strives to calculate, in what he is demanded to do, an obedience a minima. 23 Obey, yes, since the objective situation imposes this, but seeking each time to make the execution of the order the least complete, the most tardy, the most effective possible, to the very limit of sabotage. Obedience with bad grace, ill will. This is not disobeying actively, rather obeying as badly as possible. We call it ascetic submission to make clear that it is not mere passive negligence or inertia, even if such inertia can represent an explosive force of resistance, as we see for example with Melville's character Bartleby, who, without ever disobeying, would prefer not to rather a work of purification by which I seek to eliminate everything in my obedience that could signify the beginning of acceptance. 24. Jacques Semelin uses the term civil resistance to denote these acts of peaceful resistance. 25 He lists a series of inventive forms of resistance, which do not use brute force yet constitute strategies of non-cooperation that are available to civilian populations, without these actions ever appearing as acts of open revolt, overt rebellion. He cites, for example, the advice to the occupied, a leaflet distributed under the Vichy regime, "Be correct with them, but do not go beyond their desires." 26 At greater length, the Ten Commandments of a Dane, published at the time that Denmark became a German satellite, laid down, "You must do poor work for the Germans, you must practice working slow for the Germans, you must destroy all tools that could be useful for the Germans, you must try to destroy everything that may be profitable for the Germans, you must slow down all transport to Germany, you must boycott German newspapers and films, you must not buy from German shops." 27 This is not a call to arms, it is still remaining obedient. But the idea is to discourage everything that could lead onto a path of acceptance, never anticipate the desire of the ruler, telling yourself that after all, since you are objectively submitted, you may as well try to get the maximum benefit from the situation by putting on a good show. In speaking of resistance to Nazi occupation, people spontaneously think of the heroism of armed maquisards blowing up bridges or trains, or launching surprise attacks on isolated German battalions. Striking actions like these fuel the imagination of resistance. Jacques Semelin's book, however, underlines the importance and even effectiveness of less visible and sometimes silent forms of resistance: boycotts, going slow at work, resigning in the case of civil servants, calculated negligence, systematic schwackism. 28 Between open collaboration and armed resistance there is a third way, an intermediate behavior, certainly an accommodation to the situation of submission, but a grudging accommodation. Obedience becomes unwilling, disengaged, carrying out orders in the poorest possible spirit, and resistant. Objective submission against a background of subjective resistance, how to obey without collaborating, how to retain dignity despite submitting, how to maintain, in the midst of a situation of occupation, one's moral integrity and ethical identity. Rebels in spirit learn to act as if they had submitted. 29. This excess that the ascetic submitted reject is precisely for La Boétie what gives political power its hold. I see you, La Boétie writes, not merely obeying, but driven to servility. 30 Servility is more than obedience, it means giving pledges, anticipating desires, obeying as well as possible, making one's obedience the expression of gratitude, justifying the orders one is given, what can be called surplus obedience. The history of thought gives examples of other surplus concepts. This term means, for a given content, an excess in relation to its initial determination, its original functionality. In Capital, Marx writes of surplus labor and surplus value. Surplus labor is the amount of effort spent by the worker over and above what he has already produced as value for the purpose of restoring his bodily strength, his vital energy. Surplus labor thus creates the surplus value that goes into the pockets of the bosses. Kantorowicz speaks of the king's surplus body, the eternal, mystical substance of royalty that guarantees its permanence through the physical succession of monarchs. 31 And for a final example, Foucault expresses what he calls surplus knowledge. A knowledge that, over and above the capacities of objective cognition, gives the person who possessed it a surplus power in excess of that which mere scientific competence bestows. 32. La Boétie's Treatise on Voluntary Servitude is the first major text on surplus obedience. Each person always obeys more than is genuinely required by the situation of submission. And it is this excess that gives political power its hold. If individuals had simply and solely submitted, this power would last no more than a few seconds. I do not ask that you place hands upon the tyrant to topple him over, but simply that you support him no longer, then you will behold him, like a great colossus whose pedestal has been pulled away, fall of his own weight and break into pieces. 33. We can end with the passage from La Boétie that is perhaps cited, commented on and mulled over more than any other. Yet it is so common that one must grieve the more and wonder the less at the spectacle of a million men serving in wretchedness, their necks under the yoke, not constrained by a greater multitude than they, but simply, it would seem, delighted and charmed by the name of one man alone. 34. What is this new miracle? At this point, Thought hesitates and we are reduced to hypotheses. Let us call it social narcissism, a tendency of the principle of incarnation, or perhaps an imaginary relationship to power. The root of idolatry is the desire to feel oneself existing elsewhere, to enjoy at a distance a luminous existence, to feel oneself someone, by and through the worship of those set above. This is not a solitary admiration. Worship is the foundation of communities, and crowds love to worship, sensing the vibration of a we. This is the we of peoples proud of themselves and their history, the we of communities, aesthetic, political, religious, in solidarity and pride. The magical substance and unity of this we are given authenticity by the autocrat, solitary and remote, whose mystical aura is simply the projection of this common worship, delighted and charmed by the name of one man alone. The philosophers of the social contract, as we shall discuss below, had imagined an initial state of humanity marked by discord, division, war and misery. 35 In the absence of a state, isolated individuals, unhappy and distrustful, found it hard to survive. Hobbes's war of all against all. They wrested themselves from this state of misery by a social pact, a rational decision to live together, the establishment of a single, unquestioned authority, the unanimous commitment to obey common laws. This is the rational characterization of the production of social unity, a transition from disorder to order, from violent passion to peaceful reason, from scattered and savage multitude to civilized people. The birth of the state. It is true that La Boétie also writes of the power that you give to the sovereign. But the obedience he discusses is not the rational transfer of natural rights that Hobbes describes, for example, one that makes people prefer security to liberty. La Boétie deduces obedience from a relationship of fascination in which the social body forms itself as one on the basis of a common worship, worshipping itself in its prostration. The tyrant here is the inverted figure of the scapegoat. People band into a community in order to worship rather than to hate. But can a community feel united, solidary, alive, otherwise than by the promotion of a leader who represents and embodies it, or else the designation of a monster that it execrates? Is it possible for a group to enjoy itself other than through these waves of idolatrous allegiance, a burning current of adoration, all this emotion directed at a single object? A hot, palpitating, mystical mass? All united. How are these moments of communion paid for? By the loss of any critical power. And to undo mystification there is no other road than friendship. Nature has cast us all in the same mold in order that we may behold in one another companions. 36 Friendship is always an individual process. It may well lead to a network, but this is never all-encompassing, and is completely opposed to dissolution in a single fusion. Friendship is a war machine against communities of obedience. It is nourished by disputes, concessions, sharing, where it works by achieving by the common and mutual statement of our thoughts a communion of our wills. 37 As soon as people speak, they stop blindly. Since Socrates at least, philosophy has championed the idea of truth as dialogue, as a stumbling symbolic commerce, but this stumbling is a remedy against power. I do not mean a truth that is silently contemplated, dogma, but truths that people exchange with one another. Each person holds a bit of truth that they try to exchange with a companion in dialogue, truth being in the end nothing more than what is exchanged throughout the process. Friendship excludes dissolution in a single people, a single prince or a single nation. It is woven from bits of truth that people circulate. To emerge from the silent fascination with images, of imaginary mirrorings, a single people equals a tyrant, we have to weave a network of societies of friends, plural, scattered, discussing bitterly but without hatred, forever polishing their disagreements by each rubbing their soul against the discourse of others. Friendship in the style of antiquity is this all ones, as La Boétie says, rather than the all one, and it is this that preserves us from tyrannies. Nature, he writes in conclusion, has revealed in every possible manner her intention, not so much to make us all united as to make us all ones. 38 It is over and above nature that politics, based on the obedience of all, has invented this fanatical unity. Chapter 3. From Subordination to the Right of Resistance. I shall return briefly once more to the relationship of submission, even if La Boétie's text has overturned this. I have in any case shown its power of demystification. The relationship of economic submission is a stubborn reality that political thought tries to have us forget, by making a fuss about appearances, whereas what is involved is the concrete character of relations between the state and individuals, relations of force. With Marx, if not already with Thrasymachus in Book 1 of the Republic, we should be clear that, at bottom, these relationships of forced submission constitute the kernel of historical reality. 1 And political obedience, respect for the laws, whatever is said or invented, is never more than the result of an armed police and a judicial system at its service, or more secretly, of this silent internalization in the form of moral education, in other words of symbolic violence. 2. I shall return now to Aristotle's text on slavery, in Book 1 of his Politics, having been diverted from it by announcing in advance that submission is a historical balance of forces, and therefore reversible, which is why rejection of submission is already its opposite and near future, its revenge. But Aristotle raises another question, whether the distribution of superiority and inferiority does not after all follow from natural differences of level. 3 And, rather than saying that the respective situation of rulers and ruled, leaders and subjected, bosses and workers, depends on a historical balance of forces, being in other words precarious, arbitrary, contingent, and that, in the end, its source and origin lie in an unjustifiable and remote violence, so that obedience would be always both provisional and enforced, we should perhaps say that hierarchies are based in nature, that the difference between inferior and superior is inscribed in a cosmic scale, that the division between commander and commanded, governor and governed, forms part of the perfection of a natural or divine order, a harmonic perfection that inequalities simply realize. This discourse will, of course, immediately be identified, in our egalitarian post-revolutionary culture, as reactionary, conservative. But it is possible to perpetuate the idea of natural slavery by saying, well, in the end, let's accept it, differences of talent between individuals are innate and unchangeable. Intelligence, the ability or desire to take initiatives, methodical rigor, innovating energy, are qualities apportioned in an unequal fashion. And, for a firm to function, for a dynamic to develop, decision-makers have to be designated among those best endowed, good executives appointed, social roles fulfilled according to each person's nature. After all, some people are born to command while others would be mediocre, counterproductive, catastrophic in positions of great responsibility, even if they show themselves excellent at performing. Each person should after all have their proper place, and it is only natural that there are differences. The idea is that the place each person occupies is effectively deduced from their nature. There clearly remains the problem of knowing how the best are to be spotted, what criteria to use for selection, given that Aristotle states that it is an everyday experience to see free men in the bodies of slaves and slaves in the bodies of free men. 4. But, if hierarchies are in fact natural, they require a particular style of obedience, subordination, which presupposes not only the existence, objectivity, naturalness of this order, but also, on the part of the subject, a movement of acknowledgement of the authority, superiority, legitimacy of the person who commands. This has nothing in common with the unhappy, chafing, constrained obedience of the submitted. After all, the form of power that we call authority imposed without constraint or violence, despite presupposing an indisputable and non-negotiable hierarchical relationship, is expressed in the little discourse of the subordinate who overflows with gratitude. Yes, I recognize the superiority of the person in command, their competence, expertise, knowledge, experience, etc. I recognize the legitimacy of the leader, the rightness of the hierarchy, and I will not allow myself to question their orders or directives. 5. To illustrate this style of obedience, we have the figure of the child, frail but insistent, a self-evident example, but also an extreme one. Political thought, surreptitiously but systematically, likes to see the parental relationship as the embodiment of the relation of authority. Why? Because nothing is more naturally legitimate, nothing more intuitively founded, than the child's obedience to parents concerned for its education and well-being. This is the natural obedience of the family, anchored in an immanent, almost biologically constituted, community. Whereas the figure of the slave attracts a whole imaginary of violence, obedience obtained by blood and tears, reducing the individual to a survival stripped of dignity, and we still need to ask, who are the new slaves today? The figure of the child suggests an obedience that is gentle and deferential. Docility, subordination allows us to imagine, even beyond the child as object of parental solicitude, that there are or perhaps might be slaves and masters, leaders and subordinates, rulers and ruled, who are natural in their positions. Obedience, then, no longer means bowing under a constraint that forces one to tolerate the intolerable, but rather calmly conforming to this order that gives everyone their due place, hierarchically in a fulfilling harmony. This is the order that Augustine calls Concordia Ordinata. 6. To obey is to find one's true place, to settle down, to be comfortable there. A political utopia, a dream of children who obey loving parents, parents who surround their offspring with affection and protection, a dream of slaves obeying masters who are good yet not indulgent, strict but just, who firmly rule their households so as to ensure a prosperity that in the end will benefit all, a dream of employees who obey without argument the orders of a superior whom they say knows how to make the place tick, and who, thanks to the vast profits made, will regularly receive bonuses. And why not dream also of subjects obeying a monarch endowed with every virtue, a stickler for justice, wise, and able by his example and his action to ensure social concord, of citizens who respect laws promulgated by competent rulers concerned for the public well-being and working tirelessly to ensure common utility and the protection of all, this governance of solicitude, illustrated by metaphors of the captain doing his duty by bringing his ship and his entire crew safely to port, of the shepherd taking care of his sheep, of the doctor concerned for the health of his patients, has been the subject of great treatises of utopian politics. To govern is to protect, to take care. Political subjects form a people of grateful and fearful children that the protecting and scolding state takes under its wing, its control, its tutelage. This obedience out of gratitude, which every ruler dreams of rousing, is directed at three qualities in the ruler: competence, we obey him because he has wisdom and expertise; virtue, we obey him because we know his moral integrity; and solicitude, we obey him because of his concern for others. At this point in the utopia, a few remarks are necessary. The first of these, at the very culmination of this story, bears on the ethical dissolution of the distinction between command and obedience. Saint Augustine is aware of this, and insists on this reversal. But in the family of the just man who lives by faith and is as yet a pilgrim journeying on to the celestial city, even those who rule serve those whom they seem to command, for they rule not from love of power, but from a sense of the duty they owe to others, not because they are proud of authority, but because they love mercy. 7. The master is obliged to ensure the good order of his household, exhausting himself in anticipating reverses and ill fortune. Parents are worn out by concern for the future of their children. Business leaders are weighed down by their anticipation of competition. Likewise, we can imagine a political ruler crushed by the grandeur, heaviness and extent of his task, seeking tirelessly to advance the common good. All these competent leaders, these caring masters, these faultless rulers, bent beneath the awareness of their responsibility, are in fact secretly obeying, tacitly but decisively, when they give orders, pronounce laws and command. Their position as superior means that they are fundamentally at the service of general well-being, of public order, of their children, those they administer, their subordinates. Hierarchies are functional, statutory, but everyone, whether at the bottom of the pyramid or at the top, serves an order that is the ultimate end. Inequalities disappear behind the abnegation of each individual, committed, whatever their station, to produce an order that goes beyond him or her, family, enterprise, state. Aristotle and Augustine each asserted that the perfection of this order, which gave each person their exact place, was to benefit all. Whether they command or obey, each person in conforming to their task accomplishes their nature and realizes their being. From this point of view, disobedience can only be an act of madness, irrational and even criminal. Unheard of, diabolical revolt. An indication of original sin. What retribution was inflicted on disobedience if not disobedience itself? 8. If we leave aside the sexual aspect, the temptation of lust, and the cognitive one, the will to know, Adam's sin is understood by Augustine as an act of disobedience by a man rebelling against the divine order in the name of a mad pride, completely insensate, demented, an aberrant and crazy assertion of the ego that introduces evil at the heart of human will, perdition at the core of man's history. 9. If grateful obedience follows from subordination conforming to a natural order, then disobedience is a monstrous and perverse act. The doctrine of original sin, however, shatters the simple opposition between grateful obedience and proud disobedience. Original sin already brings us back to reality, competent and responsible rulers, bosses brimming with solicitude for their employees, hierarchical superiors sensitive to the happiness of all, are the exception. What we rather see all around are tyrannical foremen, incompetent leaders, the Peter principle. Cupidity and enjoyment of power are the rule. In both economic and political relations, evil passions are unleashed, the thirst for domination, the tyrannical instinct, the immoderate taste for riches. 10. When political subjects are governed by an ambitious cynic, what happens to their obedience? Once the condition for the relationship of subordination, the assumed moral, spiritual and intellectual superiority of the political ruler, is broken, are insubordination, disobedience and revolt authorized? The initial reaction would be to say, yes indeed, a people who find themselves ruled by a tyrannical king, a nation that is the victim of corrupt government, political subjects represented by incompetents who only think of their careers, are clearly right to disobey. Thomas Aquinas, in his Summa Theologica, writes that public law draws its force and its reason, This et ratio, from seeing to the common welfare of men. If a law is unjust, it loses its authority to constrain us, virtus obligandi. 11. Obedience to authorities is by definition qualified. This is how the right of resistance to political authorities is expressed, a right recognized for people when the laws fail to fulfill their initial purpose, to build concord and work for the utility of all. 12. But the intensity of the Christian culture of obedience is the principal road of salvation, and perhaps above all the fear that political disorder provoked by insubordination should prove more frightful than the injustice of the existing government, rather injustice than chaos, can also lead to reinforcing the relationship of obedience. We often find the idea that if the master is irascible, capricious and brutal, if the king turns out to be an atrocious and perverse tyrant, if the boss shows himself frightfully greedy, these vices and defects only demonstrate, after all, the persistence of sin, a sin that, according to the Christian dogma of transmission, haunts and structures the will of all, both governor and governed. 13. With the result that, even if we can say that these arrogant, detestable and vicious superiors disfigure the natural order of solicitude, which given original sin can only ever exist patchily, they still realize the perverted order of the city of men. The sin that they express also inhabits my own will. And I must therefore tell myself that, if their power is unjust, it still falls on me justly, since there is always enough vice at the heart of my will to render such punishment just and necessary. More generally still, heinous monarchs put their people to the test of their patience and humility. From Augustine through to Luther, we find the lesson that obedience is due even to a tyrannical and cruel government, and if no longer a grateful obedience, then the kind that tolerates, endures, and, I would almost say, takes the opportunity of the master's cruelty, the ruler's corruption, to find in this test a resource for the proper salvation of the subject. 14. The path of perfection is sown with these cruel masters who train obedience and deepen humility. Yet with a massive qualification, and hear the words of Peter, obey God rather than men. Prevail over those of Paul, let each submit to the authorities. If a government, even a socially just one, offends true religion or professes atheism, then disobedience becomes a duty. With the result that in the end one should prefer a despotic and cruel prince who permits or encourages religious observance to a king full of goodness, who distributes wealth equitably, but who impedes the exercise of true religion. To this reflection on obedience as subordination I will give a final turn of the screw, while remaining within the framework of Christian doctrine. True, for Christianity, obedience defines a superior and privileged path of salvation, even an absolute one. We need only open at random, not just Augustine's canonical texts, but also St. Catherine of Siena's treatise on obedience, St. John Climacus's Ladder of Divine Ascent, St. John Cassian's Institutes or the monastic rules of St. Benedict. Hate your own will, obey immediately and willingly. The guiding idea is to say that, ever since original sin, an act of foolish pride, a crazy self-assertion, the path of salvation passes via humility, always seeing yourself as inferior to anyone, subjection, never acting according to your own will, abnegation, seeking to root out any personal self-assertion. Hence those recorded anecdotes that describe the ways the perfect Christian sets out to find structures of servitude in which to accomplish his sanctity, to obey best. The story of the monk Pinifius who obeyed so well that he was soon recognized as a master in humility and entrusted with ruling the monastery, which immediately forced him to flee to another one in which he could recover the place of submission that he coveted, to obey quickly. The story of the Coptic monk who, as soon as he heard an order, immediately put down his pen without even taking the trouble to finish tracing a single letter, and to obey without reflection even the craziest orders. The story of the monk John who, on the orders of his superior, each day watered a dry stick planted in the desert. 15. The mystic intensity of this abnegation, this frantic race to lose oneself, paradoxically ends up in the extreme cases a form of resistance, and can indeed appear suspect. The great mystics, St. John of the Cross, St. Teresa of Avila, all those spiritual Franciscans, frightened the Church, even though it should have been enchanted by their posture of perfect humility. But mystical obedience, in its very exaggeration, subverts the posture of subordination. In fact, it does not even bother anymore to recognize the legitimacy of the giver of orders. What is specific to subordination, once again, is that the portion of will engaged in obedience is animated by the anchored conviction of the well-founded character of the orders that are given, reasonable and just, since they arise from a source that is supposed to be competent and virtuous, unspoiled and incorruptible. In mystic abnegation, the quality of the giver of orders matters little. Quite the contrary. What mystics require are real orders, which means harsh and terrifying orders that insult their dignity, wound their honor, exhaust their goodwill, Train them to the limits of their capacity to deny themselves, forget themselves in servitude, abandon themselves in humiliation and shame. The giver of orders is simply an occasion, an instrument to test the depth of self-renunciation. The master is even provoked and challenged. The mystic says that he or she has a thirst to obey, and the master, the superior, has to show that they can match this avidity. It matters little in the end whether the orders are just and reasonable, they are simply the material for a limitless exercise in mortification. In this mystic abnegation, obedience is an end in itself. The point is to obey for obeying's sake, the quest to obey as dramatically as possible. Or rather, obedience itself serves an undertaking of limitless negation of self. I obey so as to be able to disappear completely, to exist no more as I, to be simply the perfect servant. But mystics also subvert submission. They may well appear submissive, pliable to any constraint. But in the very manner in which they accept such constraint they display a higher freedom, and accept orders with a humility that finds ever better opportunities to demean themselves. With the result that even submission seems founded on an act of free will. Mystic abnegation displays an extreme posture of obedience, something like a combination of two extremes, supreme liberty, sustained effort, yet working for a ceaseless and perpetual self-sacrifice, for limitless abandon. The ego expands in self-negation, it shines in this mortification, takes pride in demeaning itself, and its obedience is a challenge cast at the other to be able to give ever harsher orders. Mystic obedience means displaying the toughness of steel, the diamond-like brilliance of this ego, heroic in humiliation to the point of self-extinction. In this very way, the mystic resists external powers by making obedience to them an inner adventure. Chapter 4. The Daughter of Oedipus. It was precisely this obedience of subordination, this respectful docility, that Antigone, small and thin, frail but stubborn, was supposed to show towards her uncle Creon. It is impossible not to discuss Antigone, not to introduce this cultural icon of revolt, the very symbol of untimely contestation, the muse of rebellion, a character who represents for us proud, public, insolent disobedience. One as has often been said, written and repeated, the story of Antigone is a pure theatrical creation. Mythological texts simply mention this young woman as Oedipus's daughter, without giving any more details. Only Aeschylus, 7 against Thebes, Euripides, and especially Sophocles, would give her flesh and blood. It is through them that she has become for us the heroine of disobedience. Sophocles wrote his Antigone in 441 BCE, 10 years before Oedipus Rex. By the date of writing, the tragedy of the father followed that of the daughter by 10 years. In this play Sophocles characterizes Antigone as a young maiden, intransigent, in love, and engaged to Haemon, son of Creon. And above all he fleshes out the plot, after her two brothers, Eteocles and Polynices, have killed one another beneath the walls of Thebes, Antigone flouts the orders of the newly appointed king. Creon, her uncle, ruling over the city since the death of the two brothers, forbids the burial of Polynices, whom he has denounced as a traitor, a renegade, a troublemaker, for attacking the city ruled over by his brother. A sumptuous national funeral is reserved for Eteocles alone. Thebes was a city of dust and blood, a city of complicated kings, a city regularly stricken and bruised by death, disease and plague, by the madness of its princes or its queens, long under the spell of the Sphinx until its deliverance by Oedipus. An accursed city. Thebes has just seen at its gates the confrontation of two brothers and their respective armies, it has seen them both die, under its walls and under each other's blows. Creon's initial measure is to forbid the body of the accursed brother, the traitor, from being covered with earth and receiving the ritual prayers. The corpse should rather rot in the sun, feed the birds, and stand as a horrific sign in the light of day. The play begins with Antigone's decision, to bury her brother as family morality demands, to cover his body with earth, to perform the ancestral rituals, so that his spiritual double can rest peacefully in the land of the dead. In other words, to defy her uncle's ban. Twice a month, under the noses of the soldiers posted to guard the body, the insolent young girl scrapes the arid soil with her fragile fingernails so as to lay a mantle of dust over her brother. But soon she is caught in the act and arrested, brought as a criminal to the new tyrant of Thebes, who discovers with terror that the traitor is his own niece, the daughter of Oedipus. Creon asks Antigone if she acknowledges the paternity of her action, and this scene of public confrontation, verses 444 to 525, remains an inexhaustible source for reflection on public disobedience. Faced with his niece's assertive and public determination, Creon has no choice, short of disavowing his own authority, than to condemn her to death. He decides on a paradoxical method of execution. Antigone is to perish slowly, beneath the earth. The girl who had not wanted the cold corpse of her brother to remain in the light of day is condemned to be buried alive. The end is well known. Once sequestered, Antigone hangs herself in her own tomb. Haemon curses his own father as he plunges a knife into his breast. Soon his mother Eurydice, the wife of Creon, follows her son to the grave. And Creon, a paradoxical tyrant, ends up alone with his law, his derisory decree, his power and his despair. The tragedy is immense, the structure impeccable, the characters entrenched in their quivering identity, including Antigone's sister Ismene, cautious and prudent, and Tiresias the seer. A tragedy that would rapidly inspire copies and remakes. In the midst of the French wars of religion, Robert Garnier wrote his Antigone ou la Piété, 1580, followed by Jean de Routreau's work half a century later. And it is with Antigone that Racine made his debut, in his first play Thebaïdes, 1664. In the 20th century, we had the Antigones, as George Steiner put it, of Jean Cocteau, 1922, and Bertolt Brecht, 1948, as well as that of Jean Anouilh, whose play performed under the occupation in 1944 presents Antigone as what Lacan would call the little fascist. Ever new rewriting, constant actualization. François Ost recently wrote an Antigone Voile.2 each time the case of Antigone, her fate, her very identity, is revived in new form. The published versions are legion, to which one must add the great number of commentaries, readings, interpretations, conceptual decisions and theoretical montages. Antigone has occupied the greatest of Western minds, the most brilliant intellectuals, from Hegel to Butler, Hölderlin to Lacan, by way of Kierkegaard, either/or, Heidegger, Derrida, Glass, etc. 3. But we have to examine closely here the scene of her disobedience, with a view to disentangling it a bit. Creon starts by asking Antigone if she knew, if she was acquainted with his ban. The tyrant is cunning and sets a trap. The edict was proclaimed early in the morning, and perhaps the girl had not heard it. She need only make this claim, and everything would fall back into its proper order, with good, solid and hypocritical excuses. I imagine Creon saying to himself, "This foolish girl brought in by the guard was trying to be clever, but as soon as she hears my stern voice she will realize the gravity of her misdeed, and retract it like a naughty child. No, dear uncle, I didn't know, I'm so sorry, if I'd have known, then of course." But no, Antigone's response is scathing. "Had I heard the ban? Of course," she says, "how could I not have done? It was public and perfectly clear." Creon then reacts as a male wounded in his virility, a petty Hitler worried about his authority. He makes it a personal matter, bringing everything back to him. "So, you dared to transgress my law, my decree, my ban. You knew, and yet you dared to defy me, you insolent and foolish little braggart." We then hear from the mouth of Antigone the reply that theorists of civil disobedience have echoed in chorus. A response in two parts. "First of all," says Antigone, "your wretched edicts, your poorly human, opportunist decrees, have no foundation, no authority, they are not anchored in any underlying legitimacy. Secondly, they run counter to higher laws, laws unwritten and eternal, which lay down the obligation to bury the dead, to make a tomb for your brother, so that his spirit may be received and find rest in the world of the dead." Creon, "Knewest thou that an edict had forbidden this?" Antigone, "I knew it, could I help it? It was public." Creon, "And thou didst indeed dare to transgress that law?" Antigone, "Yes, for it was not Zeus that had published me that edict, not such are the laws set among men by the justice who dwells with the gods below, nor deemed I that thy decrees were of such force, that a mortal could override the unwritten and unfailing statutes of heaven. For their life is not of today or yesterday, but from all time, and no man knows when they were first put forth. Not through dread of any human pride could I answer to the gods for breaking these. I must, I knew that well, how should I not? Even without thy edicts. 4. Legality against legitimacy. Creon's decree had only ever the external form of law, but by its content it lost any prestige. Antigone is a prisoner, either she obeys Creon, which would oblige her to betray her family duties, to sully her soul and insult the memory of her ancestors, exposing them to the vengeance of the gods, or she obeys sacred rules, which means transgressing the orders of the new king, flouting public order at the risk of suffering and death. What should one be afraid of? The punishment of men, or the revenge of the gods? Antigone chooses to disobey, but this disobedience is the obverse of a higher obedience. As she repeats several times, "I obey, I am indeed deferent, submissive, obligated, but I obey the eternal laws of the family, prescriptions immemorial." Here then is an initial structure. Antigone does not disobey out of caprice or insolence, nor indeed from madness, self-interest or calculation. Indeed, Creon proposes to her all these causes of revolt in order to reassure himself, and he clearly puts the question, before the chorus of gathered citizens, "Tell me, is she mad, or is she indeed secretly trying to destabilize my power?" But no, Antigone actually obeys, but she obeys laws whose eternal legitimacy overshadows the fragile and transitory laws of men. Creon is caught in a trap by his niece's replies. But indeed, what was the alternative? Caught in flagrante delicto, brought in by guards who had initially themselves been suspected of the crime, and who publicly acquitted themselves by finding the guilty party, Antigone proudly asserts her offense. Creon can only give in, and send her to her death. Antigone, for her part, does not give in. She is the one who never gives in. 5. Right from its first performance, Sophocles' play was a tremendous popular success. The following year the Athenians elected him as one of the city's 10 executive officers. His Antigone is a masterpiece of tragic disobedience. But what meaning should we give here to this epithet? What is the sounding board on which the strings of Antigone's revolt echo? The first mistake would be to confuse tragic with an emotional drama depicting the defeat, already anticipated from the start, of moral purity in the face of political cynicism. That would basically be almost tiresome. It is a recurrent naivety to read Antigone as a drama of moral ideals sacrificed to politics, a generous spirit broken on the rock of cold power, representing Creon as a hard-hearted tyrant, and Antigone as a girl inspired by brotherly love. The tragic content would then be the crushing of moral good by political evil. Great philosophical readings of Antigone have rejected this reduction of tragedy to pathos. They cast at least 3 beams of light, 3 atmospheres that give Antigone's gesture an always singular resonance. For Hegel, in his Phenomenology, the true tragic content that Antigone illustrates is the conflict between equal claims, the frontal shock between 2 systems of values that are each legitimate and just, even complementary. 6 This confrontation provokes a terrible balance. It is impossible to choose, to say on which side right lies. The tragedy is the double necessity of the impossibility of choosing. In Antigone, the opposition is not between sordid and obscure political calculations on the one hand, and the sacred transparency of divine prescriptions on the other. It is between the family and the city. On the one hand, therefore, the light of public law, the visible order of the city and its demands, and on the other, the rigorous imperatives of family, blood and soil. The home is the place of protecting and rearing, the place where rites are performed, where continuities are woven and rewoven. The family sends its sons to live in the public light, where they fight and die. It takes them back, and by burying them, knits them back into its shadowy weft. The city, for its part, exposes its subjects to the apprenticeship of ambition, rivalry, the statutory identities by which the individual becomes a public figure. Day and night, man and woman, outside and inside, public and private, on the one hand, the shining day of decision, calculation, distinction. On the other, the dark and warm night of death and duty. The tragic moment comes when night and day are equally balanced in opposition, antithesis, instead of simply succeeding one another. It is when fragments of night cut into and wound the day, when the blades of day pierce the flesh of night. Thus, the corpse of Polonius, his dead body closed in his night but exposed to the Greek sun, or indeed, the other side of the coin, the virgin and living body of buried Antigone. If there is a tragic situation here, it is that this opposition does not coincide with an antinomy of values, just and unjust, good and evil. Antigone and Creon represent 2 claims that have equal worth. On Creon's side, we have the male principle and light. Creon is a mature and responsible man who has the order and defense of the city in his charge. An implacable realist. The light of the public, the clarity of day, the transparency of the agora. Creon is the representative of the city and its laws, its necessary segmentation and frustration. Speaking, giving orders, making distinctions. Day divides, breaks continuities, separates individuals, distinguishes forms. For example, friends and enemies, masters and slaves, man and woman. Creon always has these pairs of contraries in his mouth. You are woman and servant, I am man and ruler, you are a mad woman and I am a reasonable man. One of your brothers, Eteocles, was a just and legitimate ally, the other, Polonius, was impious, a traitor, an enemy. And he asks always the same question, of the guards, of Antigone's sister Ismene, and even of his own son, which side are you on? Creon is the man of caesura, of division, of antinomies. His dialogue with Antigone is marked by recurring judgments and oppositions. The enemy is the opposite of the friend. Creon is obsessed by definitions. For him, language is not used to cry out, to weep or to sing, but to put in order, to classify and separate. To reign is to speak, and to speak is to separate. To which Antigone replies, do these labels still mean anything for the dead? Antigone is a woman and a virgin. She represents the continuities of family. One soul thread binds irrefutable beings in one single night, the night of death, of blood, of love. Antigone is the passion of equivalences, a brother is a brother. As guardian of transmission, she accomplishes the rituals, she entombs like others give birth. A passion of fusions. She cries, with the same fervor, that she is made to love and is made to die. 7 Each of her words is at the same time a clamor. What she bears within her, what she defends, are eternal and definitive laws, ageless and immemorial. Not public order, not jurisprudence and its fine distinctions, but the religion of family structured by immemorial prohibitions, inalienable taboos, sacred duties. At this initial level, we have to repeat, Antigone obeys. What opposes her to Creon is not the thirst to provoke nor the thrill of insolent transgression, but her subordination and respect for continuity and the laws of night. After all, if hers was simply the action of an insolent youngster, playing with her uncle's authority, but this is something else, she displays her duty, her piety, her sacredness. Hölderlin casts a different light on Sophocles' play. 8 What he sees as tragic is not formed by the clash of legitimacies, but by what he poetically calls the turning away of the gods. This is the tragedy of atheism in the particular sense in which Hölderlin uses the word. The atheist is not one who denies God, or no longer believes. The atheist is rather one in whom God no longer believes, one who finds themselves deprived of his presence and support. Atheos, they find themselves without God. This is Antigone's tragic condition. At the cost of her life and breath she makes sure that her brother has the required rituals, the sacred prescriptions. But who knows whether the gods are grateful to her for this, who knows if they have not turned away from this accursed family, making her appeals no more than sterile cries, her rituals useless gestures. Antigone trembles with her own certainties. When she enters the stone vault built for her to die in, she has doubts. 9 The tragedy is that she is only her own fragile conviction to oppose to an empty heaven. What use to cast my gaze towards the gods, not the emptiness of absence, of non-being, but the emptiness left by those who have gone away. And her disobedience, then, is an expression of despair, a provocation that finds no response. Finally, in his seminar on the ethics of psychoanalysis, Lacan champions a further meaning of the tragedy, which again casts Antigone's gesture in a different light. 11 Here she is the heroine of a profoundly human desire, simultaneously a desire to die and a desire for an impossible object, an object that saturates, that causes the subject of desire an overwhelming rapture of pleasure. You only really love by dying of love. We thus have a spectrum of meanings of the tragedy, not to mention the ambiguity as to what content should be given to unwritten laws. What precisely does Antigone refer to when she questions her uncle's prohibition? To laws of blood, to underground divinities. She opposes to the reason of state the definitive superiority of familial prohibitions and religious prescriptions. Gros, in his Voyage to Sparte, makes her his heroine. I cannot detach myself from Antigone, when she disappears, at night on the plain of the dead. For Marat, Antigone is the virgin mother of order and Creon the anarchist, the irresponsible politician who thinks he can reverse the sacred laws of blood and bend ancestral traditions to the unreason of his tyrannical power. Gros again, we all have our dead to carry on the battlefields of history, Antigone au théâtre de Dionysus. In the end, here, Antigone is defending the sacred duties of the fatherland against the political laws of the state, defending sacred continuities, bonds woven by death and blood, convictions against the imminent, cynical, circumstantial games of power. The community against the state. The other tradition is the Antigone of revolutionary ideas. Here the unwritten laws are the fundamental rights of humanity, the principles of universal justice. By way of proof, Antigone's cry in her confrontation with Creon, "'Tis not my nature to join in hating but in loving," at the precise moment that Creon draws a dividing line between the two brothers, hammering in the idea that there is an enemy and an ally, pure and impure, and one must decide to hate the one and honor the other. 12 To which Antigone replies that a brother is a brother, the law of universal hospitality and unconditional love. Creon, about Haemon, wasting this land, while he fell as its champion. Antigone, nevertheless, Hades desires these rights. Creon, but the good desires not a like portion with the evil. Antigone, who knows but this seems blameless in the world below. Creon, a foe is never a friend, not even in death. Antigone, 'Tis not my nature to join in hating but in loving. Creon, pass, then, to the world of the dead, and, if thou must needs love, love them. While I live, no woman shall rule me. 13. Perhaps this family, whose indivisibility the young Antigone defends, is not that of the Labdacides in their accursed particularity. A brother is a brother, that is humanity as a whole. The refusal to make those distinctions that aim always at the same end, to indicate an enemy, a monster, an outsider for public condemnation, to fuel hatred as a basis for power. Antigone opposes these political calculations with the unreasonable and just law of love. Humanity is an immense family, and you do not make a division between good and bad foreigners, good and bad migrants, good and bad poor, good and bad failures. Towards all of these we have duties. Beyond even the alternative between a conservative, indeed fanatical Antigone, and one smitten with love for the human family, something remains. Here, I have simply separated two registers of allegiance, religious convictions or revolutionary ideas. It is too hasty a conclusion to believe that the real question lies in what supreme injunction Antigone obeys when she disobeys Creon. Muse of revolution or fanatical traditionalist? But she is the daughter of Oedipus, and as such, strictly and madly the sister of her father, the daughter of her brother. The play offers all kinds of subversive themes, the spinning between life and death, day and night, woman and man. Antigone, condemned to be buried alive for having wished to cover with earth a dead body that was left exposed to the daylight, Antigone the young virgin who addresses her uncle with the frankness and courage of a man, etc. Antigone subversive, her revolts and refusals make the very idea of an order quake. The disturbance in filiation that she represents is replayed in a disobedience that definitively puts in question hierarchies and values. Antigone, in her disobedience, does not assert one order against another, she challenges the very possibility of order. It is vis-à-vis men that Antigone bears the values of night and champions the lot of women, showing herself more manly than them. This fragile virgin stands up to the male of the city, this domestic creature is not afraid to speak up publicly. Antigone makes us feel this risk of disobedience, something wild and uncontrollable is unleashed here. Disobeying does not just mean appealing to a higher legitimacy, maintaining that one obeys other laws, it means challenging the very principle of legitimacy. Disobedience can contain a portion of pure transgression, and this is the splendor of Antigone. Chapter 5. From Conformism to Transgression. In my discussion of La Boétie, I spoke of surplus obedience, meaning the outer limits of the hypothesis of submission, at least in the political order. Political authority only holds by way of a secret acceptance that generates this surplus obedience. If people obeyed the powerful only passively and painfully, then the powerful would have no power. It is our excessive obedience that maintains their position. Surplus obedience, at the heart of oppression lies the enigma of a certain pleasure, a secret complacency. That said, La Boétie's treatise makes an almost opposite proposition. Custom becomes the first reason for voluntary servitude. 1 The secret of obedience may lie not in fervor but in passive inertia. Obedience to the laws. This is the product of habit, a habit reinforced by the tendency to follow the herd. Each person aligns their behavior with that of all the others. They obey from conformism. In his controversial book Ordinary Men, Christopher Browning tracked down and questioned the members of a German battalion responsible for the massacre of Jews in certain small Polish towns. In the context of the final solution '2 they turned out not to be card-carrying Nazis, committed and fanatical, but recalled reservists of modest condition, with an average age in their 40s, mostly workers or petty employees, and fathers of families. The book opens with a terrible scene. Chapter 1, One morning in Josfau. In early July 1942, the battalion was sent to the town of Josfau. Its mission was to capture 300 able-bodied men out of a Jewish population of 1,800, and kill all the others, women, old men, children and the sick. When Commandant Trapp received the orders, he was terrified. And yet, as a good officer, he accepted his mission, assembled all his men, a few hundred, and gave them the opportunity to choose. After having explained with a shaking voice the object of the mission, he asked those unwilling to participate to take a step forward, indicating that they would not be punished for this. A crucial moment. Perhaps each man looked at his fellows, considered, and waited for something like a collective agreement. Only a dozen or so separated themselves from the group as a sign of rejection. Not enough. The rest remained caught in the gaze of the others, prevented by the heavy but invisible shackles of collective inertia, prisoners of the mass, caught in the net, each captive of those others who would not exist without each of them. Was this simply a matter of disobeying, when the commandant himself had made clear that no action would be taken against them? Should we conclude that Nazi barbarism, totalitarian madness, were fueled more by the conformism of such soldiers than by their fanaticism, more by a blind herd mentality than a murderous appetite? In a less heavy register, we can recall the experiment of Salomon Asch. In a large quiet classroom, students were officially invited to take part in a study of perception. The exercise was not difficult. A scientist presented the assembled company with two large cards. The left one showed a vertical line, used as a reference, while the right one showed 2 or 3 other lines of different lengths. The objective was to see how many of the lines had the same length as the reference one. Up to this point the experiment seems facile and childish. What need here for scientific authority? It is hardly about acuteness of vision, let alone an optical illusion. No one is tricked, that would actually be impossible. One sheet replaces another, and one group follows another. Each student carefully and neutrally gives the figure corresponding to self-evident perception, the same skill used in getting out of bed, eating, moving, then the group is replaced by another. How many lines, then? 1, 3, 2? At some point, bogus students are introduced among the unwitting participants. These pretend to see either more lines or fewer. Tour is human, after all. Is this a matter of perspective? Of too hasty judgment? An optical illusion? We come now to the scene that was filmed. A group is formed. There is one unaware participant in the midst of the bogus students, accomplices who have decided in advance to see 2 lines equal to the reference one, whereas clearly, obviously, self-evidently, there is only one. In fact, when the experiment is done with one student at a time, there is no error at all. But now, each of the bogus students comes out with their response, 2 in neutral tones, confident, almost tired of it all. And then comes the turn of the unwitting student, who has his perceptual evidence to oppose to the obvious error of the majority, of everyone except him. It is clear from his indecisive air that he is disturbed by the response of the others. We can feel how he hesitates when it's his turn to speak. And then he says, without fail, 2. He sees 2 lines like everyone else. In the experiment, almost 40% of the subjects exhibit the same attitude of aberrant conformism. Is it then so hard to be right against everyone else, to remain at the level of one's elementary perception, in which this young student with a nascent mustache certainly has absolute confidence, from the moment he wakes up to the time he goes to bed, basking in his sense certainty whenever he helps himself to coffee, gives change or takes a bus? Of course he sees only one line of the same length as the reference, but he then says to himself, wow. I should go and get my eyes tested, or is this an optical illusion that just escapes me? Or more obscurely, be like everyone else, reply to just like them, don't question, you don't want to get yourself noticed, what's the point of acting clever? If everyone sees 2, then that's the right figure, which doesn't mean exact but simply true in the sense that it's what everyone thinks, or rather says that they think. Truth is the error of the majority. Of course, I only see 1 line, but never mind, don't stand out. Or does he indeed reflect it all? I imagine simply a little confusion, a very light worry, and then the relieved rallying to unanimity, 2. What is my self-evidence worth? What is what I have seen worth after what I've heard from the others? It might be thought that this experiment does not mean very much. Maybe the issue is too trivial to provoke a crisis of conscience. What's the point? Lines on cards, figures, 2 or 3, or even 4, what importance does this have? Let's move on to something else. I'm happy to see 2, if the others insist. After all, it's not a question of justice, universal value, humanity. No one's existence is at stake. But does anyone insist nonetheless? No, no one. It would be possible to say that the very opposite is the case. Nothing is at risk for the student, neither his reputation nor his career, still less so his life. After all, he scarcely knows these people, and can hardly envisage seeing them again sometime. What does he really risk except perhaps a gasp of astonishment, even stupefaction? Really, you just see 1, do you? Go and buy some glasses. But what voice speaks in him? Is it indeed his own voice that says 2, or simply his lips echoing the harmony that he hears around him? The sudden fear, 2, of feeling for a few moments alone, isolated, excluded, rejected. Can we even speak of obedience when the verticality of command, the reference to an order given and heard, does not exist, merely this passive alignment with the opinion or stated belief of others? It remains the case that the young student bleated out 2 after the others, and the German soldier did not dare take a step forward and thereby detach himself from the group, from the mass. As if this detachment would signify a fall, something like a boulder falling off a mountain. A fearful fall out of the undifferentiated, pliable and warm we, the cotton wool of security, each person sensing this layer, this thickness, this consistency, the behavior and attitude of others. Beyond these two scenes, I want to discover and define a less spectacular and less provoked conformism, an immediate, spontaneous, natural conformism, different from both mimicry and herd behavior, of those, or rather of all of us, who do this or that action with the only argument, when we are questioned, that precisely everyone else does the same thing, and we should even add, and for so long '3,4. Everyone, and people in general. But really, why do you ask? You can see very well that what I do is what everyone else does. Those others, who are in fact no one in particular, and who I myself represent for each one who is not me, those others are no one and yet are at the same time each person, insofar as they are not themselves but all. They are an imaginary stratum irreducible to personal pronouns, neither I, nor you, nor they, and so actually outside the system that distributes, separates, groups and isolates persons. At the same time abstract in its generality, yet at the concrete heart of each person's decisions. This is the reign of the anonymous and significant one. The spirit of grammar, and as Nietzsche said, every grammar is a metaphysics, makes clear that this one is a we conjugated in the third person singular, simultaneously including you in both singular and plural. Simultaneously and indefectibly, everyone and no one. Yet this impersonal one, hovering above the system of personal pronouns like a diffused mist, possesses a certain consistency. It defines a surface of objectivity. The objectivity of one. Sociology would not exist as a science without this subjective solidity, the existential density of conformism. What does one really risk in going for a walk with a pair of sandals as cufflinks? Each to their own fancy. A penalty? No, it's not forbidden by the law. But anyone who tried to launch this new fashion would be immediately and massively punished by the blade of other people's gaze. This punishment is without appeal, in the form of frightened expressions, airs of consternation, everything in fact that expresses a great and stifling social condemnation, in which society proves to be something very different from a set of individuals coming together around common interests. Society is a system of judgments. This is the point at which Durkheim went beyond Greek naturalism, classical contractualism and English radicalism. Society is not just a big family, a natural community, or the result of a gradual and spontaneous aggregation of mutual aid. Nor is it the product of a foundational pact between responsible political subjects. Nor, again, is it a calculated coming together of well-understood interests, a rational cohesion of utilities. Society and the social are first and foremost, and above all, standardized desires, uniform behaviors, fixed destinies, common representations, calculable trajectories, identities that are assignable, compressed, normalized. Norms to make each person calculable, conforming and thus predictable. The socialized subject, the integrated individual, the normal person, homo socius, you have to pass the checking of calibrated identities, and succeed in being a person just like others, bright gray. This conformism, one of societies based on mass production, on behavioral norms, should not make us forget an older conformism, that of customs, traditions and rituals. Long before the Industrial Revolution, society imposed ways of life, attitudes, practices. In the conformism of tradition, you behave as custom dictates, you follow the general rules. In his lectures on the intellectual and politics, Max Weber appeals to the authority of the eternal yesterday. Why change? Everyone has always done this. An inertia of habits, an acceptance of conventions, a respect for venerable traditions. This is what you do here. This conformism of tradition gave rise to two forms of resistance, skeptical irony and cynical provocation. We find in Montaigne, Descartes, with his provisional morality, and Pascal the idea that the secret of inner tranquility and external order lies in the full acceptance of customs and laws. To noisily assert that such and such a social convention is ridiculous, to make fun of it publicly, is playing semi-clever, acting intelligent at a low cost. It is almost making believe that certain conventions could be superior to others, whereas they all have the same validity. They have no other meaning than to contribute to the sentiment of identity, of belonging. Which is why the skeptic respects them, even if he denies them any legitimacy for himself. In fact, while seemingly respectful of conventions, the skeptic keeps the exercise of his judgment free. Conforming does not prevent him, with inner detachment, from both demystifying custom, not revering it as sacred, and from anchoring it in an imminent necessity, social stability. The skeptic says, it is good that there are traditions and customs, but it would be absurd to believe that there can be good traditions or customs. We might say that, in the end, This irony is an inner maneuver devoid of danger, accepting the laws and customs of one's country, not complaining about unjust laws or intolerable customs, while continuing at little cost the revolt of inner discourse. Even if this is nothing more than keeping one's critical capacity intact, not supporting the idiocy of conventions by an inner acceptance, two essential articulations are missing: the resolution to publicly proclaim one's criticisms, and the resolution to disobey in action everything that my thought disapproves of. 5. The provocation of the cynic attacks social conventions more frontally and violently, disobeying them by public action. I use the term cynic here in its ancient meaning. 6 Ever since Diogenes, that sage who lived in a barrel, almost naked, who had no possessions apart from his tunic, a satchel and a stick, who masturbated in the agora, railed at Alexander, king of kings, calling him a bastard, and waved his lantern in plain daylight to the cry of "I'm searching for a man." Cynicism has been a wisdom of provocation that takes customs, conventions, generalized conformism as its privileged target. Its critique does not have the form of theoretical contestation or formal demonstration. The cynic does not produce great discourses to explain what to him seems rationally unfounded, deeply outmoded, absurd and ridiculous about traditions. He does not hide under a bushel his laughter at the stupidity of customs, continuing to observe them. He rejects any comfort, material or moral, spends his existence howling against social stupidity, and by leading this dog's life denounces hypocrisy and ridicules all hierarchy. He demands a life stripped as far as possible of any stifling apparatus, any socio-cultural superfluity that encumbers it. He lightens his life. Descartes, in his metaphysical meditations, practices a methodical, radical, metaphysical doubt. He puts every representation, every statement that he considers, through the mill of a doubt with no concession, hoping in this way to arrive at an initial truth that is absolutely indubitable, and can be the first stone in the edifice of science. Diogenes, the naked cynic, belching and mocking, puts everything he encounters to the test of its resistance. Its resistance not to pure thought, but rather to bare life. Do I really need this or that? To what point is it really necessary? Will it lighten or burden my existence, intensify or slow down my life? We have already said that he reduced his belongings to a scantily filled satchel. He then met at the spring a child who was using his cupped hands to drink. And the cynic exclaimed, "Diogenes, you've found someone stronger than yourself." He took his wooden goblet from his satchel and joyfully hurled it away. 7 His day was made, fulfilled, by finding a way of freeing his existence from the useless and burdensome. Social conventions, like wealth, weigh down existence, and end up obstructing the root of life from which elementary energies arise. Descartes arrived at basic truths by a methodical and rigorous effort of reflection. Diogenes sought to attain similar truths by means of a life of exercise and paring down, not from an ascetic and sacrificial passion, which would have been wrong, but in order to attain the vibrant foundation of life in perfect destitution. And this true life, in the sense of a life untamed, rebellious, disembarrassed of anything useless, stripped down, yet in no way a hermit's existence, he exhibited violently and outrageously in the agora. 8 And, because he persisted in this authentic outside, with no fixed abode, no recognized identity, no attributed position, he was able to denounce the misery of our perpetual compromises, our tiresome conformities, our encumbering miseries. In his rusticity, his roughness, his dirt, half naked and living like an animal, Diogenes presented himself as the sole representative of humanity. In fact, he saw the people around him simply as social puppets, crippled individuals, hollow shells of men, lacking density and consistency, slaves of people say and social hypocrisy. And it was from this outside, the true life, because a stripped-down one, reduced to its elementary core, the foundation of its bare energy, that he howled, told the truth, denounced social accoutrements and ridiculed public solemnities. Cynical provocation means denouncing the great equation of conformism, the big lie, the gigantic trickery and monumental swindle. That of calling something natural which is never more than normal, and normal what is basically no more than socially respectable. But nature is not polished. It lacks the sense of hierarchies and distinctions. And Diogenes, who splendidly lived his dog's life, crudely, without comforts, faithfully standing guard, he bites, and by preference his own friends, because the truth wounds. Diogenes, from this bare life, could denounce the real indecency, the true obscenity, donning the garb of respectability simply to mask a soul that is twisted, corrupt and vicious. Where is the real obscenity, then? In the monumental hypocrisy of the powerful, who flaunt their compassion, their feeling for the people, while their eyes are fixed solely on profit, both their own and that of others, refusing to tolerate this being greater than their own. in the earnings of film stars who are paid millions to pretend to be poor in stupid stories. Well, Diogenes, who rubbed his penis in front of the whole world, and ate greedily with his fingers, is decidedly less obscene than the choreography of politicians who put on a tragic air to say that they are needed because the situation is serious, less obscene than all those, me and you, who constantly make repugnant compromises for the sake of social advantage. Where's the real obscenity? Diogenes trampled on the dunghill of pride, he laughed at those who hide in the shade the satisfaction of the wants of nature, I mean the expulsion of their excrements, but who, in the midst of public places and cities, commit acts most violently against the demands of nature, such as thefts of money, slanders, shameful assignations, and the pursuit of other equally disgusting practices. 9. Modern conformism is particularly bound up with the liberal democracies, societies of consumption and mass production. When Plato criticized democracy in Book 8 of his Republic, 558 c., this was not for its conformism, but to say that democracy proclaims equality yet this equality leaves each person free, in particular to assert their pretensions, the vulgarity of little differences. Each person believes in himself, brings his dissonant voice to the concert, and the result is an indescribable cacophony, a disorder, a hodgepodge. Democracy means an anarchic multitude of bickering little masters, an inaudible concert of bawdy and pretentious voices that no one has the authority to silence. This is a reign not of conformity, but of deformity. Tocqueville, on his return from America, where he had been sent with Gustave de Beaumont for an official study of the prison system, had the experience of modern democracy in the early 19th century, less as a precise political regime, in the sense of a regulated division of powers, than as a certain condition, both existential and social, whose extension to the whole world he predicted. Modern democracy is first and foremost a sense of equality that is not reducible simply to legal equality, but also implies social equality. Equality of condition means telling ourselves that we are all similar in respect of our aspirations and desires. Wealth, inheritance and name no longer impose a different ethos or specific duties, as they did in the societies of the Ancien regime. This means the end of castes and lineages that had their values and their customs. Humanity forms a single community, inspired by the same vulgar aspirations. Nietzsche's nightmare, humanity transformed into sand. The more that the sentiment of their unity with their kind becomes paramount in men, the more they grow uniform, so the more they will vigorously resent any difference as immoral. Thus we necessarily see the sand of humanity appearing, all very similar, very small, very round, very conciliatory, very boring. 10. The 20th century brought a new inflection to this leveling conformism. A new nightmare that dystopian writers, from Zamyatin to Huxley and Orwell, noted and dramatized, a mass conformism that is not the result of individualities being piled together, a mechanical crushing of singularities drowned in the average, the steady dilution of differences in the mediocrity of the majority. 11 Rather a conformism that is the result of the production of uniformities, producing human behaviors in the way that uniform consumer goods are produced, producing patterns of reaction in the way that machines are conditioned, producing standardized individuals in the way that commodities are manufactured. But was it not particularly the totalitarian utopia that such authors had in mind, in their alarm over the production of the same? Anti-democratic totalitarianisms that practice the regimentation of populations and their ideological conditioning? Better to denounce, like a large part of the critical thought of the 1970s, a rampant totalitarian aspect of liberal democracies, free market societies. Mass capitalism produces standardized behaviors, by submerging individuals in a saccharine culture, uniformizing their modes of consumption and normalizing their desires. Each person feels they are really themselves, blossoming and integrated, democratic, from the moment that they possess and can exhibit something commercially constituted as an object of desire for all, inwardly granting within generalized conformism the tiny pre-established variation in which they believe they determine their uniqueness. Greek culture was already sensitive, in its initial democratic demand, which was not yet what Plato would condemn in the Republic, to an equality of pure rivalry. Nietzsche already praised this in one of his 5 prefaces to unwritten works, the other is my equal when I find myself worthy of rivaling with him. 12 The second equality, the product of the Western Enlightenment, is legal equality. All are born bearing the same rights, with an equivalent dignity, equal before the law. Modern conformism brings about a new equality, one of standardization. This makes the order of the world acceptable to us, and almost desirable. It is through the desire to be oneself that we make ourselves resemble others as far as possible. Economic decision-makers, the high priests of communication, overlay the lake of conformism with the shining mirage of a smooth and luminous self. And each of us plunges in, to die as a new Narcissus. After skeptical irony and cynical provocation, the contestation of uniform pleasures took the form of lyrical protest, illustrated for example by Foucault, Pasolini, Deleuze, among others, calling for an elitism and aristocratism based not on contempt for the people, detestation of popular culture, but rather on a demand for elevation. Meaning a rejection of the massive and continuous cultural leveling down by the profiteers of weakness, cowardice, frustration and even humility, all those who maintain and nourish conformism for the juice of obedience that it secretes, the sedative of consciences. Counter-equality is an equality of demand. The voice that supports its song, in the name of the rarity of beauty, the difficulty of truth and the poetry of learning, makes us hear the singularity of a common authenticity. The universal is always the protest of a difference. Chapter 6. 1961. To make palpable the degree to which disobeying may be seen as difficult and risky, we should recall how, in the opposite case, obedience removes responsibility and gives people the comfort of not having to account to anyone for their actions. Irresponsibility is something else, being incapable of taking a decision, even in an emergency, leading your life from one day to the next without anticipating tomorrow, being inconstant and volatile, being negligent with everyone, and above all with yourself. Disresponsibility is rather acting, accomplishing, carrying out, on the basis of the certainty that, in whatever I do, myself is not involved. I am not the author of anything that my body performs, anything that my mind calculates. Adolf Eichmann was captured in Argentina in May 1960 by the Israeli Secret Service, and very rapidly extradited. His trial in Jerusalem ran from April to December the following year. Eichmann was the logistic planner of the final solution, its clerk of works. It was certainly not his decision, but he organized it, and in the end made it possible, effective, realizable. It was he who made sure that the trains of agony and death, the convoys that dishonored humanity, the wagons for Auschwitz and Treblinka, left on time and reached their destination on time. His trial triggered a media and political earthquake, but also a moral one. Organized as a national event, particularly because the Israeli government wished to instruct Oriental Jews who were not always aware of the extent of the Holocaust, it brought a whole people together around a historical trauma, in confrontation with a terrible past. The trial would have a tremendous echo via the press and television of all nations. And it was transformed and upended by the account and analysis of it given by Hannah Arendt, even though she attended only the first few weeks of the hearings in her capacity as reporter for The New Yorker. Everyone knows that the expression she used "the banality of evil" to describe the existence, the condition, the situation of a man who took pride in having been such a colossal destroyer of Jews, seemed a major provocation, almost intolerable and bordering on blasphemy. To Arendt's book, and this particular phrase made her the object of a deep and lasting hatred on the part of many Jews, offended by her sometimes sardonic and mocking tone, and scandalized still further by her use of the term banality, arousing even the incomprehension of close friends of hers such as Gershom Scholem and Hans Jonas. Her emphasis on the role of the Judenrat, the Jewish councils that acted within the ghettos as intermediaries between the imprisoned populations and the Nazi authorities, was deemed more than clumsy, in fact outright criminal. By speaking of their collaboration, she seemed to suggest their culpability, an active complicity on the part of certain Jews with the Nazi butchers in the enterprise of having their own families massacred. 3. There is an immense historical and philosophical literature devoted to this sinister character and his trial. Eichmann certainly became an essential reference in reflecting on the relationship between responsibility and obedience, what I call here disresponsibility, even if the prevailing presentation of the debate aroused by his trial has been faithful neither to history, nor to Arendt's text, nor even to Eichmann's own declarations. Was Eichmann an enigma? The first biographies of this specialist in Jewish questions appeared already during his trial. They were hasty, imaginative, sketchy, and outline what could be called the black legend of Eichmann. For they gave the image of a particularly spineless and completely hateful being. In these sensational texts hurriedly strung together in the early 1960s, Eichmann was presented as a failure, driven since childhood by a visceral antisemitism bound up with ancient grievances. It was said that in junior school he was the object of humiliating treatment because he looked like a little Jewish boy, leading to a hatred of Jews that would drive him throughout his life. He was imagined in later years as a sexual pervert engaged in revolting practices. He supposedly had many mistresses and took part in orgies. Without going to anything like these extremes, the prosecutor Hausner, in his opening address at the trial, presented the accused as a monster. He drew the portrait of a hideous wild beast, who took an active part in the fanatical destruction of the Jewish people. 5 Eichmann the sadist, Eichmann the monster, the pervert, Eichmann the satanic anti-Semite. The black legend of this diabolical Eichmann had in its favor a self-evidence backed up by terror at his active collaboration in an enterprise of death that led to the extermination of 6 million persons. Arendt's text, published in The New Yorker in installments during 1963, proposed the alternative of what might be called a gray narrative, subsequently refashioned by Günther Anders, who had been Arendt's first husband, in a text of 1964 entitled Open Letter to Klaus Eichmann, Adolf's son. 6. This was the story of an Eichmann described as an obtuse petty functionary, rather wretched and basically a mediocrity, an individual without scope, colorless and peaky, a gloomy but very meticulous executive, a passive cog. Historical reality as established by historians and biographers presents a reality somewhere between the two. Without having been a fanatical or sadistic ideologist, Eichmann was also not a passive puppet with robotic behavior, a mere cog at the heart of the great Nazi machine. 7. Eichmann's parents belonged to the respectable Protestant community of the city of Linz in Austria. He obtained very mediocre results at school. He had an active social life, joined the SS after the Nazis' electoral breakthrough, and chose to make his career in their ranks once the Nazi Party had gained respectability. More out of calculated opportunism, it would seem, than frenzied antisemitism. It was indeed as a specialist in Jewish affairs that he would come to shine in the following years, working in the Reich security services. And after the continued presence of a Jewish population within the Reich was defined by Hitler as a problem, Eichmann came forward as the efficient manager who would work on solutions. This meant first of all a political solution, the programmed and rational expulsion of Jews from Germany and Austria. In Vienna, from the Anschluss of March 1938, Eichmann hastened with brutal and cynical methods the forced emigration of Austrian Jews, expelling more than half of their number in just a year and a half. The outbreak of the Second World War obliged the Nazis to consider an alternative to the model of forced immigration. Back in Berlin, from 1939 onwards, Eichmann worked on the development of a so-called territorial solution, meaning deportation to peripheral territories. In 1940 he drew up the Madagascar Plan that envisaged the deportation of European Jews to this French colony. The plan would be abandoned, subsequently organizing the forced transport of populations into Jewish reserves on the borders of the Reich, the Nisko Plan. Finally, the Wannsee Conference held in 1942 decided on the systematic massacre of European Jews in extermination camps, the final solution. Eichmann, who attended this conference and was responsible for noting down its decisions, was soon appointed transport administrator, responsible for the logistics of the death convoys. In 1944, having been sent to occupied Hungary, he organized brutal deportations, death marches, which he continued even when Himmler ordered him to halt the exterminations, on the pretext that he was awaiting a direct order from Hitler. The biographies then show Eichmann as neither a satanic being who placed his appetite for destruction at the service of the Nazi work of death, nor a poor little wretch caught up in an administrative machine. Eichmann was an opportunist when it came to eliminating an entire people. In terms of responsibilities, he was neither a decision-maker, he did not appear on the list of war criminals drawn up by the Allies at the end of the war, nor was he a minor executant. As he constantly repeated throughout his trial, emphasizing how he never participated directly in extermination, only in transport, I was very relieved to have nothing to do with the reality of physical extermination. 8. This opposition between black and gray has structured the debate around Eichmann for the last several decades. Each new perspective puts forward arguments and counter-arguments, successively overturning its predecessor. The Eichmann trial continues to obsess contemporary ethical reflection, as it illustrates the dizzying dialectic of responsibility and obedience. To side with the black legend is to see Eichmann's career choice as the expression of a monstrous anti-Semitic hatred. The immediate effect of this demonization is to concentrate the moral horror of Nazism onto his person. His death sentence can only be welcomed, but this penalty is given simply the role of elimination. Punishing Eichmann means effacing him from the surface of the earth in order to free humanity of a diabolical creature. At the same time, this focus on an individual means that the system itself is not on trial, and obscures the chain of complicities. The enigma of Nazi madness is explained in terms of the monstrosity of a few degenerates, and this narrowing down of responsibility to a handful of individuals has the unintended effect of letting all the others off the hook. Eichmann is placed in a sadistic alterity which we cannot for a moment imagine ourselves belonging to. In fact, we find this evil nature reassuring. Eichmann is made an immoral exception, thus ruling out from the start any understanding of the mechanisms that might manufacture new Eichmanns in the future. It is impossible then to accuse technical maternity, the administrative division of functions, and managerial inhumanity. Outside of the psychopathology of the monster, we can only appeal to moral philosophy, and in a very abstract way try to name, articulate and approach this irreducible metaphysical moral darkness, original sin for Augustine, radical evil for Kant, the death drive for Freud. But if we opt for the other side of the alternative, the grey narrative puts the totalitarian system on trial, and beyond this, even technical modernity in general, the bureaucratic management of individuals, the rational treatment of human masses, everything that contributes to a totalitarian relationship in our present-day world, icy, inhuman, anonymous and indifferent to others. The question becomes whether Eichmann is not the perfect representative of the soulless and pitiless executed, the robotic agent who poses the real danger for our liberal democracies. What is actually denounced here as dangerous is not moral evil, but a certain administrative great transparency. Eichmann becomes simply the stereotype of the executed indifferent to what he does as long as he does it well, an oiled cogwheel. Gunther Anders, throughout his book, puts technical modernity on trial as the wellspring of totalitarianism, posing the question of the ethical effects of the extension of machinery. 9 The fragmentation of tasks, the segmentation of activities, the technical bureaucratic world, manufactures morally anesthetized individuals. Eichmann worked in his office on figures and names, he signed off lists, he drew up timetables. And, because of the proliferation of administrative mediations and hierarchies, he was physically and mentally separated from the human catastrophe that he helped cause every day. Or rather, this technical fragmentation of action helped him to remain blind. Each person focuses on their own little bit of activity, and the monstrosity of the whole is not visible to anyone. Anders also emphasizes the effect of numbers as a distraction from reality. When it is a question of killing 5 or 10 individuals, you can visualize and represent the scene. When thousands are exterminated, hundreds of thousands, even millions, it becomes far more abstract and vast numbers of people are managed, quantities are sorted, flows are distributed, numbers are arranged, so and so many trains are needed, a ghetto has to be evacuated once so many of its inhabitants have been deported to death camps, taking so many days, months, etc. At the end of the day, 6 million Jews were exterminated, and that is beyond imagination. Mass treatment destroys the possibility of imagining one's fellow creatures and destroys the sensitivity to one's neighbors that lies at the root of compassion, the sense of humanity. Figures are silent, enclosed on themselves, presenting us with the face of a purely rational and icy calculation. And, at this point, Anders writes, we have to ask ourselves if we are not all children of Eichmann, whether our entire world is not in the process of becoming a machine. 10. Beyond this forceful denunciation of the technical world and its power of dehumanizing, the Grey Legend has paradoxical ethical effects. Critique of the system in its totality ends up abolishing the boundary between executioner and victim. This division, with its moral trenchancy, is reduced to a mere distinction between the raw material and the cogwheels, each participating in the same infernal machinery. It was this shifting of responsibility so completely onto the system that provided Eichmann himself with his excuses. He was vaguely responsible, but as with us all, this is a diluted, generalized responsibility, shared by all the passive henchmen who participate in the system, bear it, tolerate it and maintain it. And who does not participate in this way? A diffuse responsibility. If everyone is in this sense responsible, then no one is. To which one may counter that this is too easy a reduction of the so-called system to technical modernity, making it possible to claim that denunciation of the system frees the individual from culpability, since we have now only a soulless functioning. But the system involves above all individual complicity, each person actively furthering a collective undertaking. The Grey Legend enables us to wonder whether, in our own degree, we are not all little Eichmanns. It brings to light our own monstrosity, a passive and mediocre monstrosity, yet one that with a change of context could become horrific. Would we have the strength to disobey? The ethical debate around the Eichmann trial has been set since the 1970s in terms of an abstract opposition. Either you make Eichmann a monster of anti-Semitism, omitting to question managerial modernity and our own acts of cowardice, portraying Eichmann as an external evil, or you accuse the monstrosity of technical modernity at the risk of making him simply an innocent cogwheel in the system. At every turn, the spiral of obedience and innocence comes into question. And it is still more complicated if we take the following tack: be careful. Eichmann used this posture of passive obedience throughout his trial in order to evade responsibility. A classical rhetorical defense. If you accept that he was an automaton enthralled to the great Nazi machinery, then you simply play his game, and by accusing technical modernity you subscribe to his personal line of defense. This attitude of a mediocre little official just following orders, A manager with no margin for initiative, is a Machiavellian construction by which Eichmann sought to appear innocent and so escape the only justifiable punishment, death. He acted more stupid than he was, he overplayed the imbecile. 11. But we need to escape from this alternative between black and gray, and I shall do this by returning first of all to Eichmann's own declarations during his trial, and then to Arendt's text, to clarify what she intended by this banality of evil, of which Eichmann remains, more than half a century later, the sinister and menacing representative. It is indeed possible to find here and there a few statements of Eichmann's insisting that all he ever did was carry out orders, do his duty, and so he should not be punished, this being wrong for someone who only does his duty. But, looking more closely, you never hear Eichmann say, "You cannot punish me, I am not responsible for the genocide of the Jews, because all I did was obey, I was simply a submissive puppet, controlled by an external force." Nor did he say, "I had no choice, it was obedience or death." 12. In fact, he recognized his responsibility perfectly well, but shifted it to a point where it had no connection with culpability for genocide. He recognized his particular, technical responsibility for the transport of human beings. He had a job to do, orders to carry out. He agreed to be punished, but only in this context. His problem was to see that the trains ran on time. Simply a matter of logistics. He refused to be made responsible for the deadly outcome of these journeys. And, unfortunately, he did his job only too well. He then recognized a second and higher responsibility. In the transcripts of his trial, he repeats several times, "If I obeyed, if I continued to serve, even while morally condemning the criminal enterprise and disagreeing with the final solution, it was because I had given my oath." Eichmann did indeed claim responsibility, he wanted to remain true to his initial oath. "I had orders and I had to carry them out following my oath of obedience. Unfortunately, I could not get out of this." 13. Eichmann himself contradicted the gray narrative. Far from saying, "I was just a minor official with no initiative, a cog in a machinery that overwhelmed me and destroyed me as man and conscience," he insisted on the morality of his obedience, which was made tolerable by a responsibility of simple fidelity. 14. He did not reject his responsibility, he admitted and even insisted on it, but it was precisely in the name of this responsibility that he argued he could not be declared guilty of the Jewish genocide. This responsibility was that of the oath he had taken, the commitment made. "I shall declare as termination that already at the time, personally, I considered that this violent solution was not justified. I considered it a monstrous act. But to my great regret, being bound by my oath of fidelity, I had to deal in my sector with the question of the organization of transport. I was not relieved of this oath." 15. In this blind fidelity, this atrocious dignity with its falsely solemn guise, lies also what Arendt calls the stupidity of Eichmann. Whatever she is held to have said, Arendt repeated several times, Eichmann was responsible, he was rightly condemned to death, but not on account of moral monstrosity. As we know, Arendt, who had been unable to attend the Nuremberg trials, traveled to Jerusalem as soon as Eichmann's trial was announced. She wanted to see a high Nazi official face to face. And she could not rid herself of her initial impression, mediocrity, normality of character, what she would call his terrifying normality. But under the Third Reich, to be normal meant to be a murderer. 16. Arendt saw a pathetic, spineless, dull figure of low caliber. 17. But this mediocrity never freed him from responsibility. Arendt says that Eichmann was zealous as well as stupid. 18. He overobeyed. He went about his work with energy and tenacity. We should not imagine the Third Reich as a perfectly oiled machinery, an impeccably hierarchical and vertical organization. Between the organs of the Nazi Party, the structures of the state and administrative bodies, the system presented a disparate proliferation of centers of command, contradictory hierarchies with constant friction between them, services pervaded by rivalries. There was a constant battle to obtain necessary authorizations. Had Eichmann shown only ascetic submission, had he only obeyed minimally and with bad grace, then complete chaos would have quickly reigned, the death machine would have been derailed. 19. But he worked hard to find solutions. Each individual is responsible for such surplus obedience. Arendt's description of Eichmann as stupid, however, was immediately seen as disturbing and gave rise to misunderstanding. 20. Speaking of an offense or crime as stupid amounts to saying that it was not the product of wickedness but simply of stupidity, that it was not intended. But what Arendt actually says is something different. Stupidity, for her, meant thinking in stereotypes and generalities. 21. Eichmann was incapable of having an opinion, he only liked ready-made ideas. That is what Arendt calls stupidity, automatic responses, prêt-à-penser. What she stigmatizes is not lack of mental power or a want of intelligence, but the absence of judgment. And this absence is not a deficit, but rather a deliberate rejection. The stupidity that lay at the heart of Eichmann's obedience did not free him from responsibility, since at the age he had reached, everyone is responsible for their own stupidity. The responsibility of the system is valid only at the level of metaphor. Justice demands that individuals are tried, and Eichmann was rightly condemned because he made the choice of stupidity. He preferred not to think, not to know, not to see. He made himself guilty for this act of shedding responsibility. I said to myself, what use is it for me to develop projects of my own? I am too weak and powerless. Now, i.e. in wartime, I will do only what I am ordered to do. 22. I experienced satisfaction in analyzing my situation in view of the outcomes of the Wannsee Conference. At that moment, I felt myself free of any responsibility. The leading figures of the Reich made their views known at the Wannsee Conference. The pontiffs had given their orders. It was just for me to obey. 23. Thousands of kilometers from Jerusalem, in the same month of August 1961 when the Eichmann trial was underway, Stanley Milgram set up his experiment in social psychology in the basement of Yale University. This prestigious institution, in the person of its professor of psychology, had placed an advertisement in local newspapers the previous month, calling for volunteers, to be paid $4.50 for a session of about 1 hour, aged from 20 to 50 to take part in a scientific experiment on memory and learning. No specific qualifications were necessary, any student or teacher would be accepted. Several hundred individuals applied, with varied sociological and psychological profiles and different levels of education. Ordinary people, as the expression goes, representative samples of humanity. In the course of an interview the protocol of the experiment was explained to them. They were told that it would explore the positive or otherwise effects of punishment on memory. The question was whether the threat of suffering would be sufficient to supercharge people's powers of memory. An experimenter with a rather severe expression presented the protocol set up in order to objectively determine this effect. Lots were drawn for the roles of teacher and learner. The teacher, in the experimenter's presence, stood behind an electrical circuit board consisting of a series of switches set up to select electrical shocks at intervals of 15 volts, from 15 up to 450. The switches were labeled with descriptions of the severity of these shocks: light, moderate, strong, intense, extreme and dangerous, 375 volts. The final two switches, 450 volts, were simply labeled with a disturbing 30. The teacher began by reciting pairs of words made up of a noun and an adjective, for example green grass. Then he spoke the adjective, green, and offered a choice of 4 nouns. For example, plain, irrigator, pond, grass. The learner offered their solution by tripping a switch, A, B, C or D, and if they were mistaken in the choice of noun they received a shock. With each new mistake, the teacher selected the switch to the right of the previous one, meaning each time an increase of 15 volts. The calculation was easy. A learner who made 30 mistakes would end up with a shock of 450 volts. In the initial prototype, the teacher and learner were placed in separate rooms, divided by a partition, and each invisible to the other. Before the experiment began, however, the teacher was invited into the other room, where they could see the learner whom they had already met in the course of the interview, attached to a chair with straps, with electrodes fixed to their arm and connected by a wire to the shock generator in the other room. One might think that the mere presentation of a protocol in which someone is invited, in the context of an experiment with memory, to inflict painful electrical shocks on a perfect stranger would be enough to discourage a good number, especially as it was made clear that anyone who refused to take part in the experiment after learning what it involved would still have their transport costs paid. The first element of surprise was that none of the hundreds of participants refused, none of them resisted the promise of making their contribution to science. Of course, the experiment was a fake. It did not attempt to measure the role of suffering in learning, but rather our capacities for obedience. The real question was, up to what point are we ready, out of pure docility, to transform ourselves into torturers? How many of us could inflict suffering on an individual who has done nothing to us, simply on the injunction of a scientific authority? Stanley Milgram, the psychology professor who conceived and set up this experiment, was born in the Bronx in 1933 into a Jewish family from Eastern Europe. He entered the field of social psychology after studying political science, working at Harvard under the direction of Salomon Asch, who had conducted experiments into conformity. 24 Impressed by Asch's results, he sought to go still further. Could one imagine it possible that people would reject, not their own sense perceptions, but this time the most elementary sentiments of humanity, by which it is repugnant to cause suffering to one's neighbor? And rather than this rejection coming from the horizontal pressure of a group, could it come from the vertical injunction of a giver of orders? Milgram therefore conceived an experiment to demonstrate the ease with which a random individual might don the role of torturer. An ordinary person, recruited through a newspaper advertisement, was systematically designated as the teacher. The drawing of lots was a mere pretense. This teacher would pose the questions, check the accuracy of the replies, and administer supposed electrical shocks to the learner. The learner was in fact always the same individual, Mr. Wallace, a pleasant-looking man who inspired sympathy. He had received precise instructions for his role. At 75 volts he would begin to shake, at 135 volts he gave out sharp cries, at 150 volts he begged to be released and demanded that the experiment be stopped, at 270 volts he emitted howls of pain, and after 300 volts he fell silent. By the terms of the protocol, however, this silence should be seen as another mistake. The teacher was supposed to increase the level of shock after each non-reply. The experimenter, in a gray lab coat, stood rigid and cold behind the teacher. If the latter expressed a wish to stop the experiment, this scientific authority only agreed if the teacher overrode 4 successive instructions that the man in the lab coat gave them. Please continue, the experiment requires you to continue, it is absolutely indispensable that you continue, you have no other choice but to continue. If after the 4th instruction the teacher maintained their refusal to continue, then the experiment was halted. But most often it came to an end only after 3 maximum shocks, 450 volts, had been administered, thus beyond the danger level marked on the large electric switchboard. The mere description of the setup might send a chill down the spine. When psychiatrists were questioned as to the proportion of individuals they believed would be ready to continue the experiment up to the point of inflicting the maximum shock, the general response was that about 1% would make use of the setup to satisfy their sadistic drive. The actual results, however, could not have been more different. Well over half went right to the bitter end. Repeating the procedure 3 times, more than 60% of ordinary individuals continued to administer electric shocks even when they heard the learner scream with pain, beg them to stop, or sometimes fall deathly silent. Did this mean that the proportion of sadists was unbelievably higher than was generally thought? Certainly, the opportunity does not arise every day to inflict suffering on a fellow human being without punishment, and even with scientific backing. Is this ability to enjoy another person's pain inscribed in the hearts of us all, perhaps unknown even to ourselves, until the day we are offered the possibility of expressing it? But it is far from certain that this is what is in question here. Milgram thought up, in relation to the typical experiment, a number of variants that sought to introduce greater proximity between subject and victim. He made the victim audible and visible. The results were just the same. The rate of obedience did not decline, except perhaps when the teacher had to actually touch the learner to keep the electrodes fixed to their wrist. The only variants in which an ordinary individual limited themselves to delivering minimal shocks were when they were left with the choice of punishment, to increase the level of shock or not, or when they were offered the possibility of cheating, for example by giving instructions over the telephone, especially when they were surrounded by 2 or 3 other participants who forcefully denounced the intolerable character of the situation. What paralyzes the capacity for disobedience is indeed a situation in which a lone individual is confronted by an authority figure, confirmed by an institutional and technical environment, who, in a neutral, calm and assured voice, gives orders whose monstrosity is as it were negated by the legitimacy of their source. Once again, an initial fictional meeting between the ordinary individual and the learner had been incorporated. The subject had met their future victim. In Milgram's experiment, as I said, this was a 47-year-old man, chubby and sympathetic. A fake drawing of lots had even been organized to decide who would be tied to the chair with an electrode fixed to their wrist, and who would be comfortably installed at the electrical switchboard. The ordinary individual could thus very well identify with their victim, and imagine that they could equally have been the recipient of violent electric shocks if the outcome of the lot had been different. In most cases, the novice teacher stopped or cheated as soon as they were left by themselves, as soon as they no longer felt the weighty presence of the overseeing authority behind them. On the other hand, while almost all displayed signs of anxiety beyond a certain voltage, sweating, a hesitant voice, shaking wrists - "Are you sure? 300 volts, are you sure?" "Sure and certain," the authority replied. They went on to calmly press the corresponding switch. What then is expressed here is perhaps not a cruel, long-suppressed instinct that has suddenly been given free rein, but rather something more complicated. The questions most often put to the experimenter, remote and rigid in his lab coat, all converged on the same point: "But are you really sure we can continue? I'm hearing whimpers, cries of pain, he's begging me to stop, I don't want to be responsible for And the authority invariably responded, "Don't worry, it's all up to us, we take responsibility for the effect of the electric shocks." At which point something is liberated. But this is not a wild aggressiveness that has been repressed by culture, and that suddenly springs to life in a university basement turned into a torture chamber. It is, rather, the ability to accept being, for a moment, no more than an arm, a hand movement. It is indeed my wrist that presses the switch, but it's no longer I who control it. I am simply a body, an automaton, and the movement of my wrist is actually impelled by the scientist standing behind me in his lab coat. Inwardly, I may well see it as ignoble to make anyone suffer in the name of science, and I find these complaints and cries of pain thoroughly disagreeable. But is this pleading addressed to me? Is it really I who operate the switch? The eye of responsibility has departed. Perhaps it has withdrawn into a rather distant and vague zone of conscience, something that Milgram called the agenting state. 25 In every case, the eye has left the body that presses the switches in this university, even switches that bear the label danger. Here again, we have to assume an initial act of abandonment of self, a voluntary resignation of the soul, a consent to being simply part of an empty great machine. And what is involved here, far more than sadism, is this capacity to consider that, after all, someone else is in charge of the effects that the movements of my body cause. The separation of soul and body here is not a metaphysical problem but a political fiction. This is the moment of ethical perversion, of abandonment of responsibility, that Arendt calls stupidity. But it is an active, deliberate and conscious stupidity. This capacity to render oneself blind and stupid, this stubborn refusal to know, is the banality of evil. Chapter 7. From Consent to Civil Disobedience. After discussing submission, subordination and conformism, I shall now explore a fourth locus of obedience, consent. This register will enable us to question political relations more directly. Up to now we have remained in the realm of metaphor, since we ended up saying, supported by various demystifiers, don't tell me stories, citizens are first and foremost submitted, prisoners of the balance of forces. They obey the laws like slaves. The despotic state makes laws as the expression and multiplier of its strength. If the subject respects them, this means they are constrained by the judicial system, the police and the army. Another discourse, more sententiously, tries to revive old allegiances. Citizens honor, respect and revere responsible leaders, endowed with knowledge, wisdom, virtue, the sense of sacrifice and the passion for social justice. They obey them just as they should, as reverential children. The state as father and mother knows better than them how to generate their well-being and their happiness. Inspired leftists, however, will immediately rise up and say, stop dreaming, citizens obey as automata. They obey out of habit, inertia, in order to be like everyone else. They obey like robots, they obey just as they consume. Like a slave, like a child, like a robot. In the case of consent, it is possible to say that each person obeys as a citizen. It is as if with consent we finally find a style of obedience that is properly political. Whether in the realm of ideas, classical theories of the social contract, or in public debate, rulers' repeated references to the Republican Pact, consent is viewed as the rational kernel of obedience to the laws of the city. As an opening remark, we might point out that anarchists have often focused their critical rage on the right to vote and on marriage. These have been regular targets, two designated enemies. But what do these two have in common? Private life on the one hand, the public sphere on the other. The intimacy of the couple on the one hand, the fate of the nation on the other. Yet what makes a bridge between these two is precisely the style of obedience, in other words, consent. In both cases, the marriage of individuals and the voting of citizens, the same refrain is often heard, it's too late. Too late for what? To disobey. If you find conjugal monotony exhausting, if you find the laws voted by a parliamentary majority scandalous, don't complain. You agreed in front of the registrar, you said yes in full awareness, you slipped your ballot paper into the box. No one dragged you by force to your future spouse. Nor did you have a pistol at your head in the voting booth. In both cases, you accepted the rules of the game, democratic and conjugal. In other words, you gave consent, and freely. Consent is an act by which a person makes themselves their own prisoner. To consent is a free obedience, a voluntary alienation, a constraint that is fully accepted. And this is the key to understanding obedience to public laws. In recent years, a number of striking scandals, public denunciations and legislative decrees have relaunched an intense debate around consent, yet this has been in a general form, outside of politics. 3 For example, the requirement to obtain the consent of the patient before a medical intervention, so that they are not treated as a mere object, a bag of organs, or, again, The debates around free prostitution, where the question is whether a person is effectively the owner of their body to the point of hiring it out freely for the pleasure of another. 4 And then there are unusual and sleazy practices, such as dwarf throwing, the cannibal who recruited consenting victims over the internet, Detlev Guntzel, the Belgian SM video. 5 These debates have been complex and impassioned. The difficulty always arises from the disjunction between two concepts that had previously seemed completely inseparable and equivalent, freedom and dignity. At least from the time of Pico della Mirandola, it has been constantly repeated that human dignity consists in freedom. 6 Here, though, we have a case of practices freely consented to, against which the consenting party is told, externally opposing to them their own dignity, no, it is unworthy for you to serve as a cannonball in a fairground attraction, it is undignified for you to sell your body for sexual services. You may well tell me that it's your own business, that you want to do it, that you are perfectly consenting. But it is impossible to freely want something that goes against your own dignity. Society refuses you this right, as it recognizes certain transcendent, sacred, objective values independent of each person's own judgment and personal choices. By defending these values, over and above people's irresponsible choices, it protects each person against themselves, and it protects itself by defending certain inviolable, definitive norms that are independent of particular life choices. The problem, however, is whether this dignity is genuinely well-founded, or simply another name for social conventions. One might, on the contrary, accept that the ultimate source of legitimation and the criterion of justice should be the choice of individuals, and that, for example in matters of sexuality, one should say, here the law has nothing to say, as long as adults are consenting they may do whatever they like among themselves. Perhaps these contrasting discourses, the traditionalist and the libertarian, should be complemented by a third, which would say, you really should stop opposing freedom and dignity in this way, free will and the principle of humanity. This whole debate is only of interest for a tiny minority, libertarian bobos versus conservative reactionaries. 7 Without exception, however, and the exception is verbose because the majority are silent, what leads anyone to sell their body is necessity, the mechanics of misery which lead to the loss of both dignity and freedom. It is always the same logic, you are led to become a slave by the cycle of misery, and at the end of the day you consent, essentially, to survive. If this debate plays off dignity against freedom, it is because the very concept of consent welds together a contradictory couple. To consent means freely consenting to be dependent on another. I consent, by signing, I accept in advance the constraints that may be placed. Consent presupposes an initial act of relinquishing. It produces a disproportion between the momentary character of the presupposed act and the long chain of servitudes that follow from the paradoxical spark of the initial yes, I freely agreed to my own alienation. Consent organizes the possibility of constituting oneself as passive. In the extreme case, the paradigm of consent is the masochistic agreement. Gilles Deleuze, in his reading of the written commitments that Sacher-Masoch drafted and signed vis-à-vis his mistress Wanda, emphasizes the importance of the contract in masochism. 8 Rejecting Freudian reconstructions in which aggressive impulses are either turned against the subject or projected onto another in an abstract logic of sadomasochism, Deleuze notes that Freud missed the singularity of the masochistic desire in this careful legal ritualization of consent, with the duly signed contract. I freely submit, from the state to that, to the caprices of another, I indefinitely abandon myself to the passivity of suffering, according to the above conditions, recommending the use of this or that whip. Masochism reveals and perverts the logic of consent, a voluntary servitude, yet one far removed from the enchantment that La Boétie describes, since it consists in the icy form of a perfectly drafted agreement, a scrupulous and pleasurable demand, undertaken to freely become the slave of another. 9. The general form of consent displays three dimensions: it is free, it leads to a system of dependence, and it is limited in time. What I here call freedom is a rational and considered decision, which presupposes anticipations, projections, a calculus of reason. This freedom is summed up in the time-limited character materialized in a legal act, with the signature at the foot of the contract. If we need to remember the initial clause of freedom, this is because consent always means consenting to constraints. To consent is to freely accept, from a particular point in time, limiting or even renouncing one's freedom. Political modernity has sought its reference point in this very particular style of obedience. The recurrent evocation of the Republican Pact by every ruler follows this path. If you are mad enough to disobey a law voted for according to due procedures by freely elected representatives, considering that it is unjust, simply the product of shady dealings, or to contest decrees that are scandalous despite being established according to administrative regularity, then you are told, But really, you must obey the laws. As a political subject and a citizen, you have accepted the democratic game. You know the rules, you have always already consented. The major, unique, sacrosanct dogma of the social contract, political obedience, is the revived echo of an initial consent, whose massive effect is to hold obedience firmly in place by making disobedience impossible, illegitimate. Placing consent at the heart of the political relationship, however, is a conquest of modernity, a condemnation of the paternalism that made us accept, as good and docile subjects, the higher command of proper and competent authorities, a rejection of the political theology that saw God behind the monarch, and a rejection of the model of the slave submitted to a state that imposed its force and repressed by way of arbitrary justice and a brutal police. To see an original contract, a primitive pact, as the basis of the political relationship means seeing citizens as responsible adults, autonomous subjects, free beings. It was the greatness of Hobbes and Locke that they understood politics as the rational expression of a desire to live together. If there is a contract, it is because we want to do politics together. This is all inscribed in classic texts, Hobbes's Leviathan and Locke's second treatise on civil government. Both tell the same story, perhaps with significant variations, but always with the same structure, the opposition between the original state of nature and the present social state. Today, we live in societies governed by rules of living together, public laws that the judicial system and police uphold, under the sway of the political authorities. But imagine the disappearance of the state and the cancellation of laws, or even the condition of human beings before the appearance of states. The social contract philosophers paint a gloomy picture of this. Let us take that of Hobbes, which is the most striking. 10 In the state of nature, he writes, I see at work three natural passions that produce their destructive effects: natural greed that makes me desire everything that someone else possesses, making me definitively jealous of their possessions and nourishing in me a destructive envy; concern for glory that leads me to take foolish risks to show others that I am superior to them; and finally the instinctive distrust that leads me to anticipate any aggression by attacking first, and forces me to remain on my guard, perpetually unquiet. Envy, vanity, distrust, these three natural passions make the natural condition of men a veritable hell. Locke offers a slightly less somber picture. What he imagines is not an immediate chaos, but simply the slow degradation of an initially tranquil period, in which each person cultivates their own garden, soon followed by the unleashing of a cycle of violence provoked by impunity and the absence of judges. For Rousseau, in his discourse on the origin of inequality among men, the story is longer and more complex. With a slower transition, the initial golden age of peace, solitude and harmony continues for a longish while, and richer intermediate epochs, the age of small clans and happy competition. But here too, human history leads on to times of violence and misery from which the social contract is designed to save us. 11 Society is everywhere considered the result of a common and free decision, by which humanity wrested itself out of chaos. We still have to understand the nature of this presupposed consent at the origin of organized societies. This is irreducible to the juridical model we have described above, in which it was simply a matter of saying that consent is a one-off action to curtail one's own freedom, for a determined time and in determined modalities. Political consent presupposes at least two other dimensions that affect and reconfigure this initial model. First of all, the Founding Act is indefinitely pushed back into a haze of origins, a rather mythical past. Our ancestors must indeed have met and contracted together. But this initial Founding Act is now a logical principle, a foundation, rather than a beginning reconstituted by the force of imagination. The simple fact that we live today in political societies means that yesterday we consented, all of us together. Secondly, political consent presupposes a transcendental democracy. Social division and party struggle are simply surface phenomena. We have all always already come to agreement to make a society and obey its laws. That is the condition of possibility for politics. But agreement to obey laws, or agreement to make a society? When taxes are found to be too heavy or laws unjust, when government decisions are challenged by a concerted disobedience, a little voice is always heard to whisper, "It's too late now, you should have considered that before, it is you who appointed us." It becomes impossible to turn back. The ideology of consent serves to make us understand that it is always too late to disobey. Our political modernity has given, as the gravitational point for daily political obedience, a consent agreed by each and every one, a constituting consent. It was through this that a political order, a society governed by common laws, a sovereign authority, a state of law, became possible. Or else we can take the formula of consent for the sake of security: we all agree together to renounce our natural claims, and by unanimous agreement decide on the shape of a separate place of power that will decree common rules and formulate public laws. By this constraint, Imposed on us all by this unique authority, general security should be assured. We thus oblige ourselves to the state in advance to obey laws whose initial purpose is not justice but security. 12 If the initial pact was so motivated by the fear of death, then any act of disobedience will be immediately suspected of reintroducing the initial anarchy. The appeal here is to an ethic of survival. 13 We obey because we do not wish to die, because we do not wish to return to social chaos. It is possible to imagine a different model that is more republican, more Rousseauist. There is no need now to imagine that, by unanimous accord, the people make society by submitting to another, the sovereign state. The people can only ever consent to itself, in other words the we that is both the cause and the result of consent. We have indeed always decided to obey, but we obey the general will. Taking up a passage in Rousseau, the agreement of two particular interests comes by opposition to that of a third. It should be added that the agreement of all interests is formed by opposition to that of each. Are analyzed very well the ethical structuring that this model presupposes. In their political life, each citizen must perpetually make the effort in and on themselves to struggle against the invasion of what might be a particular interest, a personal passion. 14 The worst enemy is oneself as an individual. To partake in the body politic of the nation, each national must rise and remain in constant rebellion against himself. 15 What is then suspected in the act of disobedience? The scandal of egoistic preference. Someone disobeys when they prefer their personal interest to that of the collective. What should inspire political obedience is not the ethic of survival, but rather an ethic of sacrifice. The general will is a new tyrant, the culpabilizing superego. To obey the laws, the citizen must combat the hidden enemy that each person represents for themselves. 16 The horizontality of we and the common will rears up and overshadows the conscience of the citizen. In the name of the people, in the name of the public good, the people that it also is, the public good that completes it, the subject bends his spine, and by doing so, must realize that it is before himself that he is prostrating, sovereign authority being nothing more than the general will. Each man, obeying the sovereign, obeys only himself. 17 Vertical consent introduces a definitive obedience to another at the foundation of the political relationship, either the general will, a hypostatized figure of each person's political self whose formula an elite always claims to have, or the sovereign state that assures our security and purchases our obedience at the price of a guarantee of survival. 18 Obedience is enforced under these two aspects. It fuels these two types of discourse that are heard whenever significant movements of disobedience arise. The first discourse, look at these irresponsibles, they only want disorder, these children of the privileged and idle will lead us straight to anarchy with their impossible dreams and utopias. Second discourse, these egoists are only concerned to champion minority beliefs, forgetting the great majority of silent working people, industrious citizens for whom our laws are made. At this level, the contract model makes any disobedience impossible. There remains, however, as both Arendt and Habermas well understood, something explosive and secretly subversive in the idea of the social contract. If we agree to say, careful, we did not consent in advance to obey or to fuse ourselves into a unity towering over us, the good of the people, the protective state, but simply to make a society. We can cite here Locke's formulation in his second treatise on government, that the beginning of politic society depends upon the consent of the individuals, to join into and make one society, who, when they are thus incorporated, might set up what form of government they thought fit. 19 When they are thus incorporated, it is this when that is remarkable. The first question is to incorporate, to make a society together, and it is only to this that people consent. The we is immanent, mobile, plural, lowercase. It is not detached either in the form of another imposing order and security, or of a general will that requires sacrifice to the collective on each person's part. Political obedience, respect for this or that law, allegiance to the government in place, comes second, deriving from an initial, horizontal consent to make a society. 20 Obedience to the existing rulers is circumspect and always provisional. The citizen is a part-timer in political obedience, delegating but always able to take back control. Movements of civil disobedience, by which I understand collective movements of contestation rather than isolated protests, may be read as moments when the social contract is reactivated, as expressions of transcendental democracy. 21 Civil disobedience is based on the constitution of a collective that expresses a refusal to be governed like that apostrophe. 22 Rather than individual positions expressed by way of voting slips politely slipped into the ballot box, which we are told is the kernel of democracy, it is a matter of returning to the living essence of the contract. We make the body of society by disobeying collectively, by making a social project vibrate, weaving together pluralities rather than constructing a unity of all at the price of the renunciation of each. The social contract, that great political myth, a story of origins, basically has two opposing modes of existence, each irreducible to the other. It can exist as an abstract principle of legitimacy, a constraining reference, in the name of the Republican Pact, the contract offering security, you are not authorized to disobey. In which case, the contract, a purely regulative fiction, makes itself felt and known by reality effects, censorship, banning, imprisonment. But the contract also exists in the light of these acts of concerted disobedience, in the name of a more just and equal society, a world of fraternity and mutual respect. Civil disobedience is a manifestation of transcendental democracy. It refreshes something that has never existed, that moment of origin when a collectivity decided on its destiny, when the noble sense of the political was decided for humanity, bringing this to life as its own projected shadow. The problem of knowing whether it is legitimate or not to disobey under democracy is biased as soon as the question is posed in a procedural perspective. Up to what point can public decisions that were decided on according to a standard procedure be questioned by an acting minority, a hyperactive fringe, while the democratic structure requires decrees adopted by a majority to be respected by all, since the vote immediately makes these an expression of the general interest, the common good? But this reduces democracy to a frozen system of distribution of powers, a set of standardized procedures enabling a label like a trademark to be placed on regimes or laws. Democracy is not so much one political regime among others as a critical process that runs through all of these and precisely obliges them to be more democratic. It is a demand for liberty, equality and solidarity. Critical democracy is a demand that leads people to disobey. 23. Chapter 8. Thoreau's Walk. This is the story of a walk. On the morning of July 23, 1846, Henry David Thoreau decided to go into the town of Concord to collect some shoes he had left with a cobbler to be resold. Excursions of this kind were not disagreeable for him. It was almost 2 years since he had undertaken to live in complete autarky, to experiment with a natural existence. He had built his cabin single-handed, with materials gathered on the shores of Walden Pond, on land belonging to his friend and mentor Emerson, a well-known writer and major representative of American transcendentalist philosophy. Thoreau spent his days reading, writing, carrying out the little tasks necessary for him to feed himself and heat his cabin, and above all going for endless walks on which, as he would write in his 1861 essay Walking, he noted smells, images and presences. 1 No trade, no pay, independent and autarkic. Henry David Thoreau, 1817-62 was born and died in Concord, Massachusetts. The first paradox is that this person viewed as the very bard of nomadism, the champion of wandering, the poet of random drift, of fevered and intoxicated walks, practically never left his native town. His decision to settle in a cabin built with his own hands, far from society yet close to the energies of the world, living only from his own manual work, abandoning human company and the chaos of towns, making the choice of solitude and poverty '2, has assumed in the history of thought the dimension of a philosophical gesture, an initiation into true life. 3. Thoreau was writing at a time when industrial capitalism in America was in rapid growth. His life and work represent the temptation of the wild, the critique of technology, the denunciation of alienation of all kinds, economic, social, cultural, and a call to return to immediate life, what Rimbaud would call vigueur. He has become for us an icon of rupture, a symbol of subversion. Scarcely surprising that in the film Dead Poets Society, the nonconformist teacher, John Keating, regularly quotes to his students fragments from Walden or Life in the Woods. For example, I wanted to live deep and suck out all the marrow of life, and not, when I came to die, discover that I had not lived. 4 Or that Christopher McCandless, a brilliant student, promised the best possible professional future, decides, as soon as he has his degree, to burn his boats, abandon everything and set out alone on the road to sense the frisson of a reconquered freedom, had been an assiduous reader of Thoreau, copying into his notebooks the phrase "in wildness is the preservation of the world." 5. For his contemporaries, Thoreau was seen above all as an eccentric, unoriginal. Let us return to that July morning in 1846. In the center of Concord, after collecting his shoes, Thoreau was accosted by the son of an innkeeper, assigned to collect taxes, who reminded him that he owed the state several years' worth of poll tax. Thoreau refused point-blank to pay, expressing his indignation at having to support by his taxes an unjust war declared once more against Mexico after the annexation of Texas, not to mention the absolute scandal of slavery in the southern states. The tax collector found himself compelled, by his duty under the law, to take Thoreau to prison. He spent only a single night there, alongside a fellow prisoner suspected of having burned down a barn. The following day, a relative of his mother or aunt, terrified of scandal, hastened to settle his tax arrears, and probably pay a few years in advance. Thoreau was invited to leave his cell, which he did almost reluctantly. He collected his shoes, then climbed up the hillside in search of blueberries. The legend has it that during this brief stay behind bars he was visited by Emerson, who asked him, "But really, what are you doing here?" To which Thoreau replied, "It's I who should be asking you, how is it that you aren't in here with me?" The story is pretty meager, and Thoreau's rather peaceful experience seems at the end of the day scarcely heroic: no maltreatment, one evening spent hearing the noise of the town, and a calm enough cellmate. From this night spent in prison, Thoreau would draw material for a lecture he delivered 2 years later, entitled Civil Resistance to Government, 1848. It was only when this was reprinted posthumously in his complete works, 1866, that it received the title On the Duty of Civil Disobedience. Paradoxical, therefore, when we know that this incident is regularly cited as the founding moment of civil disobedience. On the one hand, there is nothing glorious or dramatic about the story, a single night spent in perfect civility within 4 whitewashed walls, for $6 that would be paid on his behalf the next day. On the other hand, when he mentioned it, Thoreau never used the expression civil disobedience. Does this mean that the connection always made today is false or based on a misunderstanding, an exaggeration at least? Moreover, various intellectual authorities, such as Hannah Arendt and John Rawls, maintain that Thoreau's action was no more than conscientious objection. 6. If we take what has been defined as civil disobedience by political theorists, and compare their analyses, we arrive at more or less the following specification: civil disobedience refers to the coordinated movement of a group, as opposed to individual contestation. It presupposes the organization of a collective structured by well-defined rules of resistance, and a common credo with a precise political objective, most often, the abrogation of a law or decree deemed scandalous, unjust or intolerable. As against this, when an isolated individual, for example a whistleblower, takes the risk of denouncing the misdeeds of an institution or the corruption of a system, we speak of dissidence or conscientious objection. Civil disobedience, on the other hand, assumes a collective action that strikes at the heart of the social contract, giving rise, on the occasion of a common challenge, to the project of making society over and above institutions that are above all bent on perpetuating themselves and continuing the comfort of an elite. A common challenge projects the shadow of the original pact onto a future dimension, to live together, but on new foundations, not to let ourselves be governed in this way, not to accept the unacceptable, in a word, to reinvent our future. The basis of this living together is a common project for the future. Theorists also insist on the public dimension of civil disobedience. In particular, it is not a matter of plotting in the shadows against the state, of secret organizations, of forming clandestine opposition groups to bomb or overthrow the existing government, substituting for it new rulers, or again of secretly advancing one political option over others. Civil disobedience makes publicity the wellspring of its action, injustice is denounced, the iniquity of a law is brought to people's attention by the open proclamation of disobeying it. Acts of civil disobedience are directed at public opinion, and still more broadly at the conscience of all, the universal sentiment of justice. Actions are guaranteed maximum publicity, so that the indignation becomes contagious, the scandal is shared. Acts of civil disobedience, for example, Gandhi's Salt March, are constructed as gigantic operations of communication. 7 The transgression is accomplished in a striking and public fashion, and those who disobey accept in advance the prospect of punishment. They prepare for it, they even anticipate it, and this confirms the authenticity of their commitment. Imprisonment in the case of civil disobedience does not signal a temporary halt in the struggle, but a greater intensification. We may add other criteria again: the rejection of violence, the reference to higher principles, even respect for the forms of legality. To return to the text of Thoreau. This only partly coincides with the definitions laid down by Arendt, Rawls, Habermas or Dworkin, above all because it is a trial, an inventive approach, an invitation to transform oneself and others. 8 This text is first and foremost a gesture. It does not rely on any commentary, or inspire a critique of texts that preceded in time, with a view to affirming its difference from other concepts and proposing new definitions. It is a testimony of experience. It was not born from reading or designed to enter the cushioned space of a library to have a certain resonance with other books, past or future. On the contrary, it calls for emerging from books so as to transform oneself, act, live. Thoreau said that one should spend at least as much time walking as reading or writing. This text is in the proper sense an intervention, It intervenes in our ideas and in our lives by shifting our lines of force, transforming our perspectives. This is why Thoreau was more than an author of books. He is an icon, he embodies an attitude, represents a proposal for existence. As with the ancient cynics, we know gestures of his, short phrases that are repeated, what the Greeks called pharmaca, rescue, utterances helping people to live, phrases designed to intensify our presence in the world and to others. For example, by killing time we bless eternity. It is vain to sit down to write when one has never stood up to live, and, in his final days, what he replied to the preacher who besought him to turn his eyes to the other world, if you please, just one world at a time. Thoreau reconnected with the idea that philosophy, before being a scholarly discipline, a body of knowledge, is an art of living. 9 If philosophy were simply a set of theoretical propositions, a system of truths, theses put forward for discussion, then to philosophize would basically mean reading books, commenting, criticizing and writing. Philosophy would be a corpus. Thoreau, "Today I see only professors of philosophy, but no philosophy," reminds us that the true sage makes philosophy present by their life and actions. He sums up his philosophy in short sentences that are not the conclusion of demonstrations but provocations, calls to live differently. The obligation to disobey is bound up with the requirements of true life. Useless for Thoreau to spin out critical discourses and theoretical challenges if the upshot was simply to passively obey and accept everything. He does not accept, as Kant did in his article on enlightenment, that there need be no connection between critical reflection and obedience. 10 What is the point of uttering unwelcome declarations if at the end of the day one still acts like an automaton, passively conforming to laws, doing just like everyone else? The only authentic critique is practical disobedience. Where Kant asserts that true disobedience is theoretical critique, Thoreau replies, true critique is practical disobedience. Thoreau begins by emphatically constructing a basic opposition between, on the one hand, the state, its laws, its apparatuses, its representatives, all considered elements of an anonymous, labyrinthine, inert machine, a tool that is wielded and moved by lobbyists, careerists, the ambitious, and, on the other hand, individuals each inhabited by their conscience and experiences. There is nothing mystical, sacred, vertical about the republic, the state or the sovereign. Government is a necessary evil, of which we can only hope that it governs as little as possible. At the very start of the text, Thoreau rejects any connection between morality and politics. He does not want values such as justice or equality to be inscribed in politics, he does not want a list of the moral virtues of the leader. Morality finds its refuge, its seat, in individual conscience, whereas politics is nothing but the mode of functioning of a cold and horrific apparatus. The state apparatus is a complicated machinery, unfortunately necessary, to which however each person must constantly oppose their friction, their rubbing. Let your life be a counter-friction to stop the machine. 11 It is when the machinery is too well oiled that it becomes dangerous, as it transforms individuals into mere cogs. It is the individual who is sacred, the individual's capacity for action, for initiative, inventiveness, all qualities that come up against absurd obstacles, abusive regulations, the heavy constraints of the state machine. Above all, however, it is in the individual that the voice of morality, the call of justice, is heard. This assertion of a primacy and sovereignty of conscience opens the way to a redefinition of priorities. The first priority is not obedience to laws, conformity to rules, but the preservation and safeguarding of one's own principles. Each person, inasmuch as they truly exist, must let themselves be guided by their conscience rather than blindly and passively obeying the laws. Thoreau gives this duty an intransigent stamp. Disobedience is not even a rationally deduced right, it is a duty of spiritual integrity. When the state takes iniquitous decisions and engages in unjust policies, the individual cannot rest content with complaining before going off to sleep. He or she is not merely authorized to disobey, as if this were a right that might or might not be taken up in the name of conscience. Rather I have a duty to disobey, if I am to remain faithful to myself, and not to establish an unfortunate divorce between me and myself. In response, though, we hear, "Look, we live in a democracy, how is it possible to construct a coherent and ordered way of living together if each person is left to be judge in the last instance of the legitimacy of laws voted according to formalized procedures, i.e. by the majority of representatives?" Article 7 of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen speaks in the same tones. Any citizen seized under the terms of the law must obey at once, he renders himself culpable by resistance. To which Thoreau replies that the only majority that counts is that of moral sincerity, against which numerical, legal majorities mean nothing, A majority in the arithmetical sense means only the most numerous. To bend to this means accepting the law of the strongest. It is ethical superiority that should prevail, not the rules of arithmetic. This means contempt of democratic procedures, deemed incapable of ever producing goodness, justice or truth. Contempt also of the consequences. I can already hear the response, but really, if each person set out to take as their guide their conception of justice rather than the general laws, there would soon be anarchy. Thoreau's first response would be that this is unimportant, since the priority is to save conscience rather than the world. But the problem is not even that, and Thoreau reminds us that throughout history, in the name of saving the world, responsible consciences have been forced into every kind of compromise. Above all, what the text calls soul or conscience is not the isolated individual in opposition to a collective connected to the universal. There is no opposition between an individual enthralled to their personal calculations and public utility as propagated by a sovereign authority. The opposition, for Thoreau, is between a government that makes use of the state apparatuses to defend the interests of an elite, demanding from its subjects passive obedience, and an individuality that, in the solitude of conscience, accedes to the sense of universal justice without being sidetracked by a cowardly majority opinion led along by the current of passive doxa, an opinion that is indefinitely flexible and malleable. In the end, however, the issue in Thoreau's text is above all one of the salvation of conscience in isolation, never an appeal for the abolition of unjust laws by concrete, collective and peaceful action. Should we then think that Tolstoy, Gandhi and Martin Luther King are all guilty of misreading when they speak of the shock that their encounter with Thoreau's text meant for them? 12 What they found there is what theorists of civil disobedience, in search of criteria of differentiation, systematically overlook, the principle of spiritual conversion. Disobedience, for Thoreau, is rooted in an ethical work on the self, an inner demand attested to by his long walks that are equivalent to the prayers of Martin Luther King or Gandhi's cotton spinning. This transformation, this asceticism, is the ethical transcendental of civil disobedience. It is only possible to authentically disobey the other, the others, the world as it is, and finally one's own habits, in the wake of this conversion. And it is in and by this movement of return to self that one discovers oneself irreplaceable. Thoreau refused to pay his taxes in the name of a certain conception of justice, of the role and duties of the state. Everything was dictated to him by his conscience, imperiously commanded by a voice that was specific to him, clear, and not covered by the clamor of conformism. Obey and be silent. Do as others do. Listen and accept the official justifications, don't bother to set off on your own to reflect on the justice of things. But if I, myself, do not agree? In his journal, Thoreau wrote, "If I am not me, who will be so in my place?" Here he gives the exact formula of something impossible to delegate, which is the essence of the responsible and disobedient subject. There is of course the Cartesian cogito, likewise Kant's transcendental ego, all these kernels of universality, these abstract supports of true knowledge. To which existentialism could justly retort, these foundation subjects, these spiritual unities or theoretical entities, only record the effort to establish sciences. The true subject is the individual with their personal history, their singular trajectory, the subject as unique adventure. And political disobedience goes beyond the romanticism of uniqueness, the lyricism of singularity. By echoing Thoreau's assertion, I take up the idea of the non-delegable. No one, writes Thoreau, can be me in my place. It is from this prerogative that disobedience springs. No one can think in my place, and no one can decide in my place what is just or unjust. Likewise, no one can disobey in my place. Disobedience must arise from that point at which a person discovers themselves to be irreplaceable, in the precise sense of having this experience of the non-delegable, the experience that this is for me to do, me res agiter, that I cannot devolve onto anyone else the task of having to think the true, decide the just, and disobey what to me appears insufferable. 13. This non-delegable subject is never threatened by individualism, relativism or subjectivism. Because the non-delegable point in me is precisely the principle of humanity, the demand of a universal. Because above all and essentially, one discovers oneself irreplaceable in order to put oneself in the service of others. This is as far away as possible from a self-satisfied withdrawal, a consumerist narcissism of egotistic fulfillment, salvation in one's private preserve or secret garden. To sense in oneself the non-delegable I is not to feel summoned to be oneself by social uniformities, it means being unable to tolerate the intolerable any longer. To discover in oneself the non-delegable I is to feel oneself called on to act for others, to bring into existence the justice whose urgency one feels. It is the political contrary of conformism, and it is not a unique and singular I that demands to be finally itself, but a non-delegable self that demands universal dignity. This is what Gandhi and Martin Luther King understood from reading Thoreau's text. The real difference is not between collective disobedience, civil disobedience, and individual insubordination, conscientious objection, but rather between a passive disobedience that leads only to a change of master and an active disobedience that takes as its reference point inner reform, the critical demand. To discover oneself irreplaceable when it is a matter of serving others, to champion the sense of justice and the dignity of the excluded, to have the experience of the non-delegable, is to enter into civic dissidence. And civic dissidence is the ethical stance in each person from which civil disobedience, as a composition of powers, authenticates itself and discourages in advance any recuperation by the powers that be. Above all, it is for others that one is irreplaceable, but the proper meaning of this "for" should be understood. It is not the idea that our friends love us in our unique singularity, so that we could never be replaced in their hearts, etc., but that disobedience follows from the principle of the lived experience of being irreplaceable for others and towards oneself. It is to be seized by the impossibility of neglecting the task and delegating it to an imaginary other, and by the urgent sentiment to shake off inertia, to discover oneself in solidarity, and finally to rise up. 14. If I am not I, who will be? Wrote Thoreau. We should add, be oneself, but for others, respond to this call, and immediately. Centuries ago, Hillel Hayzaikin gave the complete formula: if I am not for me, who will be? If I am only for me, what am I? And if not now, when? 15. Chapter 9. Civic Dissidence. In December 1784, Immanuel Kant published an article in a German periodical, the Berlinische Monatsschrift, in response to the question, "What is enlightenment?" 1. Moses Mendelssohn had already attempted to answer the same question in the same journal a few weeks earlier. Kant's answer is short, pithy and quite definitive: enlightenment is not a temporal era, or an ideological current to be defined, but an ethical demand at the heart of the critical subject. One simple word is enough to characterize the Enlightenment attitude: majority. Enlightenment is the attitude of majority, of coming of age. This term is used in a purely ethical sense. It is not a question of legal majority or numerical majority, as denounced by Thoreau. Majority, says Kant, is a capacity, the capacity of emancipation, independence, autonomy. The capacity of dissension. To be of age, in the three illustrations Kant offers, is for example to be able to think without having to recite a book, to be capable of making choices in life without the tutelage of a spiritual guide, to make rules of health and right living for oneself without blindly following the prescriptions of a doctor. Minority, on the contrary, means allowing one's thoughts, acts and conduct to be imposed by another. Enlightenment, Aufklärung in German, is the movement of transition from one state to another, the tension and effort to grow out of minority and into majority. Enlightenment is a process, an effort. How, then, does Kant envisage this transition? This is perhaps the most remarkable point in his text, to which Foucault was attentive when he lectured on it at the Collège de France in 1983. To determine the best way to emerge from minority, we have to be aware of what keeps us in this state. Here, faithful to the ethical inspiration of his definition of enlightenment, Kant does not denounce any despotic constraint, any political pressure that imposes a single thought or compulsory behavior. He does not even have in mind a movement of natural emergence, as if humanity became adult by the slow push of an ineluctable progress, simply by growing up. In fact, Kant rapidly makes each person responsible for their minority, out of idleness and cowardice. He writes, "Majority, as we have said, is to think for oneself, to exercise one's own judgment, to remain critically vigilant. We readily understand that it is so much more comfortable to let one's conduct be dictated by another, so much easier to have ready-made phrases whispered by existing authors. In this case, you are not responsible. You do not have to bear the weight, the burden. Once again, we have the panic terror of freedom versus the sovereign delights of irresponsibility. Are method, rigor, intelligence or depth needed in order to think truly and well? No, says Kant, what is needed first and foremost is courage. The formula or motto of enlightenment is sapere, dare to know. Knowing requires boldness." Commentators have emphasized that, after these initial fireworks, this generalized incitement to criticize, this demand to question established knowledge and opinions, Kant places serious restrictions on the call for emancipation. The initial moment, however, is the demand, to refuse imbecilic obedience. Obedience must not be accompanied by an absence of reflection, even when the order, issued, in Kant's examples, by the tax collector, the military officer or the priest, administration, army, Church, the three great centers of blind obedience in the West, is always obey without reflecting. Enlightenment, therefore, is first of all this refusal of mute obedience. Kant does not even say, reflect, and soon you'll disobey. He proposes the maintenance of obedience, but accompanied by critical vigilance. 3 The conditions of this accompaniment are defined by the distinction between the private and the public uses of reason. Private use is the use made of reason when an individual finds themselves in an institution, an administration, an organization in which each puts their reason, their capacity to think, at the service of something else. This is not a distinction between public and private space. For Kant, if I am a teacher facing a class, a priest before a gathering of the faithful, or an official in the context of my work, I am making a private use of my reason. Whereas when I express my doubts, make known reservations or articulate criticisms, for example in addressing myself to the restricted circle of a scholarly meeting, or writing in a periodical, this is public use. In other words, when I speak not by making use of a competence, a status, but simply as a citizen, as universal conscience. At this level, writes Kant, no censorship should prevail, and freedom must be total. A double restriction, therefore, the disconnection between theoretical criticism and practical obedience, then the channeling of critical expression within strict bounds. At which point, in a rather cruel turn, Kant ironically addresses the despot, as if to incite him perversely to indulgence. They will obey all the better if you let them, childishly? Reflect in their little circles of intellectuals. 4. To return however to the text's opening shot, the principle of courage. What particular courage does Kant have in mind? Not that of being oneself, after the fashion of personal development programs or incitements to inner flourishing and the assertion of individuality. All this, it seems, requires courage or boldness, to shake off imposed identities, break enclosed molds and frozen stereotypes. What is meant here is a different courage, in the same direction that Thoreau has already led us, that of promoting the rise of the non-delegable I, not an I opposed to you or us by dint of being singular and unique, particularly exceptional, but rather opposed to the impersonal one. Refusing, therefore, to be a mere wave in the sea of established doxa, and opposing to cowardliness the non-substitutable I, one that, when it senses it is being appealed to, replies present, because it experiences urgency and the impossibility of shirking, whether by deferring, delegating, temporizing or faking, because it knows it is the one that has to respond. This non-delegable I is the ethical and political subject of universality, an unwelcome universality, not one of cowardly consensus, but universality as rupture, transgression, the demand of humanity, the cutting edge of truth, understood as that which no one wishes to hear. Courage of truth, courage to think in one's own name. This exercise of judgment is again what Socrates called examination, or the primary form of the care that each person should take of themselves. We can follow the links in this long chain of ethical equivalence. Enlightenment equals coming of age equals courage equals critical judgment equals examination equals care of self equals thought. Doing, deciding and undertaking nothing without subjecting it to lucid examination, this inner discussion that is the other name for thought. It is this form that Socrates, in prison, opposed to his childhood friend Crichton, who burst into his cell to set him free. The scene is as follows: Socrates, condemned by Athens to death, has just one opportunity to save his skin. A plan has been worked out, everything is ready and he is asked to make haste, to quickly make his escape as time is pressing. To which Socrates replies, "No, let us not hurry, let us rather examine." 5 Not hurry, examine, skipine in the Greek, as we should not by hurrying make mistakes or commit errors. 6 We should not, by precipitately trying to save our body, this bag of flesh and bones, risk losing our soul. Is philosophy anything other than this medicine to prevent sicknesses provoked by errors of judgment? These evils affect the soul to the point of damaging it, denaturing it, polluting it. One can die of false ideas, and fall sick from stupid opinions. The body survives, the skin holds up, but the soul is definitely rotten. Therapy, here, is always the same: examination. Weigh up reasons, question yourself by questioning another, and question another to question yourself. Make sure to judge well. Socrates, weighing the pros and cons, arguing, reasoning, deploying reasons, ends up concluding that it is better to remain in prison and calmly await death. If he had made for the door that Crito held wide open to him, he would have contracted a mortal disease. 7. Socrates, unjustly accused and iniquitously condemned, refuses to flee, and grounds his decision by praising the laws. Is he trying to tell us, respect the laws with an unlimited respect that brooks no exception, as laws are always venerable? What then is Socrates' famous provocation? At the end of the day, did Socrates die professing a passive political obedience, resigned, pious, for everyone and forever? 8. Or should we rather show how, for Socrates, this acceptance of punishment is sovereign, because it reverses the meaning and shows a manner of disobeying that is even more decisive than flight? 9. Of course, there is a prosopopoeia of laws, with a rather solemn presentation of their prestige. Socrates imagines, but if I did decide to flee, those laws under whose protection I was nurtured and brought up, allowing me to live to such an age, would confront me and accuse me of treachery. Would it not be iniquitous, after spending my life respecting the law and encouraging others to do so, to forget my old promises and flee because today the law condemns me? Read literally, Socrates' argument is moralizing and even vexatious in its sententious tone. It is as if his words lost any transgressive charge, as if he forgot his power of provocation and politely asked us to follow his example. Come on, obey, do not rebel even if you have been unjustly condemned. If you have to obey even when unjustly condemned to death, then a fortiori you will obey in every other respect. Yet I want to go beyond this first impression and, following the arguments of Arendt and Merleau-Ponty, see what remains subversive in this refusal. 10. There is the idea, already developed in our discussion of civil disobedience, that accepting punishment is not necessarily to legitimize it, rather to make it erupt into scandal. This is how you turn the tables on the tribunal that condemns you. And Merleau-Ponty concluded likewise in his inaugural lecture at the Collège de France, it would have been so much more comfortable for all of us if Socrates had agreed to flee like a thief. What is disturbing in his choice to remain in prison is how it makes clear that even his condemnation was decided by himself. At the core of this acceptance is the assertion of a power of thought, of responsibility. It is his own choice to obey, and by remaining in prison he illuminates a power. Socrates has a way of obeying that is a way of resisting. 11. We can imagine how, when Crito opened wide the prison gate, Socrates' demon had spoken. No, Socrates, the small voice said, don't do it, don't run away like a common criminal. But that would be too easy. During his trial, Socrates had said of this intermittent small voice that it was heard only to restrain and break. You can, you mustn't, stop. 12. For example, when the 30 had demanded that Socrates arrest Leon of Salamis, so as to condemn him unjustly to death, he went out and returned home, as his demon had said, no, decidedly, you may not do this. The Socratic demon gives us a way of approaching what I have called civic dissidence. By this I mean a disobedience that is not necessarily supported by a clear awareness of transcendent values, a conviction enlightened by a superior moral sense of laws governing humanity and time. Above all, what the dissident experiences is an ethical impossibility. He disobeys because he can no longer continue to obey. The conscientious objector has convictions. He knows what is good and just, sacred and venerable. He has a sense of values, and, faced with the risk of ruin, of an end to either himself or the world, he reaffirms these values when the obstacle of a law or decree demanding that he transgress his principles arises on a path he has already traced. He disobeys then in the name of a higher obedience. And the only thing that matters is to safeguard his convictions. Fundamentally, the conscientious objector obeys. He or she is someone who intends to continue obeying their principles right to the civic dissident, with a history of obedience and habits of submission, suddenly experiences the intolerable and becomes aware. He or she experiences an impossibility that forces them to a break. It is no longer possible to continue. The no of civic dissidence is a double one. It is impossible not to do this. The dissident can no longer continue to remain silent, not speak, pretend that they do not know and do not see. This double negation of dissidence is not dialectical. It does not produce an assertion as conclusion and synthesis. It makes a break, an eruption. Civic dissidence makes us understand that obedience is nothing more than an indefinite series of inner negations. It is too hasty just to repeat, after Elan, that to obey is to say yes. 13 Obeying is also and above all, by saying yes to another, constantly repeating no to oneself. I obey without discussing because I do not want trouble. I obey blindly because I do not want to see, know, question, too afraid of what I might discover. I obey above all because I do not want to risk solitude, too hard, too complicated. I obey automatically because no, I do not want to risk damaging my life, my career, my habits. Obeying means saying no to oneself by saying yes to another. The civic dissident ends up giving way in the face of the intolerable. He or she speaks because it has become impossible for them to keep silent. They scarcely even disobey, rather they attest to the impossibility of their continuing to obey. Dissidence is the dissonance of a voice in the monophonic concert of conformism. once again expressed only as a universal of contraband and substitution. Civic dissidence, this inner impossibility makes a mark in the subject which is the trace of humanity as value, demand, tension. Civic dissidence is the inverted reflection of the initial concept of obedience. Submission was defined by the impossibility of disobeying. That was the only reason for obeying. The dissident, for their part, witnesses to the impossibility of continuing to obey. Chapter 10. Ethical Obligation. What basically is it, then, that makes disobedience so hard? Here, I have in mind illegitimate but risky disobedience, the refusal to bow to the orders of an incompetent superior, to obey unjust laws, resistance to a teacher, a priest, a policeman when they abuse their power. A disobedience that is costly, that demands an effort, that brings into question not just hierarchies but also habits, comfort and the immense monotony of repetition. In reality, whenever our interest or our pleasures are involved, and impunity is assured, disobedience seems easy, or at all events terribly tempting. This is Plato's fable of Gyges and his ring. One but criminal infraction or underhand evasion are not at issue when we ask, what makes it so hard for us to contravene, refuse, transgress, even when we have justice and reason on our side? Respect for authority? Fear of the consequences? Fidelity to an initial commitment? Terror of being isolated, stigmatized, pointed out? Or merely just passive inertia? I will present here one last form of obedience that I call obligation, a final stylization that is the obverse of civic dissidence. Aristotle gives us a decisive characterization of this. It is a great recommendation to know how to command as well as to obey, and to do both these things well is the virtue of an accomplished citizen. But there is a government of another sort, in which men govern those who are their equals in rank, and freemen, which we call a political government, in which men learn to command by first submitting to obey, as a good general of horse, or a commander-in-chief, must acquire a knowledge of their duty by having been long under the command of another, and the like in every appointment in the army, for well is it said, no one knows how to command who has not himself been under command of another. The virtues of those are indeed different, but a good citizen must necessarily be endowed with them. He ought also to know in what manner freemen ought to govern, as well as be governed, and this, too, is the duty of a good man. 2. The text is concise with no technical difficulty, almost blinding in its simplicity, and yet full of equivalences that strike a highly discordant note for our political modernity. In particular, the assertion of compatibility between the relationship of command and that of equality. Aristotle tells us, of course, in politics there are governors and governed, but one should not be deceived by this opposition between active and passive. In a democracy, governor and governed are not at all like ruler and ruled. This is not an economic relationship, or a relationship between master and slave, which naturally presupposes inequality, hierarchy, one-sidedness. 3. In a political relationship, the person in command commands his peers on a footing of equality, he speaks to men who are as free as he is himself. What Aristotle asserts about political obedience has perhaps become inaudible, in the wake of centuries of centralized monarchical states or even representative democracies structured by the play of parties and empty alternations, left/right, alternations without alternative. Aristotle stresses that in political obedience I obey an equal. Between free and equal citizens, there is a debate of ideas, a confrontation of points of view, perhaps rivalry or a struggle for prestige. One citizen gradually wins ascendancy over others, inspired by a higher passion for the common good or endowed with a fearsome cleverness or a superior inventive capacity. Others soon follow, without ceasing for all that their bitter discussion. But here, follow does not mean abdicate, renounce, become passive. It is not a matter of saying, we are all equal in law, but in fact a minority will soon take decisions while the others bend to their will. Greek equality was not a law, a legal structure, a statutory a priori, it was a regime of encounters, what is here called politics. A regime of encounters between free individuals. In fact, Aristotle speaks little of equality, but above all of freedom. It is the fact of being free that puts citizens on a footing of equality, not in the sense of uniformity, but rather of a recognized capacity for all to give orders without this establishing differences. In politics there is indeed command and obedience, but one commands one's equals, individuals who are equally free. And this command does not create differences of rank or any consistent hierarchy. The second surprise is the reference to military art. Aristotle says, in an army, a brigade, a battalion or a body of horsemen, one always begins by obeying, and this is the way in which one learns. It is by learning to obey that one prepares to become oneself a leader, commander of cavalry, brigade, battalion. Properly obeying means preparing oneself to command, and obedience is always a step on the road towards commanding. Of course, when we moderns read "it's like the army," we understand by reflex that there are those who command and those who obey. But Aristotle's phrase refers to a time before the military revolution of the classical age, which, with the massive expansion of armies and the introduction of firearms, brought a separation between generals and officers on the one hand, elaborating battle plans, taking into account the specificities of the ground and the enemy firepower, supervising the movement of armies, calculating movements and clashes, and on the other the mass of docile and disciplined common soldiers, blindly and mechanically obeying orders, reacting as perfect automatons to whistles and drum rolls. Aristotle is very far from this model when he says it's like the army. He means that obedience is just the other side of command, which makes sense if we bear in mind the prestige of the hoplite model, still intact in his day even if it no longer really corresponded to the reality of combats. Battles had become principally naval, which had made possible the victory against the Persians at Marathon of a much smaller number of Greeks in a phalanx formation. 4. The hoplite held on his left arm a round shield, the hoplon, which enabled him to protect both his own left side and the right side of his neighbor, while his own right side was likewise covered by the shield to his right. In his right hand he held a lance, and also carried a short sword on his belt. This arrangement presupposed an alignment of hoplites several ranks deep, meaning that, if a man fell, he was immediately replaced by the man behind him. The phalanx had to advance and pick up speed while preserving its cohesion to the end, in order to smash the enemy army. The strength of this model lay in the formation of a united and solidary body. Each man only held his place by being held by the others, each was protected only on condition that he protected another. And the natural place of the generals was in the front rank. They set an example and infused the collective with courage. The major virtue of the hoplite was constancy, the capacity to hold his place. Any flight reaction that made him retreat, or unthinking boldness that made him rush forward, would immediately place his companion in arms in danger. 5. He should no more play the hero than behave in a cowardly fashion. He should simply hold his place and stand fast, hupomene in Greek. When his judges suggested that in exchange for his life, Socrates should no longer address his fellow citizens in the agora, he replied, "Impossible, like a hoplite I must hold my place." 6. A new definition of courage, which no longer has anything to do with a rather furious boldness. Courage is determination, silent endurance. When I stand fast, when I give proof of constancy and force myself to remain faithfully at my post, irrespective of fear, do I obey or do I command? I command myself to obey. The system of appointing magistrates by lot in Athenian democracy meant that anyone who commanded could have been in a position of obeying. At the moment when I obey as a citizen, I could equally well have been in the place of the person commanding. A deferred principle of responsibility, under appointment by lot, though one person commands and another obeys, this is on a footing of equality. In such a democracy, as a political subject, one only obeys inasmuch as one could also be the person who commands. The division between governor and governed is merely random. There is no statutory difference that freezes the separation between competent, expert, professional elites on the one hand, and a people simply represented on the other, no structuring split between rulers and ruled from which effects of order and harmony are expected. Rather, it is this floating character which gives political obedience its particular style. I obey you inasmuch as you are my equal, but I could also be in the place that you occupy. This reversibility of command and obedience should not be understood simply as an accidental distribution of positions, making the other who commands me my equal essentially because he only occupies his position by chance. The ethical circuit of the relation to self it involves has to be internalized and understood. There is no exact equivalence between two terms that exchange their virtues to form the perfect citizen, a spirit of bold initiative combined with a respectful humility. It would be better to say that command here structures obedience. In other words, in that particular obedience which we call political, I oblige myself, meaning that I command myself to obey. And I oblige myself to examine, judge and evaluate what I am obeying, since this obedience commits me. Proper obedience means exhibiting this capacity to command oneself. Political, civic obedience is voluntary. It is lucid, reason, assuming responsibility. I oblige myself freely. I bend to the orders of another, but from a decision of my own. In obeying the other I obey myself. In other words, even my obedience displays the sovereignty of a leader, chef. It is following my own lead, de mon propre chef, that I obey. Obedience denotes an activation of the will rather than its abdication, so that it is impossible to find with the Greeks any such statement as I am not responsible, because I simply obeyed. With this idea of obligation, we are very far from the model of consent, particularly in the version given us by Hobbes. According to him, the political is par excellence the division established between, on the one hand, the public authority that makes laws and imposes public order, and, on the other, the mass of citizens who renounce their natural right and resign themselves to obeying so as to obtain security. For Aristotle, political obligation does not establish any such division. It does not legitimize any external sovereign authority, or construct any community of renunciation. It creates solidarities on the basis of the assertion and activation of a government of oneself over oneself. I oblige myself to obey another who is my equal. It can never be presupposed as an a priori relegated to a distant origin, since it is by this act, on the contrary, that I render myself present to myself. It is the opposite of consent. Obligation is the general possibility of disobedience actually within the ethical form of obedience. In the last instance, it is always I who command myself to obey, meaning that, in this or that situation, I could refuse to obey myself, since it is I who command. Authentic political obedience presupposes establishing a relationship of command between oneself and oneself. It makes order reign within oneself, being the master in oneself and for oneself. This order should not be understood simply as command, but also as ordering in an almost harmonic sense. What Plato calls justice is that within oneself the superior commands the inferior. It is the capacity to establish an internal aristocracy. My desires, my wishes, my enthusiasms, my ideals, my needs, my capacities, my energies, each element in me must keep its place so that what is highest in me rules, that my power of action puts itself in the service of reasoned conviction, that my vulgar aspirations are contained and my natural needs merely satisfied. Obeying and commanding are both equally a work of oneself over oneself. We can quote here the expression of Lorenzo Milani, an Italian priest who devoted his life to the education of the most deprived children in his school at Barbiana, and who, in the 1960s, was prosecuted for having publicly defended the principle of conscientious objection. He died before the case came to court. "We should never despise those below," he wrote, "but we should always despise those who aim low." 7 To aim low is to let mediocre ambitions run riot, to give in to ease, to let vulgarity swell and magnanimity shrink. Disharmony, nothing is in its place, the hierarchies are reversed. Perfect mastery of self, and its obverse, sovereign obedience to oneself, produce an inner order. Villainous behavior and unjust conduct are paid for by the breaking of this harmony that guarantees friendship with oneself. 8 Committing a crime, writes Arendt, means accepting to spend the rest of one's days in the company of a murderer, oneself. It means destroying the comradeship of this relationship to self that makes us livable for ourselves. 9 Shakespeare's Richard III had the bitter and destructive experience of this. What do I fear? Myself? There's none else by. Richard loves Richard, that is, I am I. Is there a murderer here? No, yes, I am. Then fly. What, from myself? Great reason why dash. Lest I revenge. What, myself upon myself? Alack, I love myself. Wherefore? For any good that I myself have done unto myself? Oh, no. Alas, I rather hate myself. For hateful deeds committed by myself. I am a villain, yet I lie, I am not. Fool, of thyself speak well. Fool, do not flatter. My conscience hath 1,000 several tongues. 10. Solitude is an illusion. Self-consciousness exists only in a dialogue with oneself. Even though I am one, I am not simply one, I have a self and I am related to this self as my own self. 11 The I is not a fixed and unitary entity, Arendt says, it is a two-in-one, it is the name of a divide. Foucault, for his part, speaks of the relationship of self to self, and it is the vibration of this relationship that makes for ethical life, rather than, for example, the fact that any subjective instance, whatever it may be, is held to certain values. What I mean to stress here is the specificity of the ethical path in relation to the moral. Condemnation of injustice is not made here in the name of transcendent principles, goodness, justice, purity. What is specific about such values is that they serve as standards and principles of justification. What horrors have not been committed for the good of humanity, the good of the people, the good of the nation? These hypostatizations should be distrusted, they indicate levers of justification. To justify does not simply mean giving or accepting a reason, it means making just what may decidedly not be so. Truly just action does not have to be justified, it does not have to be duplicated by a discourse that inscribes it in a higher legitimacy. Jacques Derrida could say that only the unpardonable is truly pardoned, And we can say here that only the unjustifiable is justified. 12 Eternal and definitive values are suspect and dangerous precisely because their abstraction, their ideal and supervening character, their superiority, make it necessary to pursue them by means of. And the spiral of sacrifice is constantly resurgent. Truth and justice are demanding divinities. I can succeed in convincing myself that it is morally necessary to kill, massacre and lie for the good of history, the cause of the proletariat or the advent of a pure race. The other question, the properly ethical one, would be, are you ready to live forever with a murderer, or rather, in company with yourself as murderer, traitor, perjurer, liar, thief? The just refused to murder, not so much because they still held fast to the command thou shalt not kill, but because they were unwilling to live together with a murderer, themselves. 13 What puts up a barrier, an obstruction, what prevents us from doing evil, is not the veneration of a value that we want to keep pure, or the impediment of a major prohibition. What can hold us back is a relationship of self to self whose harmony we do not want to damage, a trust that one has, not in oneself but for oneself. A relationship of self-esteem. We can stay a further moment in the light of antiquity and repeat, to take up a notion that Foucault unearthed and reworked, that it is basically out of care for oneself that one prevents oneself from committing abominations and participating in criminal enterprises. 14 And this ethical wellspring is perhaps more effective than, or at least as equally respectable as, a trembling veneration of gods, values, or the holy terror of prohibitions. This care of the self, epimelia hatu in Greek, kyrosui in Latin, is not a stance of narcissistic withdrawal, as if it meant making the self an object of aesthetic or even hypochondriac care, constant and exclusive. This misunderstanding comes from the interpretation of self. The point here is not to care for the self in an egoistic and individualist manner, but rather to remain vigilant to the ethical core that each person has within them. It was Socrates who addressed his compatriots and told them, "I see how readily you care for your wealth, your reputations, your pleasures. But do you really care for yourself?" 15 This self is not the egoistic me of privileges, nor again the intimate, deep, secret me, the speciality of psychologists of personal development, to be discovered and conquered in its authenticity below the veneer of education and the carapace of socialization. The self in question here, the object and content of Socratic care, is the foundation from which I authorize myself to accept or refuse a certain order, decision or action. It is the lever of disobedience. But I am writing too quickly. There is no foundation, no stabilized instance of the subject, a sovereign self, that commands the others. To better discover Socrates, we need to take leave of Plato. What makes us disobey, this source of disobedience, does not consist of a consistent I that possesses within it eternal values. What makes us disobey is rather the stubborn hodgepodge of our ethical uncertainties. I could use Arendt's expression, 2 in 1, to explain the gap. 16. These misunderstandings, which make care of the self a figure of complacent narcissism, impede our understanding of the critical trajectory taken by both Arendt and Foucault. Each begins by posing the problem of surplus power, the excess in the enterprise of domination over men. Arendt focuses squarely on the phenomenon of totalitarianism, while Foucault analyzes the emergence and establishment of a disciplinary power that is exhaustive and meticulous. 17 However, after first of all analyzing these mechanisms in minute detail, the perfection of their machinery, the functioning of their systems, a residue still remains. How can a political subject accept to be part of this? What ethical construction can make each person massively obey to this degree? Or again, and still better, is it not the absence of such a construction that has made obedience possible? Obedience is the effacement of care of the self, the disappearance of judgment, the absence of a dialogue of self with self, a renunciation that sacrifices the ethical self. And we can now understand why, in search of a remedy for the totalitarian temptation, and a way of conceiving the conditions for resistance to surplus power, Arendt and Foucault were both guided by Socrates and by Kant, the Socrates of endless dialectical examination, care of the self, and the Kant of the courage of truth and the thought that judges. What makes us disobey is thinking thought, critical work. Socratic examination requires this thinking thought, rather than a thought, the lesson one recites, the dogma one repeats. By this, I mean that each person has to strive to position themselves at the root of the question, their thought being inspired only as an echo of this appeal. Prevent oneself from reciting recipes, bleating out learned formulas, applying ready-made solutions, receiving passive self-evident truths, and instead, trust the hesitations of conscience. Once again, the principle of non-delegable responsibility: no one can think in your place, no one can respond in your place. This thinking thought that is not found in books is actually anterior to the distinction between obeying and disobeying. Or, rather, it is naturally, structurally, primitively disobedient, if obeying means following another person's lesson. The transcendental ethic of politics is experience of the non-delegable. No one can think in my place, respond in my place, decide in my place, disobey in my place. Have we made any progress? A dozen or so pages to find the secret of disobedience in a little internal arrangement, coiled up in a relationship to self, dramatically presented but perhaps still a little thin and paltry. Does disobeying simply mean returning to self? What, then, do we make of revolts, collective passions for justice, the meaning of history, the revenge of peoples? Are we simply reduced to this narrow passage, this thin corridor, embellished perhaps with a mysterious name, the non-delegable self, but behind which it is easy to recognize what Baudelaire called the antique conscience? Does true disobedience, once unveiled, just mean giving oneself the luxury of storms beneath the skull? No, what I am talking about here is an experience in which each person is certainly obliged to themselves, but in order to make themselves obliged to another, to others, to causes and values that go beyond the individual. The experience of the non-delegable self means effecting a connection between ethical obligation and civic dissidence. Collective insubmission becomes a real and consistent historical movement when a common vibration of several non-delegable selves is produced, because the situation has deteriorated to such a point that each feels the urgency of reacting and the necessity of ceasing to obey. The core of a revolution is when each person refuses to leave to anyone else their ability to efface themselves so that justice may be restored, when each person discovers themselves to be irreplaceable in their service to humanity as a whole, when each has the experience of the impossibility of delegating care for the world to others. Chapter 11. Unlimited Responsibility. Up to what point is disobeying responsible? After all, when someone says, "I simply can't be held responsible, as all I did was obey," they mean that obedience establishes a regime of non-responsibility. Once I obey, I am no longer there. Once I obey, what I carry out no longer comes under my responsibility. Is it necessary then to disobey in order to be responsible? And yet we always hear the refrain that the disobedient are irresponsible. Irresponsible for infringing the common rule, for not respecting the law. The petty criminal is lectured, "Just think if everyone behaved like you, in what kind of world would we be living?" The term responsibility is a broad one. There is the responsibility of rulers and leaders, which consists of making decisions and understanding reality. The person responsible takes initiatives, arbitrates, accepts compromises, balances, manipulates passions and images. They take account of the world as it is, they respond to the urgency of action, they take risks, maneuvering in the midst of contingencies and rivalries. They are pragmatic, reformist, anti-utopian. They tackle problems head-on, they fight, face conflicts and wage them to the end. I see these responsible individuals having a rather hard look, a lively gesture, a cutting word, as the kind of people who like to speak of compromise even when they sacrifice their principles. Or is it only fanatics who equate these two things? To be responsible means coming to terms with the world and abandoning dreams. All this was written and articulated by Machiavelli, Hegel, Weber: to act, to undertake a project, to accept struggle, to win, to obtain results, a tense effort of the will. Responsible individuals work to produce effects, they anticipate, calculate, solve problems. And they see themselves as responsible for the end result. What I would like to introduce here, however, is another figure of responsibility, which I call unlimited responsibility. This is not based on a search for effectiveness, but on the summoning that gives rise to a subject. The subject, summoned by this appeal, feels responsible without limits. We can trace here the contours of this unlimited responsibility, full, absolute, boundless and global. I shall speak, first of all, about full responsibility, or responsibility for faults. As a useful metaphor, I imagine the ancient image of the tribunal for the dead, with its archaic and agonizing certainty that one day we shall have to account for the whole of our actions, even and especially the most secret ones, account for the entirety of our acts and even our thoughts. There is first of all a clear and strict dualistic understanding involved here, represented by the image of the scale. Good and evil are weighed, vice and virtue, the just and the unjust. This responsibility is precipitated by a summons. Responsibility towards an overweening, higher, penetrating instance that conducts our trial, laying out with implacable transparency the package of our wretched heroisms and abysmal failings, our vices and iniquities. All this will be recalled against us. Nothing will be forgotten. The subject bears the burden of his or her acts, which do not vanish in the air of time like iridescent bubbles. They lie in wait for us, bearing their due portion of punishments or rewards. On the last day. A second figure is absolute responsibility, or a responsibility for the event. I have in mind here the provocative remark of Epictetus, who says that what depends on you is never simply what happens to you. 1. We never control the course of things. Sickness and wealth, the happiness of one's family, personal successes, reputation and social recognition, pleasure and pain, all are the result of causal sequences that are so complex and ramified that it is absurd to believe that freedom can come into being, authenticated or disqualified, in this interweaving of accidents. What does however depend absolutely on my responsibility is the meaning I give to what happens to me. How am I going to qualify the accidents of existence? What name will I give to them? Misfortune or peccadillo, proof of my energy or atrocious drama, little hitch in the immense tissue of human affairs, higher fatality, unworthy injustice, or an opportunity to show courage and constancy? It is absolutely I who decide. Up to me to format the little discourse that gives meaning to the event, to compose and declaim it before myself. What sudden misfortune has befallen me? Exclaims the unprepared individual. Whereas the wise man says, all right, I am here and ready, I must show myself able to deal with what happens to me. 2. So objects get damaged and break. Nature has made them corruptible and fragile. So my nearest and dearest fall sick and die? They display their mortal condition. All this is quite natural and logical. But my own responsibility is how I deal with what happens to me, an unavoidable misfortune, a negligible accident, a challenge to meet. I am the absolute master of the meaning that I give to what befalls me. The third figure is boundless responsibility, responsibility for the fragile. We reconfigure the stage. This time I am in the presence of a vulnerable being, a fragile child, a destitute friend, an unknown person in tears. These encounters place an obligation on me. It is hard to continue on my way, impossible to think of moving on to something else. I find myself prisoner of the suffering of another. Trapped in my comfortable and secure position, with my legally protected properties, solid and consistent, I suddenly feel grabbed, wrested from myself by the distress of another. I do not mean to say here, however, that this person's complaint has aroused my pity or inspired my compassion. This would assume a warming of the heart, an opening of sensitivity, a certain effusion. But responsibility for the other, to use Levinas's expression, responsibility to protect, is something else. 3. Like a reversal of roles, it is the other, from his or her silent distress and trembling fragility, the other destitute and disarmed, that commands me. I am called and summoned. And I feel the burden weigh on my shoulders, the charge of having to come boundlessly to their aid, to protect them. Here we already see the distance that separates this responsibility from the responsibility for faults. In that case, I felt responsibility before an instance higher than myself, one that transcended me, a capitalized superiority, God, judge, law, society, conscience, etc. It was I who was destitute, pierced by the other's gaze, almost a hunted beast recoiling in anguish, and having to deposit the bundle of my person at the foot of the I.4 here, almost in reverse, I feel responsible when confronted with the other's fragility and destitution. My strength and superiority are the lever of a boundless obligation towards them. In the hollow of their distress something imperious makes itself heard. One final figure, global responsibility, or a responsibility for the world. Here, I imagine again something different. This is the idea that we stand in solidarity with the injustices produced in the world. Solidarity in the sense that it is not possible, at a certain level of being, to act as if these did not concern us. There is always some small way in which we are connected to them, something is being decided about the meaning and fate of the humanity to which we belong. So, it is impossible to remain indifferent, impossible to act as if geographical remoteness, social distance or political impotence could exempt us from reacting. The appeal to a sovereign neutrality, that doesn't interest me, it's not my problem, I don't want to take sides, amounts to concealing from oneself the crushing evidence of this global responsibility. This is indeed what is involved, concealing, blinding oneself, not wanting to see or know, staying behind. But what comes first is the implacable and urgent feeling of this responsibility, the certainty that basically each person carries this responsibility for the world, what Arendt called care for the world, within themselves. Sartre, with density and intensity, supported this concept of global responsibility with his own propositions. When he wrote that the peculiar character of human reality is that it is without excuse, this was also to make any claim to neutrality illegitimate. 5 It amounts to saying, No excuse not to struggle against this or that injustice, no excuse not to combat this or that iniquity. I am responsible for it on principle, and by inaction I make myself complicit. In the first issue of Les Temps Modernes, Sartre wrote, I hold Flaubert and Goncourt responsible for the repression that followed the Commune because they did not write a line to prevent it. It was not their business, as we say. But was the Calas trial Voltaire's business? The condemnation of Dreyfus Zola's? The administration of the Congo that of Gide? Each of these writers, in a particular circumstance of their life, measured their responsibility as a writer. The occupation has taught us our own responsibility. 6. To be an intellectual, an artist, a writer, but perhaps more fundamentally to take seriously one's task or destiny as human, means obliging oneself to commitment, even to struggle and take sides. Neutrality is also a choice, that of passive complicity. These four determinations of unlimited responsibility must now be bound together by what runs through them. Two connections are sufficient. The first is the image of the burden. In each figure, there is the sense of a charge at work, the burden of the accomplished act, definitively inscribed in time, the burden of the meaning to give to what befalls me, the burden of the weak and fragile other that I am called by my privileged position to protect, and finally, the burden of the injustices that ravage the world and that I cannot feel free from by invoking my own neutrality. Being responsible means this above all, to feel a burden weighing on my shoulders. This is, however, hard to detect in the ramblings of philosophers who seek to give responsibility the radiant appearance of autonomy and initiative. The subject that philosophy likes to theorize is a principle of activity, the subject gives or constructs meaning, projects categories. Responsibility, however, finds a different subject, one that is not revealed as a spontaneous upsurge. I become, for into myself, a subject who feels this weight on its shoulders, the weight of my faults, the weight of meaning, the weight of the other and the weight of the world. The second connection consists in what Jean Calavich called the irreplaceable apostrophe. 7 At the same time as I experience this charge, I likewise experience the impossibility of refusing it, of getting someone else to bear it, of shrugging it off, abandoning it on the roadside or delegating it. And it is at the intersection of these two experiences that the subject appears. It is for me and me alone to bear the burden, it is I who have committed such and such an act, it is to me that something happens, to me that the appeal surges from the depths of distress, I who am immersed in this world. Responsibility is indeed a process of subjectification, and in the strongest sense of what is called subject one can find the discovery in oneself of this portion of the non-delegable. It is in this way that the subject of responsibility differs from the classic subject of philosophy, who is always universal and indefinitely divisible, the cogito, the transcendental ego. The subject of responsibility, on the contrary, is me inasmuch as I am not anyone else. But is it so reasonable, or even livable, to feel oneself responsible for everything, to stand in the midst of this ethical incandescence? To tell myself that I am accountable for the entirety of what I could have done, nothing will be pardoned me, I will have to render account for everything. That I am absolutely responsible for my misfortunes since in the last instance it is I who decide that what befalls me is a misfortune. That I am boundlessly responsible for the distress of another. And finally, that I am responsible for the iniquities of the world, unless I put all my energy into combating or denouncing them. The air at such moral summits is unbreathable. But who has said that philosophy should help us to live, support us on a path through life, or worse still, console us? Sartre, Epictetus, St. Augustine, Kant and Levinas are not self-help philosophers, and it is not a matter here of adjusting oneself, accommodating oneself, but rather of indicating from afar the place of an impossible truth. It is impossible to stand for too long in this ethical fire of the subject responsible for everything without being driven mad. But, once again, great moral thoughts are above all there to indicate, to consciences ready for sophistry, these extreme zones as a necessary provocation. The concepts of moral thought act to tame the ethical fires that we must at least let run through us. It is by this means that moral life acquires a sense. And so yes, tremble a little and tell ourselves that after all indeed, there is a point at which we bear these burdens. Responsibility means responding present so as to support this weight, and by this response a subject arises, subjected to the burden of the world, of meaning, of others and of one's own faults. These experiences of responsibility, being imperious, immediately arouse strategies to get round them. And this is where the temptation of obedience arises, and more generally, the temptation to appeal to others. Dostoevsky assessed this risk in a striking formula. "We are all responsible," he wrote, "for everything and before everyone, and I more than any other '8 I more than any other, because, by invoking others, I risk diluting my own responsibility. After all, if we are all responsible, then perhaps I am a little less responsible than everyone else, all the less responsible, in fact, as the responsibility is shared by many. My share is necessarily limited. But the subjects of responsibility cannot be added up. Responsibility is not a feast at which each person eventually receives for their moral stomach a few crumbs or fragments. It is indivisible, it consists in this responding present that each must repeat for themselves. It is a moral intensity. Classic philosophy, as we said, does not enter this terrain when it conceives the subject as a methodological source of truth. The cogito, the transcendental ego, require as subjects universality and divisibility. Others not only present no danger, they are an element of confirmation, the same truth known and recognized by all. But, for the responsible subject, the invocation of others is a threat. The first evasive tactic consists in casting failures, misfortunes and defeats onto these others. Disappointments? They're simply the result of bad luck, of continuous harassment, a general conspiracy. It's always due to something external, the education received, other people's hostility, the plotting of fate. After all, Epictetus was himself prepared to recognize that nothing that happens in the business of the world depends strictly on us. This, however, was a way of defining an essential responsibility for how I qualify the event, regardless of anyone else. With bad faith, on the other hand, we draw a curtain over ourselves to keep out others, and each person chews the ash of recrimination. It is not my fault, I had bad luck, I was a victim. In sum, bad faith. If, on the contrary, we are asked to make a strong commitment to a just cause, to actively participate in struggle or resistance, the other strategy consists in ruling oneself out by claiming, so many others are better qualified, more competent and effective than me. A throng of good-willed souls is projected onto the horizon, ready to rise, so that I can retreat more easily, another will act instead of me, and so much better. The final example leads us back into the realm of obedience. I am ordered to carry out an act that I condemn, to work on a program that disgusts me. And I tell myself that refusal on my part would be useless, vain, since if I withdraw, in any case someone else will do the job instead of me. So what difference? The massacre will be perpetrated, the innocent executed. Even if I had opposed the ignominy for a few seconds with my derisory revolt, my petty refusal, it would be carried out by another. So no difference. This is the strategy of good conscience. I have nothing to reproach myself for. I had orders, and in any case, someone else would have done it instead of me, so what difference? What difference indeed? Except that it is I who have done it. A minimal difference that may well change nothing in the general order of the world, but should make all the difference for me. This nothing bears on what is essential, it is the bright flash of the responsible subject, precisely inasmuch as this is what is not interchangeable. A single image, or rather a legend, the drama of Claude Etherley, at least in the version given by Gunnar Anders. 9 a story, therefore, that we would like to believe is true, given the way that it articulates the drama of responsibility. And Etherley was one of the small squadron of special pilots selected by the U.S. Air Force with a view to the atomic bombing of Japan in August 1945. He had been designated for a meteorological reconnaissance flight, to determine whether cloud conditions were favorable for dropping a bomb on Hiroshima. He gave a green light to the pilot who carried the bomb. The result, tens of thousands of deaths. On his return, this war hero was demobilized, and soon presented severe symptoms of depression. He experienced episodes of alcohol and gambling addiction, accompanied by criminal activities such as fraud and burglary. On each occasion, he was declared irresponsible on grounds of mental illness, and kept in an institution. In the early 1950s, the American press began to report the story of this repentant hero, driven mad with guilt by his consciousness of the mass murder in which he had taken part. His aberrant behavior was seen as the expression of a silent culpability. Etherley could not manage to shed his responsibility for the Hiroshima dead, and responded to this nightmare of culpability with pathological behavior. Gunther Anders, the philosopher of technological catastrophe, picked up on this story. Overwhelmed by it, he sought to see Etherley as a martyr, the symbol of an age that, delirious from its technological advance, was preparing the end of humanity, an age that organized the blinding of consciences by its segmentation of activities. Etherley's greatness was to have willingly and frontally accepted the violence of his responsibility, to the point of becoming mad. Or, rather, to the point of lucidly displaying his culpability to all and sundry. But no one would listen to him. He was a war hero, since this would mean questioning the culpability of an entire civilization. And at the very moment when he accepted that he was responsible, He was declared mad and locked up. Anders thus presents this image of a martyr to responsibility, a role that Etherly accepted for his own narrative. He said that he had sent countless checks to humanitarian associations in Japan, with the word sorry on the back. He had supposedly made several suicide attempts after a succession of nightmares in which he saw the burnt victims of Hiroshima screaming at him for justice. It would have been quite reasonable, however, for Etherly to say, "Let's be serious, this story doesn't hold water. What did I really do? I ascertained the meteorological conditions and gave the green light to the pilot who carried the bomb. And now I have to take the blame for all these deaths." Really, however, if I had refused to make that flight, someone else would have left immediately instead. That would have made no difference in reality. Except that it was me. Apart from myself, of course, nothing would have been changed in the world and its tragedy. They would have sent another pilot. Big deal, except that it was me. This difference that makes no difference, the choice of human morality and policy, means asserting that it makes all the difference, the upsurge of the non-delegable me. It is this me that disobeys. Conclusion. Thinking, disobeying. Plato's Republic as a message. I return to Plato, as it was he who first expressed this wager on the non-substitutable self, in a tremendous story whose outlines I shall trace here. The Republic begins with an evening festival. 1 We have to imagine processions and dances, ceremonies and songs. Garlands of flowers, the beauty of lights and bodies, perhaps decorated temples. Socrates emerges, tired but smiling. The festival is a happy spontaneity of the social order, the simple pleasure in being together. Good company, society is joy. We are in Athens, a summer evening, expecting a horse race and torches later on. Athens. Civilization has already done its work, and is at its best in putting on a spectacle of music, light and dance. And yet we have to reconstruct and recommence everything. Where are we coming from, why do we stay together, and how should we be ourselves? Let us start from the time when man, himself an uncertain creature, thought only of surviving among other animals. And from here through the building of complete cities and embarkation on a program of knowledge, up to the highest and most complicated. The point is that nothing is ever given by thought alone. Nothing is finally achieved, everything can be questioned. And philosophy is after all nothing but this thought in action, which nothing can withstand. The light of paper lanterns will also dull. By the trembling light of thought, the world has to be remade, again and again. Socrates, however, simply wanted to go home and sleep, his mind cradled by the already rather distant sound of festivities. But no, he is warmly pressed, gently constrained, and we see him cross the threshold of a fine dwelling to end the evening among friends. An elderly man welcomes them, with great consideration. This is Cephalus, owner of the house. A gentle and affable old man, he is pleased to see his grown-up sons receive guests at his expense and spend nights disputing everything in a comradely way. We have to imagine him, this distinguished old man, his gestures slow but sure. The conversation between Socrates and him lasts only a moment. But we have to wait a bit in this brief glow, as it is here that the night is darkening. Let us take things as they come, this bit of conversation between a mature man and an old one. 2 To Socrates, Cephalus plays the wise man and praises old age, the serenity it inspires, and the advantage of having lost the wearying passions of desire, to which Socrates, in jest and provocation, asks Cephalus whether it is not actually his wealth that helps him find old age so sweet. Pleasantry, politeness and teasing. "It is true that I am rich," replies Cephalus. "But what use has my fortune been? Above all, to settle my debts, not to owe anything to anyone. That is true luxury, Socrates. My fortune has allowed me to remain just. I owe no one anything, I sacrifice to the gods as is fitting, I have rendered to all what I owed them. I am in order, Socrates." The turning point here is a tiny one, but everything will hang on it. The fluttering of a butterfly's wings that launches the immense ship of the Republic. An incidental remark by an affable old man, at ease with his fortune: "I am just, since I owe nothing to anyone. Good conscience, and the full satisfaction of being in order. He owes nothing to anyone, his account book is closed. Good reputation. So that is justice, not owing anything to anyone. Big deal." But, those are strange words, Socrates continues. For example, if a friend entrusts his weapons to you, and then returns one day, foaming with anger and in a fit of madness, asking you for these weapons in order to use them against another person, would you then, you say, render them to him? The old adage is that justice means rendering to each their own. Will you render his weapons to this friend who has gone mad? Rendering what you owe to others, settling accounts, fulfilling obligations, respecting proprieties. Debts, loans, rituals, justice as ordered transaction, purely legal. But what then does one owe to oneself? Will nothing hold you back from returning your friend's weapons? According to the rule, you should render them to him. So, will you do so? But the august old man politely retires. Go and sleep, Cephalus, you satisfied old man. His son takes over the question. After all, as he says, I am your heir. The father is very pleased to oblige, he can now drop out of the game. As if anyone could be dispensed from thinking for themselves. Polemarchus is a smart young man. 3 Rendering to a friend his weapons when he is in a great rage is not to render him service. To a friend you owe everything good possible, and do not take account here of abstract rules. That is living justice. Rather than a cold application of the code, it is fraternity, passion, warmth. Render to each person indeed, but not according to rules and conventions. To friends, do all the good possible, be useful to them. To your enemies, do not let them get away with anything. You distribute according to how you feel. The image of the vigilante inflames youth, friends rescued, enemies struck down. Each receives only what they deserve. Always render to each, but according to your heart. I do good to my friends, bad to my enemies. I do justice. Socrates smiles, he appreciates the ardor. He will certainly have no difficulty in destabilizing this naivety. Polemarchus agrees, it is hard to recognize your true friends, sentiment is deceptive. And then, can one measure the strength of justice? It is possible to be more or less useful according to one's competence and means. Does this then mean that someone is more just if they are more capable, have greater means or more connections? Basically, after all, a sick friend has need of a doctor, a traveler needs a good pilot. So, what does it mean to say that one owes good or bad to another person? Does one not owe all good possible to another man? Justice is not something that one does. One can hardly speak of rendering it, rather of granting it, as one grants another's argument. Socrates with his questions turns circles around the young man. Polemarchus' head spins, he hesitates. But he understands enough. It is now Thrasymachus who rushes into the dispute, like a lion in the arena. 4 Let's stop all this nonsense, only a snotty kid would dare embarrass himself with questions about meaning and essence. Socrates, go and have your nurse wipe your nose. At your age, to spend nights on such hollow nonsense. Would you really like me to teach you what justice is? Do you want me to tell you what no one dares say, but everyone knows? I am eager to learn, as I love the truth. Wait a bit, Socrates, all right, I shall say aloud what everyone thinks silently. Whether in this place or that, what is called justice among men is always the same farce, the interest of the stronger dressed up as the common interest. Always the same story, the strong crush the weak and they like this exploitation to be called advantageous cooperation between the two parties. Justice is no more than justification, a smokescreen that poorly masks a mere balance of forces. Each person always egoistically pursues their advantage. Justice is a social farce that only impresses little kids. A summer evening, and still so light. Paper lamps, garlands, voices joyfully melding with music. The night darkens, and the atrocious truth of power is revealed behind social hypocrisy. Thrasymachus has turned everything upside down. Stop telling yourself stupid stories and just look all around you. No one seeks anything except their own profit. What is called justice is precisely a veneer over the order established by the strongest. Sacred, authentic justice is a little bell shaken by chatterboxes. A conventional costume. Show me in the long history of men where it has been otherwise. Ask yourself what they seek. Equitable justice? History rewards the most deceitful, the most cunning, the most violent. People lie, deceive, threaten and kill in order to take power. They enforce respect by fear. And the order this produces is proclaimed just, in the solemn tones of established custom. Everywhere the same thing. The audience is mesmerized by this brutal outburst. Bitter frankness and harsh realism, Thrasymachus does not pull any punches. This is the world as it actually is, have the courage to look it in the face, rather than cradle yourselves with useless discourse. What if true courage were to believe? In other words, not let yourself be discouraged by what always recurs. Socrates will have to get back on his feet. He senses that everyone around is fascinated by this foundation of incandescent reality that Thrasymachus has displayed, shredding the signboards of discourse. Looking behind the veil of appearances, behind polite conventions, we see the brutality of relations of domination. But is there not still another backdrop behind this? Demystifiers always play a cheating game. Because a pure relation of forces, an insuperable kernel of violence, a definitive egoism, is simply another fable that is told. It is said that each person only seeks their own interest. But then, what exactly is this interest? Profit, advantage? Look, for example, at men in politics. Thrasymachus argues. As soon as they are in power, they forget their promises, caring only to increase their own powers. Socrates, however, wants to take things step by step. When someone is practicing a trade, or working at their own business, it is remarkable to see how quickly they no longer think of themselves. They become immersed in the game, and the very movement of their art makes people forget the search for advantage. The doctor who treats a patient waits to be paid, but his real concern is the sickness that it is a point of honor for him to cure. The shepherd worries about sheep that have strayed, and the pilot uses his talent to ride the storm. As soon as anyone wants to do something well, then they do it for others. It is enough to be truly interested in what one does to forget one's own self-interest. And then, there is society. Everywhere I see exchanges, says Socrates, words given and contracts made, which presuppose trust. This pure relation of forces, or reign of egoisms, is a myth of demagogues. In reality, as soon as men are together they combine and make agreements. Even to do an ill turn, scoundrels need to agree. Everywhere we see agreements, understandings. Certainly, these are sometimes, even often, iniquitous arrangements, monstrous alliances, but the germ of justice is growing there as soon as men come into society. Thrasymachus finds himself in a bad humor. A disdainful silence. Why should I bother to reply? But he is soon on the ropes. Here, as so often, Socrates has a modest, smiling triumph. It is already getting late, and this time he really has to leave. He should in fact have been home long ago. It is possible to stay, even an obligation. To move on to something else, eating and drinking, have the musicians and dancers come back. Vague opinions evaporate. No, justice does not mean settling debts, it does not mean loving one's friends and hating one's enemies, nor even the spell that sounds hollow in the hands of the powerful. Something else, probably, such as how we should live. That is the question of Glaucon and Adeimantus. 5. What we have heard so far are verbal tricks. But what life should we choose? Tell us, Socrates. On the one hand, the unjust covered with honor and glory, living in luxury and abundance, surrounded by flatterers, and on the other, the just covered in opprobrium, ruined and rejected by all. Is your justice sufficient for happiness? We are, the young people say, at the dawn of our active lives. We have to choose. The time of commitment and compromise will come, even compromise of principles. You may well unpick the opinions of others, but the only thing that counts is whether the life of the just is worth more than that of the rebel. If that is so, then prove it to us. Because up to now nothing has really been said, certainly, head-spinning discussions, but nothing binding for thought. Socrates, whatever pessimists or ideologists say of it, it is a fact that justice is generally practiced. There are always enough honest people to make the world go round. But how deep a hold does justice have on us? We know how this works. The rules of justice, keep your word, respect equality, do not abuse your strength against the weak, are constraining, but each person, on reflection, ends up finding their own advantage. And this is always preferable to unrestrained violence. Fear of the police, concern for one's reputation, the calculus of utility, are enough to hold things together. That is the meaning of justice. Steal, kill, deceive, lie, only if you are sure not to be found out. It is profitable to commit injustice, a shame to undergo it. And the shame always outweighs the advantage. Then men invent justice between themselves. All these rules, conventions, laws, do not steal, cheat, kill, are arrangements for people to live together, so that anarchy is not profitable to anyone. Courts and tribunals are established. People resign themselves not to use their force, for fear it will lead to destruction. Fear of punishment makes people just. But all this only comes from outside. Justice is not established within men, it is supported by surveillance, by the gaze and pressure of others. That is all that justice is, conclude Adeimantus and Glaucon, unaccepted constraint. Which is worse than Thrasymachus. Justice is not an illusion, merely a habit. This is illustrated by a fable, the story of Gyges and his ring. 6 When you turn the bezel of the ring in your palm, it makes you invisible. A dream of perfect impunity, a reign of temptation. Gyges is a shepherd who discovers the ring and uses it to commit great crimes, in a continuing spiral. And yet, should we imagine Gyges to be happy? And what would we do, if we no longer had to render account to anyone but ourselves? With this ring, you are neither seen nor recognized by others. They know nothing. And the question, when the ring is turned, is whether there is anyone still left to prevent injustice. Does something remain when the body is no longer visible, when the weight of others, their gaze, is no longer there? Something that shines brighter than gold, more solidly than diamond. Is there still something that endures? Conscience, what I owe to myself and myself alone. Me before myself, I alone in the face of me alone. Does someone remain to choose, decide, judge? If justice has a meaning, if it is something other than a social habit, it is the name of this force that holds us back from ourselves. This is the great wager that saves us, according to Plato, to make of justice something that holds us on the right path, for our own sake, rather than under the regard of others. Do we do the right thing by ourselves, or is conscience simply the result of a good education? The myth is frightening. Once you have the ring on your finger, what will you do? If this power were given us, Socrates, who would not profit from it? No more fine discourse and the blinding certainty of impunity. Does someone remain? Once delivered from the gaze of others, once the social relations that hold us are miraculously dissolved, once the fear of being punished is dismissed, does someone remain to respond to the call? Myself to myself, my eyes in my eyes, me under my own gaze, what consistency! And if we are assured that each individual will clearly do whatever they feel like once they have the ring on their finger, then justice is truly well done. Done to warn each person against themselves. Unless, show us, Socrates, the young people press, stay with us, Socrates, and show us that justice survives in us and can be an internal construction of our own selves. Or is it simply a technique of training, a calculus of utility, a social relation of dissuasion for empty hearts? Time here remains for a moment suspended. But really, does the night have to be so hard? To properly respond, says Socrates, you have to imagine yourself as builders of cities. This relationship of oneself to oneself is too narrow. To make it palpable, it must be given the dimensions of a social organization. At this precise point the night deepens. And in Plato's text, a tale unfolds that still speaks strongly to us. Let us build in thought a just city, and we shall see in the large how the form of inner justice takes shape. We can construct it in speech. Let us make ourselves demiurges, theater directors, epic poets, and we shall see justice writ large. But this is not utopia, or a geometrical demonstration. It is a thought experiment undertaken by many. At the end of our dialogues, we shall know how to live. Let us take the first steps. 7 Fragile men gather together, forming communities of support. At the beginning, this is indeed how it was, men coming together. Being afraid, they find some safety in pressing against one another. They group together, help one another, back one another up, because this is easier with numbers. Soon each person specializes, following their particular talents. One person works leather while the other plows the land, and they exchange the fruits of their labors. Simple and austere pleasures. Here we have for the first time a peaceful, autarkic city, assuring the satisfaction of basic needs and the reproduction of generations. A portrait of rural life. The audience are disappointed. They expected a vibrant description of justice, and find themselves with a praise of work and sobriety. They are disappointed, but these steps are decisive. An initial meaning of justice as temperance is established. Not one of conquering one's passions and effacing one's desires. But the idea that you can only master your pleasures by measuring them against effort. Hunger shaped by work will be better satisfied. Beyond this, something else begins, the reign of empty desires. Once you eat without hunger you simply stuff yourself, while rest without work becomes an enervating idleness. The assembled company asked Socrates to go further. This initial thought experiment was too pallid. Very well. Let us then introduce into our city luxury, culture and festivals, ambition and every vanity. Let us admit poets and architects, intellectuals and aestheticians. This will very quickly lead to war, as it is characteristic of superfluity that one can never have enough. For this new city we shall need warriors, to guard against the envy of others. After the worker, the warrior. 8. Warriors mean energy, a force to master. The patience of workers is formed in toil, by the resistance of matter. Warriors, on the other hand, need to be educated. But how do we educate force? By beauty, Plato replies, by this promise of truth, beauty of gesture and beauty of harmony. Work produces bodies that can endure toil, but they are worn out, and their acceptance of suffering is close to defeat. The body of the worker endures, he reproduces life and slowly resigns himself to dying. The body of the warrior, on the other hand, is exposed to death. A body of unique exploits and fine gestures, deeds that resonate to an eternal memory. Gymnastics enables flexible and agile bodies to be obtained. But this is not enough. Models of life are needed, and this is the role of culture. Music in Greek meant mousika, the art of the muses. Harmony develops the sense of a moral symphony, that the conduct of each of us should meld together, that there is nothing dissonant between our speech and our actions. And rhythm opens up an ethics of repetition, to mark time with regular intervals, as a disciplined challenge to dissatisfaction and boredom. But what the Greeks called music was above all the singing of words, the telling of stories. Plato shows himself intractable here. The city must control the stories that are told to children. People must not be allowed to say whatever they want, and if need be poets will be expelled from the city. To educate is to introduce fine stories into the soul. Ethics is deeply rooted in us as a childhood gift. Someone is not moral from a consciousness of duty, from critical intelligence. You are moral by feeling yourself summoned to act, and it is the imagination of stories that sustains this. After the worker and the warrior, the sage. Plato conceives his story of the cave. 9 Imagine men who are held in chains, scarcely able to move, dazed. They hear odd words and see dark shapes slide across the walls in front of them. These forms are the projected shadows of figurines rather like glove puppets. They move in strange processions, but, for the people in chains and unable to stir, this succession of fantastic shadows is the entire spectacle of the world. For them it is reality. In this way, we understand how wisdom consists in never accepting self-evident appearances. We ourselves are still in the cave, it is our immediate condition. True thinking is the movement of emergence, the correction of first impressions. But old certainties are so much more preferable to thought. We know in advance, we have already understood. The shadows in the cave are what is evident to us. Thought, since it loves self-evidence, likes big ideas and vague generalities. But wisdom means judging each act as it comes. It means advancing without abstract rules or principles, taking as foothold only the dialogue within. It is in this sense that the dialectic of the sage goes beyond definitions and teachings. 10 Wisdom is not a superior science, it is actively thinking, getting to the root of the question, rather than stirring the ashes of rote knowledge, repeated dogmas, or acquired certainties. This then is the thread of the story, the portrait of the first workers, sober and rustic, the formation of warriors by gymnastics and music, and, finally, the long initiation of the sages. We now have our 3 classes of men. And likewise, 3 virtues, temperance, courage, wisdom. And as we see in Book 4, justice is now deduced from this. 11 3 classes of men mean 3 aspects of life, obtaining food, fighting, and thinking. The just city gives each of these its place, the worker to grow food and provide the town with goods, the warrior to protect, and, finally, the sage to rule. And justice is the principle of their composition, each has only to keep their due place. The city, however, is simply a metaphor. To be a man means working, fighting, judging. Keeping the desires in their place, putting yourself in the service of a cause, and thinking well. And being just means keeping order within yourself. Judging with the head, holding fast with the heart, contenting oneself with the stomach. In each individual, it should always be the highest element that commands. Justice is what makes a person withstand themselves. To not give in. It is from the inside that I withstand. If I am able to withstand from inside, then the fable of the ring has no more terror. And we understand why the unjust are incapable of happiness. Images of tyrants wallowing in pleasure change nothing of this. By giving in to what is lowest, the unjust man has lost his most intimate companion, himself. And he wins his false victories only at the cost of a secret contempt for himself. Socrates tells one last story before dawn breaks, and this is simply a tale of origins, the myth of little parcels of life. 12 Before birth, Socrates says, our souls, brought to a plane where parcels of life have been left, are asked to choose their future existence. There is the luxurious life of the tyrant, the austere one of the philosopher, the laboring life of the peasant, etc. Thousands and millions of these little parcels of existence in varying sizes and colors. Each soul draws a number by lot, and each in turn goes forward to collect their parcel. The decision is made particularly by the outward aspect. God, writes Plato, is innocent. Each freely collects their parcel of life before being reborn. And then, once the choice is made, the soul drinks a mouthful from the river of Lethe and is reborn to accomplish this chosen existence. An odd story to end on. An initial lesson from the myth is that we forget very soon that our life is our own work. Choices converge, and it is repeated inclinations that make us become who we are. But bad faith is also at work. And if we envisage it as a block above our heads, our life appears to be imposed from outside, so that we forget that it has always been chosen. By feeling that it is basically one's lot, it is hard to accept the idea that it has been chosen. More profoundly still, The choice of one's parcel of life is an eternal present. This free power of choosing ourselves, by which our existence becomes our fate, is always again new, since not bounded in space and time, hence the abstract plane before birth, where the seeds of existence grow. What condemns us also saves us, as the origin is the eternal present. It is never too soon to be free, never too late to do good. It is always now for choosing, and the past weighs little in relation to this power. Out of phase humanity. This now of thought is the constant possibility of disobeying oneself. Is this treachery? Because I have rather steadfastly maintained, until now, that the strength of disobeying another is drawn from obedience to myself. Or, rather, I command myself to obey, and this command is a bond of self to self, a sovereign self in command that possesses within itself a strength to decide, to put in order, to impose internal hierarchy. Disobeying is, therefore, supreme obedience. Obeying oneself. Except that it does not exist, this coherent self. I am no one, the firm sovereign I is a myth. The non-delegable self that is the wellspring of disobedience is not a refuge of sovereignty. It is what Arendt calls a two-in-one and Foucault a relation to self. It is the passion to reveal oneself as irreplaceable and putting oneself at the service of others, not, I emphasize, to represent humanity, but to defend it, to defend the idea of humanity by protest, clear refusal, indignation, active disobedience. We should perhaps go still further, and give this line of thought a final turn of the screw. This advance is at the same time a return, as the point is to rediscover the Greek light, what La Boétie saw as a lighthouse in the shadows of the wars of religion and the repression in Guyenne, when he wrote the following remarkable proposition: I see you lamentably obeying, but know that by obeying you make yourselves traitors to yourselves. 2. What is a traitor to oneself? Have you understood nothing? Nothing. Nothing of the crying injustices, the ignoble dealings? No, really nothing. Liar. True treachery is when one lies to oneself. Obeying is making oneself a traitor to oneself. At the end of the day, one does not obey from fear of the other, or hardly so. What we really fear, as Dostoevsky's Grand Inquisitor would repeat, after La Boétie, is freedom, freedom that obliges, warns, and triggers in each of us this movement of disobedience that begins with oneself. 3. What was Socrates committed to, if not this ethical disobedience that lies at the heart of uprisings and fuels the urgency of resistance? Once again Socrates, Alpha and Omega, the smiling insistence of thought, which introduces an irreducible gap between self and self. To think is to disobey one's certainties, one's comfort, one's habits. And, if we disobey ourselves, it is so as not to be traitors to ourselves. Socrates calls on each person to feel the harmonic dissonance of the two-in-one, thinking, or again to care for themselves with a view to discovering that the self is at the service of others. Care of the self is a provocation. What did Socrates say to the stroller he met on the public square? My dear friend, how handsome you are, how cultivated and, I see, honored everywhere in the city. Because I am fond of you, that makes me very happy. But just one question, one uncertainty. I see you here, respected by all, I see you caring for your health, your fortune, your reputation. But tell me, are you caring for yourself? This time spent on concern for your body, your possessions, your career, does it not make you forget yourself? 4. What self do we have here? What is this self that is contained neither in pleasure nor wealth nor social recognition? What self is detached to such a point that Socrates can say, by caring so much for your ego, do you not risk forgetting yourself? This is the self that is out of phase. Humanity is what shifts us fundamentally in relation to ourselves. It is what makes us stumble, sons and daughters of Oedipus that we all are. Out of phase, non-delegable, non-substitutable, you should concern yourself with what you alone can do, think, judge, disobey and help. This self, this non-delegable self, is the wager of philosophy. From Socrates on, it is a crazy but tenacious wager, revived time and again, by Montaigne, Descartes, and Kant, right through to Foucault. It is the wager that there exists some such thing as this non-delegable self, that it is the act of discovering oneself irreplaceable for thinking, judging and disobeying that gives us access to the universal. What we truly share is neither ignorance nor knowledge, rather a demand for truth. And this concern that hovers over us, beyond any received truth or fossilized conviction, is the only thing that really makes for community. This is the Socratic question: do you really know how much you do not know what you know? Irony is the smile of thought. Are you sure of thinking what you think? All right, one more effort. Care for yourself. Sense this two-in-one, revive this palpitation which is what philosophy consists in, this backwash of thought, yes, no, perhaps, and at the end of the day it is for me to decide, and for me to reply, to this impossible, necessary, revisable, worrying decision. And it is in the common vibration of non-delegable selves that we find the inconvenient and eternal urgency and honor of true politics, the politics of